Yu tries to light a lantern to break up the darkness, but her friend quickly stops her since they need to save fuel. She tries to keep talking about how long they've been stuck in darkness, but her friend just cuts her off and tells her to drop it. Yu's still struggling to adjust to the darkness. Her friend starts thinking out loud, realizing sunlight hasn't shown up in days, and wonders how long it's really been since they last saw it. The friend then questions why they even got stuck in a place like this, showing just how confused and lost they both feel. While they pass a huge industrial fan, the girls quietly second-guess how they got here and how they ended up so lost in this strange place. Her friend finally blurts out the big question of why they're even stuck here, forcing both of them to face their messed-up situation head-on. She just snaps back, saying her friend was the one who really wanted to check out the hole, tossing the blame right back. Their argument circles again, with Yu asking if her friend started it, and her friend insisting she didn't. Neither will own up to who got them into this mess. A flashback reminds them that Yu once said she wanted to go in if there was a hole, and now both girls are dealing with where that led them. She tries to avoid being blamed for getting them stuck, but her friend isn't convinced and feels uneasy about how it all spiraled. As the ride crawls across a high metal bridge, the girls talk about how they're running low on food and seriously need to find a way out soon. Looking up at endless pipes and scaffolding, one girl tries to stay positive by saying they'll find more food later, even if it doesn't sound convincing. She wonders out loud what will happen to them next, hoping her friend has some answer, but everything still feels totally unsure. Before anyone can say more, Yu notices her friend is already fast asleep, leaving her alone to worry for a while longer. Seeing her friend passed out, Yu gives up fighting her own exhaustion, stops the vehicle, and turns off the engine so they can both finally rest. With everything shut down, Yu grabs her blanket and gets in next to her friend so she can try to relax and get some sleep too. Both girls lay side by side under their blanket, sharing what little comfort they can find as the darkness closes in. For now their vehicle sits completely still, dashboard lights off, giving them a moment of calm before anything else happens. Both girls drift off to sleep right there in the cramped vehicle, putting their search and all their problems on pause until morning. Packed tight under one blanket, Yu and her friend try to settle in and rest after all the stress and wandering. Half awake, Yu whispers that she's hungry, but her friend is totally out, so nothing changes, and they both just stay huddled up until sleep wins. The vehicle stays motionless in the huge empty building, quietly sheltering them while sleep finally takes over. She stirs, mumbling quietly while she starts to wake, but there's no noise, just silence pressing in on both girls. Her friend sits up, shivering from the cold and still looking groggy as she wakes up to how tough their situation really is. She yawns and rubs her eyes, glancing over to see Yu still sound asleep, then suddenly notices something weird about her. Her friend sees Yu drooling in her sleep, pokes her cheek, and can't tell if she should be grossed out or just laugh at how deep Yu's nap is. She keeps snoring and drooling like nothing can wake her, leaving her friend to just watch in disbelief at how out of it she is. Stuck inside the big, empty building, Yu's friend pokes her on the forehead to wake her, hoping to stop the drooling before it gets out of hand. When her friend glances at her now wet hand, she sighs, clearly annoyed, and probably just wishing they had real food instead of morning mess. Spotting a breeze, her friend decides they should track where the wind is coming from, thinking it might finally lead them to a way out. She wipes her hand, feels the draft, and realizes the air around them is actually moving for the first time since they got stuck here. Chito, her friend, tells Yu there's wind now, hoping it means there's an opening or escape route somewhere close. She wakes Yu up on purpose, making sure she knows this could be their big chance to get out. Both girls agree they'll follow the breeze, betting everything on the hope that it leads toward an exit. She gives a nod, agreeing the exit must be that way, and the two of them get set to move forward together. Her friend holds back, thinking if they're actually making the right call, but in the end, she points toward the new path so they can get moving. Together, they check their direction and head out, driving the vehicle with more hope, now that the way forward finally seems real. Moving farther ahead, one of them finally spots some light, which means there's actually something outside the dark factory. They get closer to the opening, both amazed that after so long stuck inside, they're finally seeing real daylight. She and her friend pause before eating, realizing this meal is the last of their food, and worry sets in as they look at each other in silence. They stand without talking, the relief of finding the exit giving way to the stress of having almost no food left. Their vehicle leaves the safety of the factory and rolls onto a narrow bridge, taking them out into a broken city that stretches way out in front of them. She celebrates being outside again, but her friend is surprised it's still night, realizing the city lights are so bright, it almost feels like daytime. The girls sit down and decide to share some soup as a way to mark their escape, even though they know they're almost out of everything. While they eat, Yu reminds her friend it's their last can, but for now, they both focus on enjoying the meal and feeling safe for just a moment. They savor every last bit of soup together, knowing how rare and special this small comfort is after all their struggles. Yu tells Chito not to worry about using up bullets and just keep practicing, since right now they've got enough to shoot without holding back. Running out of ammo isn't today's problem, so the tension drops a bit while they aim at scraps nearby. Their shots knock down more trash, and broken pieces fly as each target takes a hit in the snowy ruins. Yu asks Chito if she wants a turn, but Chito flat out rejects the idea and sounds pretty bored with the whole thing. Chito snaps that Yu's got no skill, basically telling her to give it a rest and leave the shooting alone for now. Yeah, pushes again, asking if Chito even needs a gun, but Chito just brushes it off, not wanting to argue or talk about weapons. Trying to move on, Chito suggests they look around the wreck more, since maybe they'll stumble across something useful in all this mess. Chito points out there might be some supplies if they dig deep, but doubts they'll find anything really valuable, especially food. She basically blurts out she'd give anything for real food, not just weird scraps, since hunger is still their biggest problem. Digging through the snow and rubble, they find a huge machine gun and heavy ammo, but it's just more of the leftover war junk that can't help their growling stomachs. They climb around a rusted, busted-up tank, which sits half buried in the snow and just adds to the mountain of useless old gear. Joking around, but half serious, Yu wonders out loud if maybe the tank would taste okay if they were desperate enough, since food is definitely scarce. On top of the tank, the girls look out at a wasteland full of decaying weapons, not a single helpful scrap in sight. Staring at all the ruins, Yu wonders why whoever built these machines didn't put the same effort into making food, and realizes hunger was always a real threat here. They admit that if people back then had filled these wrecks with packed meals instead of ammo, they'd have more to eat now and wouldn't be struggling so much. Yu tries to explain things weren't simple war forced people to build weapons instead of spending time or resources on making food. Their search takes a strange turn when Yu spots a wrecked airplane, and both girls can't help but get a little excited to see something different for once. Yu gets up close and tries to figure out if the plane was meant for fighting too, while Chito guesses it's probably just another weapon left behind. Looking at the bomber, Yu figures it's really only another tool made for war, not something that could have helped anyone stay alive. They stand there wondering if these planes ever flew, or if they've always just been these frozen, broken shells stuck in the wreckage. Inside the busted plane, Chito leans on Yu and says straight out that war was people fighting and dying, not much more to it. Yu questions why anyone would even start a war, not getting why people would create all this destruction for themselves. She tries to break it down, saying even a group of 3 would struggle if there's only enough food for 2 sharing runs out quick. Chito shrugs and points out that in the end, people just grabbed their weapons, fought, and died anyway, so all those reasons didn't save anyone here. They digs through the pile and shows off a huge weapon, bragging about how strong it looks. She suddenly grins, lifting up a stash of explosives. Now they could clear a path if needed, and both girls realize there's a whole pile waiting to be used. They check out box after box, but even with all the explosives, Yu still isn't sure what else is hidden inside, and Chito wants a straight answer. Working together, they pop open a new crate, hoping maybe this time it holds something that will actually help them survive, instead of just more leftover weapons. Yu pulls a box out of the pile, surprised that it looks different than ammo, and she hopes it might really be food while Chito eyes it hungrily behind her. Chito takes charge and says they should grab the box and carry it out right away, so Yu hugs the find close and gets ready to leave. Outside, everything is a frozen, wreck-shattered city, empty streets, and piles of debris remind them just how much the world has lost. Hauling the heavy crate, Yu and Chito drag it back toward their ride, trying not to look at the old, crashed plane looming overhead. They struggle to heft the box up onto their vehicle, which just makes how hard life is here even more obvious. They break open the crate, both tense, hoping for real food instead of more useless gear. Yu splits up the rations and hands Chito her portion, and for a change they both get to eat something that isn't scraps. As they start eating, Chito says it tastes like chocolate. Yu just focuses on enjoying a real meal. She admits she doesn't even know what chocolate is, but she's just happy to be eating. They notice each ration pack holds 5 bars, an odd amount, which leaves them with 1 extra. Just as Yu spots the leftover bar and leans in, a sudden noise grabs her attention. Chito cuts through the mood by aiming a rifle straight at Yu, snapping from friendly to serious about claiming the last ration. They hold Yu at gunpoint to take the extra food, and Yu freezes, realizing their friendship has hit a rough spot. Chito stands firm with her rifle raised, and Yu quietly accepts she can't win this time, giving up with a soft reply. She admits to herself she should have kept a weapon handy, now feeling foolish for trusting too easily. They just shrugs off Yu's regret, chewing her food in plain sight and making the whole thing feel a little childish. Yu snaps that Chito really ate the last bar, But Chito just brags that grabbing food comes down to fighting for it now, leaving Yu frustrated. Fed up, Yu charges and tackles Chito, both of them shouting as their argument explodes into a wild scuffle. They tumble around in the snow, Yu pinning Chito down and calling out to her. Her anger mixing with how close they actually are. The two keep wrestling, swapping complaints and rough laughs. And even as Chito groans, she can't help but laugh at how silly things have gotten. Both girls end up lying in the snow, Chito still boasting about the food while Yu groans and tries not to laugh, anger slipping away. Stretched out among snowy ruins, Yu gets warned to remember all this, so it's clear their fights over food and trust are far from finished. Yu and Excited ride through endless snow, surrounded by white as far as they can see, both quickly realizing they're completely lost in the cold, with nothing to guide them. She taps a snowball and jokes that being a poet must be easy, not really caring about the seriousness of the moment. Trying to make things lighter, Yu ends up admitting it really does feel like it's just the two of them left in the world, which makes things even heavier. While Yu tries to crack a joke, Excited snaps, frustrated that they're freezing and still have nowhere to go for real shelter. So the danger just keeps growing. Their ride keeps rolling past rows of huge abandoned power towers, making it feel like every safe place has disappeared for good. Ya throws out the idea that maybe they're just walking through some kind of afterlife, but Excited only rolls their eyes and says if that's true, it's just their bad luck. Excited finally says enough with Yui playing around in the snow, reminding her the cold is getting serious and now isn't the time to mess around. Both slump down in the freezing vehicle as more snow piles on, and Yu admits her head feels heavy and it's getting hard to stay awake. Trying to keep things light, Yu says the afterlife should at least be warm, but Excited just gets more annoyed that they're still stuck freezing. They point out they're shivering too much to be dead. They're just stuck suffering through the cold with no escape yet. As the storm gets worse, their vehicle grinds on through an empty field of towers, and it looks less and less likely they'll ever find any real cover. Both realize they are pushing their limits. If they don't find shelter soon, the cold could end up beating them. She squints into the white, fighting sleep as every breath turns to fog, and she has to force her tired eyes open. They also struggles to stay awake, mumbling, while the snow just keeps piling up on their shoulders. They finally crest a snowy hill, and Yu spots a giant weird building ahead, which sparks a flash of hope that maybe their luck's about to change. When Yu starts nodding off, Excited quickly shakes her awake, just as the vehicle rolls up to the base of the mystery building. Up close, both can finally see how enormous the place is, staring up in awe and wondering if this might finally give them a break from the cold. A close look at the twisted beams overhead shows how battered and strange this place has become. The ride crunches to a stop under the looming metal frame, and the building feels so big it almost swallows them whole. Yu tries to guess what this giant place is, but Excited feels it doesn't matter. They just need to find a way in if they want to survive. She pushes forward through the snow toward the messy pipes, her breath clouding in the cold as she tries to spot anything helpful. She pauses to look at the wall, hoping for a clue about where they are, but everything's so caked with ice and grime there's nothing clear to find. She brushes snow off a metal wall and finds some faded writing underneath, but a cold wind blows by and makes it even harder to read. She leans in and tries to make out the letters, but most of the words stay hidden, leaving them still in the dark about what this place could be. Yu keeps searching outside, but grumbles that she can't find any entrance, while Excited checks the area and points out the whole building seems ancient. Scanning around, Excited finally spots an odd pipe and calls Yuo. Over they both cross their fingers. This could lead them inside at last. She walks over and realizes something weird. This pipe isn't covered in snow like the rest are, so she figures there must be something different about it. Both look up as water drips down from a pipe above, and Yu wonders if the snow is melting there because maybe there's hidden warmth inside. Yu asks if the pipe might be giving off heat, but instead of waiting, Excited lines up a rifle shot to test the metal directly. They fire at the pipe, hoping to break it open and finally get them some way inside, or at least a shot at warmth. The bullet bounces right off the pipe with a sharp ping, so the metal doesn't give at first. After another shot, the pipe starts to crack, and the noise rings out even louder, showing they might finally break through. They fire again, and this time the pipe bursts, metal shards go flying and water sprays everywhere. Both Yu and Excited stare up as hot steam and water pour out of the busted pipe, shocked by their luck. With hot water gushing out, Yu cheers, and Excited confirms it's actually hot. Their risky idea finally worked. Now that they have real hot water, the next move is obvious to both of them, so they quickly shift gears and get ready. She drives their little vehicle right under the broken pipe, getting it set where the water can pour in best. Hot water keeps shooting out of the pipe, quickly pooling in the spot they've picked for their bath. She waits on the vehicle as water keeps pouring in, watching their makeshift bath fill up fast. They both realize just how rare it is to find a working pipe like this out here. and can't help feeling a little lucky for once. Steam rises off the water, and you and Excited both agree their improvised bath is finally ready. They can't wait to get in. They rush to undress by the bath, glad to finally have some comfort. Just being out of their cold clothes makes the whole moment feel special. Yu takes off her shirt and sighs about how amazing the hot water feels, asking, Excited, when they last had a real bath like this. She checks the water with her hand before climbing in all the way, making sure it's safe and not taking any chances. She finally lowers herself into the bath, the heat soaking into her and instantly easing all the tightness in her body. Yu sinks in right away, but Excited hesitates at first, almost overwhelmed by the heat and needing a second to adjust. After a bit, both finally relax into the hot water, heads poking above the steam, letting themselves feel normal and safe for once. Yu leans back in the steamy bath, just soaking in how good it feels while the two of them settle under the old pipes together. Excited melts into the water, saying this is the best. Yu can't even find words for how much the warmth means right now. As they sit in the bath, Yu suddenly wonders what heaven even means. Still trying to wrap her head around how rare this comfort is, Excited answers that heaven is basically where you go after you die, and for a second, the mood dips as Yu sinks further into the warmth. Yu just laughs that she gets it now, but Excited says they're still pretty unlucky, both soak in the bath and the quiet as snow falls outside. The heat gets to Yu and she starts to feel dizzy, so she lifts herself up and realizes just how strong the hot water is. Yu tells Excited to add more fuel to the fire, but Excited gets annoyed, pointing out they've already grabbed enough wood for now. Excited grumbles about always ending up with the tough jobs while Yu just gives out orders, but still goes along with it. Frustrated, Excited calls out Yu off for scribbling in her notebook again instead of actually pitching in. Yu sits by the fire, clutching her diary, and reminds Excited she explained what it was before. She points out that keeping a diary is important, especially since Excited is always forgetting things. She gets a bit more serious, explaining that memories fade unless you write them down, so diaries matter even in a place like this. They scoff, saying memories just cause trouble, and turns away to mess with their gear while Yu keeps writing. Yu presses Excited to keep track of basics like eating, but Excited isn't sure if they did until Yu reminds them they actually already ate. She looks over the pile of old books, pointing out how people recorded things for ages so nobody would forget how the world used to be. She admits she really loves books, knowing their survival now depends on burning most of them, even if it means losing what's left of the past. Holding what's left, Yu checks their last few journals and together with Excited, counts only 4 books left to burn or keep. She wonders if these are their last books ever, even if they keep searching and the idea hits them hard. They just shrugs and mutters that they get it, but that doesn't make either of them feel better. Yu spots the fire dying and tells Excited to toss on more fuel. Even so, she hugs the books close, not sure what to risk next. They warn they're almost out of burnable stuff, making every choice painful. They both feel the loss more when nothing's left to save them. Loose pages burn up fast, but it's obvious their whole supply is almost gone, and there won't be enough to keep the fire going much longer. She reacts fast as she realizes there's no kindling left, and the dwindling options start hitting her in a new way. Suddenly, a precious book catches fire, sending Yu into a panic. They really can't afford to lose even one more journal now. She scrambles to save what's left of the book, and Excited yelps from the heat. Putting out the fire turns into a small mess. Once the flames are managed, the two drop down by the weak fire, tired and upset. The book survived, but just barely. She notices an old book marked Kappa and tries to remember what that even means. It sits forgotten, with neither of them knowing the answer. Excited scolds Yu for not listening before, annoyed that their warning about the books didn't stick. When Yu admits she zoned out, Excited's frustration just builds. Yu tries to apologize for not paying attention, but Excited just glares back and stays silent, leaving the awkward tension thick between them. Tired of the argument, Excited stalks off toward the bed, but when Yu replies so flatly, it only sparks another round of insults. The wide, empty room feels even lonelier after their fight. Yu stands beside their tiny fire and battered bike, staring at the cold space. Standing there, Yu looks lost in thought, maybe replaying all the things that went wrong, or just feeling how trapped they really are. She stares up blankly, caught between being completely worn out and upset by everything that just happened. Finally, Yu drags herself over to the makeshift bed near the bike, while Excited is already curled up. The mood makes it clear their peace won't last for long. She settles by the small fire, pulling out a battered book and clutching it tight, hoping for a little comfort even if she can't really read what's inside. Flipping it open, she starts to write, grabbing at this tiny bit of routine like it might keep all the loneliness and fear at bay. She barely moves her pencil over the page, stuck somewhere between exhausted and numb, but tries to stick to this diary habit anyway. Sitting in the pale glow near their bike, Yu quietly scribbles in her book, while the rest of the massive room stays quiet and cold. All you can hear is Yu Yu's pencil scratching the paper in that huge, empty building, but she keeps going, not ready to let go of her little ritual. One narrow view shows the huge factory walls and silent machines, making it clear how cut off they are from the world they used to know. Looking out across the ruined, snow-buried city, broken buildings stretch as far as you can see. Whatever comes next is anyone's guess. The next morning, Yu stands and yawns in a patch of daylight, while Excited points out just how much more snow has piled up outside. Back by their bike, Yu asks if they can finally move on. Excited checks the drift and thinks maybe they can, so there's a spark of hope. But as they look up at a giant wall of broken concrete, both remember just how much could go wrong if they try to leave this place. Excited snaps at Yu, telling her to stop wasting time and get on the bike, signaling it's time to leave, no matter how uncertain things feel. Yu hugs her diary close, thinking that even if everything else falls apart, having this record makes it feel like what they're going through isn't just empty. Excited catches Yu writing in her diary and calls her out, flustering Yu and making her worry that her secret thoughts might actually get read. They questions what Yu's even drawing in there, sounding puzzled by whatever she's doodled. She admits she was trying to write sorry in her diary, but messed up the characters, leaving her a little embarrassed as Excited looks on. Yu and Excited come across a spot where water has collected deep below, guessing the recent stretch of warm weather made it all pile up like this. Excited wonders why all this water is suddenly flooding out, and Yu guesses it might be because an old drainage system is still running. Yu points out they'll need to walk to avoid soaking their gear, and Excited brings up that finding clean water is their top job now. The girls carefully head down a busted metal staircase, squeezing past rushing water. It's risky every step, but staying put would just leave them wet and exposed. Yu has to take off her boots, forcing both of them to wade through the freezing water barefoot, and she instantly regrets it when her feet start to go numb. While Yu gets distracted by how blue the sky looks in the water, Excited warns her to watch her step for sharp debris since the flood might have brought in dangerous. Trying to lighten the mood, Yu suggests they watch the sky as they walk. She seems too chill for the slippery ground they're crossing. Excited gets annoyed and calls Yu out for not paying attention right after she was told to watch her step, clearly frustrated by the risky attitude. She keeps looking up anyway, half joking, that it's kind of wasted having such a nice day when they're stuck in a place like this. With the sky so blue, Yu admits today almost feels special. She hints she wants to treat it differently instead of just focusing on survival. The girls settle into their basic chores out in the open under a clear sky, using the time to do laundry and pause for a moment. Yu shivers and checks that her rope is secure, while Excited reminds her deeper water can be pretty dangerous here. She's careful not to lose her helmet while splashing around, and insists on keeping it on, even while she's only half dressed for laundry. Both girls kneel down together, washing their dirty clothes in the shallow water in the middle of what used to be a city. She looks over her outfit and sighs, realizing how dirty everything has gotten since they ended up stranded here. While they clean, Excited suddenly asks Yu why the sky is blue, making their small talk a little more thoughtful while Yu keeps scrubbing. Yu lies down and acts super lazy with the laundry, so Excited gets irritated and questions why Yu is slacking off now. Excited keeps pushing, still wanting to know why the sky is blue. All at once, Yu dashes ahead and jerks the rope, catching Excited off guard, so Excited yells at her for running out suddenly. She loses her balance and slips into the cold water, sending up a big splash and making their laundry day even messier. She bobs up from the water completely soaked, still clutching onto her clothes after the fall. Excited stares at Yu, confused about why she's dripping wet, but Yu just shrugs and says she slipped. Dripping but pumped, Yu holds up a big fish she grabbed while falling, telling Excited to check out what she found. They both freeze, shocked that the fish she caught is actually alive, something neither has seen in ages. They try to wrap their head around it, and even questions what a fish is supposed to be, watching it lie there without moving. Yu answers that it's a creature that lives in water, saying she's heard there used to be tons of fish before everything fell apart. They admit they thought nothing was left alive but humans, so finding this fish totally throws them off. Even though Yu isn't sure if it's safe, she finally admits she wants to eat the fish, since real food is almost impossible to find. They remember people used to eat fish, and figures they could try cooking this one, since it looks fresh enough. They both decide to wait until the laundry dries before roasting the fish, and Yu is already thinking ahead about eating it. With their clothes hanging by the ruins and the whole city feeling empty, catching a live fish now seems even more special. Their cleaned clothes are strung out to dry in the sun, and that little routine is one of the few things keeping life normal after all they've faced. As they wait, Yu starts to wonder what it must be like to actually live as a fish, imagining how it feels. Excited tries flapping their sleeve like a fin to see how a fish would move, and Yu still thinks it's wild that fins actually carry them around in water. Once the fish is cooked, Yu warns it's hot and hands it over, while Excited jumps in for the first bite. Excited takes a taste and finds the fish surprisingly good, which makes Yu curious, but also hope it's okay to eat. Yu decides she wants to try the fish too, but Excited jokes she shouldn't eat too much as Yu grabs a piece. The taste is totally new for Yu, she's never had anything like it, but it's actually not bad at all. After eating, Yu and Excited just lay back, fish bones between them, finally getting to feel full for once and just soaking it in. They see the laundry drying and realizes even just having clean clothes feels like a win in a place where that almost never happens. Yu jokes that the fish bones are refreshed now, but Excited just gives her a look, not really buying the idea that stripped bones can be called that. Looking at what's left of the fish, Yu starts thinking out loud about where it could have come from, getting stuck on the mystery. They figure the fish might have washed in from somewhere up above, since nothing else really makes sense for how it even survived. Sprawled out on the ground, Yu wonders if going a different direction might lead to more fish, and Excited just shrugs and says they'd eat any more they find. Right away, Yu wonders where the fish they ate for their last meal actually came from, since nothing seems normal here. She spots what could be a way up to a higher area, but hesitates because something feels wrong about it. Excited tries to figure out if there's any kind of bridge ahead, asking while Yu checks the area. They quickly realize there's a giant gap blocking their path, so there's no way to cross over. Yu gets frustrated by the dead end, wishing there was any way to get across. Then they spot something odd. A half-burned cigarette is still smoldering right there on the ground. Both move in for a closer look, and Yu points out that the cigarette is fresh, meaning someone else was here very recently. They realize fires don't just start on their own, so now it's clear there's another person close by. She quietly acknowledges it. They aren't alone out here anymore, and both are starting to feel on edge. They stiffen, understanding what this means, and waits to see who or what they might run into next. Yu sees fresh footprints and falls silent, while Excited, already tense, warns her to get her gun ready. Both know someone is in the area. Suddenly, a massive explosion shakes the whole place, leaving no time to react or hide. The blast throws debris everywhere and echoes through the empty factory, turning their tension into real danger. Yu and Excited duck for cover as the force of the explosion rattles them, scrambling to figure out what just hit. They get clipped by a chunk of debris, hisses in pain, but both stay on alert in case more follows. Overhead, buildings groan and crumble while loose rubble starts falling, pushing the girls to find anywhere safer fast. Even more debris pours out from the broken windows above, and they realize the explosion just made escaping way more difficult. Yu and Excited hold back together while bits keep falling, watching for whoever set off the blast or for the whole place to get worse. The windows above are gutted and dangerous, with glass and rubble still coming down, so they both know they can't stay much longer. As more debris crashes down from above, it's obvious staying put could get them crushed if they don't move soon. Chunks keep falling and the noise makes it clear. Yu and Excited have to stay alert since the risk of another collapse is real. With each burst of falling debris, they scan the ground for safer spots, hoping to dodge the next hit. As the smoke settles and things quiet down, they spot a hooded figure off to the side, watching from a distance. When the dust finally clears, a strange vehicle is parked nearby, and the hooded stranger comes closer, while Yu and Excited keep back. Excited freezes as the hooded figure steps out of the mist. Yu waits tensely, unsure if they should call out or hide. The stranger moves close enough to see, and Excited whispers that it really is another person, something rare out here. Nervously, Yu calls out and tells the newcomer to stop. The hooded person looks startled, pausing at her voice. They level their gun and checks if the stranger is hurt. The hooded person suddenly collapses, coughing from all the dust. The stranger apologizes, saying their voice is shaky because they haven't talked to anyone in a long time. She spots a detonator in the stranger's hand and asks if they set off the explosion that just happened. The hooded stranger admits to causing the blast, explaining they tried to make a bridge between buildings so they could get across the gap. Pulling back their hood, the stranger says they really didn't expect to run into anyone else here. Lighting a cigarette, the stranger tells Yu and Excited they're glad nobody got hurt by the blast. He introduces himself as Kanazawa and lets them know he's traveling and making a map as he goes. Kanazawa asks if Excited can lower their gun. Excited checks with Yu, then slowly lowers it. He admits he genuinely thought blowing up the rubble would help them cross, but Excited calls out that it almost got them all hurt. Yu shares their idea about making it across the crevice to find a higher path, and Kanazawa confirms that the vehicle parked nearby is his. Kanazawa looks at everything they've been through and seems like he wants to ask for something. He asks Yu and Excited for a favor, which catches both of them by surprise as they ask him what he needs. While Kanazawa gets ready to explain, the battered bridge over the crevice shows just how much work went into everyone meeting up here. She tries to drive the half-track up the slope, but the bulky thing keeps catching on chunks of concrete while Kanazawa watches and waits for their next move. Excited relaxes and tells Kanazawa it's fine, He can ride the vehicle, since he helped make them a path, so now the group gets ready to climb. She points out how tough it is hauling the vehicle up the debris ramp, saying it's taking way more effort than they thought. They spot something ahead and calls for you to stop so they can check before moving any higher. Still catching his breath, Kanazawa drags a heavy box to help their climb, clearly struggling with the extra weight. Excited figures they can climb if they keep making a path out of rubble, and Kanazawa keeps bringing over more supplies to help. They brace a big slab in place for the next step, hoping it holds steady enough for the group to use. Once the main path is set, Excited and Kanazawa clear out broken bits while Yu waits and the half-track sits ready for another push. Kanazawa admits he blasted the ruins because he thought it'd be easier to climb, but now everyone sees the rubble just makes things trickier. Excited checks where Kanazawa's vehicle is now. He explains his motorcycle broke down, which is why he needed a ride with them. Together, they all push the heavy half-track up the debris, grunting with effort until Kanazawa cheers for one last big shove. Once they finally get the vehicle on top of the ledge, everyone pauses, totally worn out but relieved to have made it up. Wiping sweat from his face, Kanazawa jokes it's been ages since he worked so hard, and says the effort actually makes him feel alive. They repeat the word alive, sounding a bit surprised that all this struggle could actually feel good. She tries to joke that Chihi was saying earlier she doesn't even know if they're alive, while Chihi protests that she never actually said that. Kanazawa admits he doesn't know their names, so Chi tells him hers and introduces Yu to. That breaks the ice, and Kanazawa finally greets them properly. Yu lines up the pipe while her companion helps guide her, both making sure everything's set up just right. She works the stubborn valve until water finally comes out and fills their container, with her companion watching the flow start. Yu jots down a few notes from her spot by the pipes, while Excited hangs back, quietly thinking Yu is surprisingly good at this kind of work. She hefts the heavy water container, while Excited nods for her to pour it into the main tank, so they can finally get going. They struggle to make some room on the small vehicle for their new companion, apologizing for how cramped everything is, as they push gear around to fit everyone. Yu says the new map let them find fuel fast, and points out that both she and their new companion have ended up helping each other out today. The group looks up and realizes the old buildings here are packed in tight, so finding a straight path through this mess isn't going to be easy. He glances off and points out that nobody's left around here now, so whatever reason they had for hoping to see someone is gone. As they stare up at the rundown maze around them, Yu starts wondering if the people who lived here ages ago were the ones who actually built all this. Someone pushes back and explains this area was built by people even older than most folks assume, hinting that the city's history is more complicated. They squeeze their way through some tight alleyways in the shadows. A voice from the back calls out new directions, so Yu turns left and keeps pushing through the maze of empty streets. She drives the group forward as their headlights barely cut through the pitch-black tunnel up ahead. The ride takes them along a narrow path, jammed between abandoned buildings that lean in from both sides, making the space feel tight and claustrophobic. Looking up, they see walls and balconies packed just as tight overhead, so the place feels completely closed in. The group comes to a stop and looks at the heavy, broken buildings leaning over above them, realizing moving forward is going to be tough. She pauses at the handlebars, probably thinking through their next move. She points out that even though the giant tower always seems right there, no matter how far they travel, it never really gets any closer. Someone explains that all the roads keep twisting and dead-ending, so they have to backtrack or take detours just to make any progress. They turn to Yu, raising an eyebrow, and questions if she even knows where they are on the map at this point. Kanazawa, who's been handling the navigation, argues he does know their location, and says his map was right about the refueling station, pushing back on the doubts. Yu suddenly asks how Kanazawa made his map, shifting everybody's attention to where it really came from. He explains he charted the place by riding all over and climbing up buildings for a better view, showing just how well he knows the area. He adds that back when there was still a bridge, he managed to cover this whole level, which took a lot of work and time to finish his map. Excited wants a closer look at Kanazawa's map, but Yu warns them to be careful with it and points out she's been known to burn things before. They half-heartedly promises not to burn the map this time, and Kanazawa stays wary about letting them touch it. Kanazawa calmly tells the group the map means everything to him, and they all pause on a ledge surrounded by endless stacks of old buildings. He sits back and admits the map is all he has left, and everything he did in this place is wrapped up in it now. He tells the group that this map is all he has left, and without it, he'd have nothing. He says flat out that if he ever lost his map, he'd probably just die, and the group gets really quiet hearing how much it matters to him. They joke about burning Kanazawa's map, acting like it's no big deal just to see his reaction. Kanazawa panics at the idea, begging Excited to stop, while Yu watches, confused why anyone would mess with something so important. They admit they wanted to see if Kanazawa would really fall apart without his map, teasing him a little. She asks if Excited has to act like a demon, calling out how harsh the teasing is after Kanazawa opened up. He turns the question back and asks if you and Excited have anything just as important to them, sort of calling out that everyone has their own one thing. Yu tries to brush it off, saying nothing she owns is worth dying for, but Excited brings up her old diary and says it still matters. Excited accuses Yu of never letting go of her food rations, even if she died, but Yu pushes back and says she's not like that. Yu looks ahead and starts giving directions, trying to get everyone moving after that heavy moment. They nod and steers the vehicle forward, following where Yu tells them to go. They all ride together through the next part of the ruins, letting the awkward tension slip away as they focus on the road. Their small ride moves deeper into long dark tunnels marked by broken pipes and signs as they search for a way through. The vehicle moves slowly under twisted metal and old buildings, and Kanazawa calls out that their stop isn't much farther now. The group stops in front of a huge structure. Yu stares up, suddenly realizing just how big this city really is compared to them. They look up at a wall of stacked blocks towering way overhead. For a second, nobody says anything, just overwhelmed by how massive it all feels. Their vehicle pulls up beside a round, endless-looking wall scattered with weird attachments. The group circles it on foot, saying little except how huge it is, amazed at the scale. Kanazawa says he'll keep mapping things if they manage to get above this wall, and Yu wonders what they'll find if they climb it. As they sit parked beside the huge curved wall, Excited points out how upbeat Kanazawa seems now, but he just shrugs and leaves it at that. As the lift rattles higher, one of them floats the hope that if they reach the top, there could finally be food and maybe even people living normal lives. Excited quickly shoots that down, reminding you nobody knows for sure. Everything past this floor is just another big unknown. Yu stares in shock and mutters amazing, while Excited just stands there frozen, both still taking in the fact that the platform actually tilted. She takes in just how high up they are now, staring over the edge and sounding a little overwhelmed by the sheer drop below. Nobody talks much. The higher they climb, the more the silence just makes their nerves worse. He brings up that while places for food are pretty much gone, there are still a few spots where they can find water. He brings up the idea that maybe things work better higher up. Maybe some old systems do anyway, but admits it's honestly just a guess at this point. Excited quietly checks on Yu, but nobody really knows what to say, since even their best plans could fall apart in a second. They notices something's wrong with Yu, and tries to see if she's okay. Yu grabs Excited's arm for comfort, but quickly says she's fine, not letting anyone see how much the stress is getting to her. Excited tries to call out Yu's shaky hands, wondering if she's afraid of heights, but Yu just clings tighter and shrugs it off like she's not bothered. The view outside is huge and open, but Excited can't help noticing there isn't even any wire mesh or barrier to stop someone from falling. He guesses whoever built this place maybe skipped the safety mesh to save on cost or supplies keeping people safe. Just wasn't a big deal for them. They get more worried, asking what happens if the lift tilts, wondering if a thin railing would actually save them, or if they'd just drop straight down. Yu tries to calm Excited by insisting the platform won't tilt so easily, but then a sudden loud jolt hits and the whole lift suddenly shifts sideways. Excited panics, yelling that the lift really is tilting, and all three of them scramble to keep from sliding off. The whole lift jolts and slams to a stop with a bang, and as everyone scrambles in panic, Excited yells at Kanazawa to stop the platform. Once the shaking stops, Yu says she's okay, but Kanazawa suspects the lift's caught up on something. Excited checks around to see if anyone actually got hurt. They ask if they can do anything themselves to get the lift running again, thinking maybe they still have a shot at fixing this mess. All at once, Kanazawa sees the map sliding toward the edge, and everyone realizes they could lose the only thing showing them where to go. Yu and Excited freeze as Kanazawa lunges for the map, both of them on edge, afraid it'll fall and leave them totally lost. Kanazawa tries to grab the map before it slips off the edge, but Yu watches in panic, and Excited just calls her out for letting it happen. Still hanging on the edge, Kanazawa keeps a tight grip on the map and the ledge, making it clear that if he slips, both he and the map are gone. The empty seat where Kanazawa was just sitting is now left behind, and you can tell his absence hits Yu as she glances over. They watch helplessly as the map finally slips away and drops down the shaft, and Kanazawa can only sigh as he sees the pages scatter far below. Sounding defeated, Kanazawa tells the others to let go of him, clearly ready to stop fighting now that the only map is gone. But Yu grips Kanazawa and refuses to let him fall, making it clear she isn't going to let him just give up on everything. Kanazawa wonders why the place isn't built with more safety in mind, and Excited just shrugs it off, guessing the builders skipped the mesh to save on resources. He just lays there and flat out says life has no meaning because everyone dies anyway, and Yu and Excited can only sit there in awkward silence. Yu wonders if they can repair the broken part, and the group decides they need to check the rail themselves to see what's actually possible. The group rides up on an old lift while the machinery groans and rattles, so now they're leaving the lower level behind and heading somewhere higher. She admits she was nervous about the lift breaking down. If it really got stuck, they would be trapped. But she's glad it kept working and they aren't stranded. Once the ride ends, darkness settles around them. With so little light, even Yu feels the chill of everything unknown waiting in the shadows. Excited catches Kanazawa staring at the floor, still caught up in his earlier mood and barely reacting to anything. Ew. And Excited step up to Kanazawa's side, under the glare of a bright beam, hoping he'll acknowledge them. But he barely moves. She squints up at the overhead lamp and talks about it, almost searching for a reason to be hopeful as she scans the dark ceiling. They quietly points out something far off, nudging the others to notice a change none of them expected. The three of them gather and stare out into the city, drawn in by a sudden glow that demands their full attention. Suddenly, streetlights snap on, casting everything in a bright, buzzing light. All three take in the view, wondering what kind of life might be waiting out there. While the city shines in front of them, Yu glances over and notices Kanazawa still lost in his thoughts, a bit apart from the rest of the group. Yu pulls out a piece of fruit-flavored candy and offers it to Kanazawa, finally reaching him with a small, simple act of kindness. She admits she doesn't really know if moments like this mean anything big, but thinks showing a little kindness still matters. He, still distant but softening, reflects that even in hard times, little good surprises can show up now and then. They all look out across the city sparkling below, realizing even here, there are things worth seeing if you pay attention. They keep sharing their food while taking in the lit-up city. Nobody argues or complains. It's just everyone, finally quiet and together. Kanazawa gets up and lets them know he'll go north from here. The group knows this is where they split up, at least for now. He promises to draw another map as he heads off alone, trying to give some purpose to the goodbye. As Kanazawa disappears down the road, Yu wonders aloud if they'll ever see him again. His absence makes the city seem even bigger and emptier. Yu notices the empty spot where Kanazawa sat and points out to Excited that the truck has space again, suggesting they get back on the move. With Kanazawa gone, Yu and Excited drive the truck across a bridge, choosing to explore the part of the city with the brightest lights, hoping for something better up ahead. Right away, Excited and Yu get into it over why the last photo came out way too bright, each blaming the other for messing with the settings. They both know wandering at night would be trouble, so they hurry to pack up and head out while there's still plenty of daylight. They climb into their ride, settling in and bracing for whatever the city has in store once they leave the safety of their shelter. The machine starts up with a loud rattle, and Yu and Excited roll onto the battered road, leaving the old building behind. Their truck rumbles along a narrow bridge high in the air, weaving between crumbling buildings and empty streets as the city just stretches on around them. Excited takes the camera from Yu and promises, probably a bit too quickly, not to mess it up, but Yu doesn't look convinced. Right away, Excited turns the camera out the window and tries another shot, not even waiting for the truck to get up to speed. The vehicle rolls deeper into the city, bobbing over cracked asphalt as huge, empty buildings surround them on all sides. Leaning out, Excited tries to snap a photo that shows just how empty and strange everything looks compared to the world they used to know. Excited flips through the camera roll and points out the last picture, sparking another round of teasing back and forth as the city slides by outside. They check the newest shot, but it's all blurry again, which leaves Yu frustrated at the camera and herself for not catching it sooner. Yu tells Excited how to turn the dial to focus the image, so Excited adjusts it, glad to have a real tip for once. This time, the camera finally captures a sharp view, and Excited grins, happy they finally got it right and snapped a proper picture of the city. As their bike rolls across a narrow bridge, they both complain that Kanazawa just handed them the camera, but never actually explained how to use it. Excited remembers Kanazawa saying goodbye, passing them the camera as a thank you for sharing food. He mentions how even the word for camera comes from English, which reminds Yu how little they actually know about the world before. Kanazawa had called it a photograph device, but when Yu asks if camera works too, Kanazawa shrugs and says any word is fine. The girls laugh about how even the words for old things get mixed up now. Messing with the dial some more, Excited guesses this thing really is ancient, and every button on it is still a mystery. Even though Kanazawa said they could use the camera any way they want, Excited still feels unsure and hesitates, until Yu calls out and snaps them back to the moment. They try another shot over the edge of the truck, still hoping to catch something interesting as the empty city rolls past. While Excited snaps a photo, they spot a weird pillar or statue outside, a new kind of find that stands out among the plain ruins. They go through the new pictures, stopping at the one of the statue, and wonders what its story is, since nothing around here ever makes sense. They calls Yu over to check the shot, but Yu points out the image is still a blurry mess. The camera troubles start to get on both their nerves. Excited pushes Yu to take a picture together, but Yu insists now isn't the time. She's too distracted behind the wheel to mess around. Her gaze snaps up as she suddenly notices something big right in their path that she missed before. She slams on the brakes, and both girls jerk forward when they realize the road ahead is suddenly blocked. A heavy metal pipe crashes down just in time to block their path. Yu manages to stop before hitting it, while Excited hugs the camera tight and stares. The sudden jolt nearly knocks the camera from Excited's hands, rattling both girls as they catch their breath. Above them, broken wires dangle and a platform tilts, making it clear how risky and unstable this whole place really is. The girls drive their little truck across the stark white ground, weaving under a mess of wires as the city wall looms over them. Yu aches from banging into the pipe and ends up squished under it, while Excited slumps behind her, both still rattled from the crash that nearly got them. Excited calls Yu out for spacing out when she should have been driving, annoyed that Yu keeps getting distracted even when danger is all around them. It gives Yu a clumsy pat on the head, but Yu just sits there too, out of it to react after getting hit. Excited leans over and yanks Yu free from where she's wedged, and Yu yelps as her arm gets pulled out from under the pipe. They decides to hang on to the camera and gets moving first, leaving Yu behind to complain from the truck. Yu grumbles that Excited is being kind of heartless, but Excited just ignores it and focuses on the road ahead. Their forms look tiny as they pause beside a huge city wall, the truck almost swallowed up by the size of everything. Even though it feels overwhelming, they keep going. Their little truck clatters across a bridge, and Yu jokes about wishing Excited had a big heart like all these giant statues, which makes Excited stop for a second. Excited spots something wrong with the camera shutter and quickly blames Yu for messing it up, which Yu admits probably happened when the truck hit a statue. She quietly checks the camera on her own, poking at the buttons and hoping she can fix whatever's wrong. Without needing to say she messed up, she mentions out loud she's finally starting to figure out what the dial does, and Excited checks to see if anything else is still off. As they drive over the bridge, one tries to get the other to explain what's bothering them with the camera, but just gets shut down. The truck bumps through tight arches inside a massive building, and everything goes quiet after Yu refuses to talk about the camera problem. They roll farther into the city, between tall, shadowy buildings, and the empty streets just make the place feel even more abandoned. Stopping the truck for a minute, the girls agree if they head out now, they'll probably reach that big shiny building up ahead pretty soon. Yu admits she grabbed way more than she needed, and Excited points out how silly that was, but neither of them actually seems upset about it. Excited complains that Yu took way too many pictures of those statues. Yu just shrugs it off, pointing out they don't have to worry about running out of space. They isn't totally buying Yu's answer about unlimited shots and keeps a close eye on the camera, both wondering if they're missing something. They both stare at the camera, scanning the screen to figure out how many pictures they really have left before it runs out. She claims the number on the display is the count of remaining shots and quietly admits it's been going down the whole time. They squint at the counter and sees 520,000 left, way more than they thought. So finding extra film isn't going to be a real problem. They take stock of their food, and Yu figures their supplies can stretch through a month if they ration it between the two of them. They brush off the camera worry and joke that their bigger problem is actually food, not photos. Yu finds a pack marked cheese flavor, and Excited wonders what cheese is, since neither of them has tried it before. She lays on the floor while they talk about how food always disappears for good once it's eaten. She quietly admits someday the whole city and even the stone statues will vanish too, which makes everything feel even more temporary. They wish the statues and their memories could last at least as photos, but both go silent as things get a little heavier. She brings up a camera trick she found some time back, thinking maybe it could help them save something real from their journey. She turns knobs on the camera, trying to find the right setting and hoping it might help them keep memories from slipping away. Excited tells Yu to stop and hold still for a quick photo, so Yu freezes in place, not sure what to expect, but going along with it anyway. They stand close together as the camera snaps a shot, marking their place in the empty city, even if the world around them keeps fading. Yu and Excited cross through a forest of giant stone pillars, stopping to puzzle over why someone would put so many huge statues in one place. As they move further in, Excited wonders aloud if this place is a temple, making both of them think these ruins might have been really important long ago. Yu guesses that, if it's a temple, maybe this is where people came to connect with the gods, and the whole scene starts to feel pretty mysterious. Watching the towering statues, Excited brings up the idea these could actually be gods themselves, leaving both of them even more unsure what to believe. Yu stops, stumped for words, not sure how to explain what a god even is, while Excited waits for some kind of answer. After a pause, Yui admits she honestly has no idea what counts as a god, and the empty silence just hangs in the air. She leans over a stone ledge, thinking about their conversation as the size of everything around them starts to feel overwhelming. She stands at the top of the stairs and stares down at Excited, both of them frozen in place as the last patch of light fades and they realize how. The two spot some old writing that reveals the place was built about 400 years ago as a spot to worship 3 different gods. Facing a giant carved stone, they decide this definitely feels like a temple. Adding weight to the clues they found so far, she reads text that says this whole temple is meant to copy a place called Sukhavati, so even these ruins are really just a replica. She squints at the strange writing, trying to sound out the old symbols as she stands close to the cool stone wall. An inscription talks about gods lighting up the afterworld, and Yu tries to wrap her head around what that really means. They listen but admits the whole message is still confusing, so both end up wondering if any of this actually explains what gods are. She messes with their lantern, nervous that it's losing power, each clicking sound making her more worried as the darkness thickens. Her lantern starts to sputter out for real, so Yu quickly checks the fuel. Everything freezes for a second while she realizes they might be stuck in the dark. She starts to panic, suddenly remembering she might have forgotten to refuel the lantern. Right as their last bit of light goes dim, they stand frozen, swallowed by total darkness, finally noticing how quickly the light is gone. Turning in place with a shaky voice, Excited calls out for Yu, making it clear they're lost and can't see a thing. They just stands there in the pitch black, realizing how dangerous it is for them to get separated in a place like this. Still trapped in the dark, Excited tries to call out and pick a direction, while Yu answers quietly, trying to help them find each other by sound alone. Excited starts to worry what would happen if they stayed separated, showing how the deep darkness is starting to really mess with both of them. She collapses down and wonders out loud if the afterlife is just this nothing but endless empty darkness, letting that thought sink in. Still apart, Yu bumps right into Excited's face while feeling her way through the dark, making them both jump, but at least now they know they're together again. Suddenly, the lantern flickers back on, surprising both of them and snapping the darkness away so they can actually see each other again. Now that their eyes have adjusted, they see towering structures and machines all around, an artificial city stretching out in front of them. Looking up, they spot one huge pillar carved to look like a face, staring over the landscape like a giant statue keeping watch. Yu and Excited end up sitting together, both stuck in silence as they try to make sense of how fast everything flipped from terror to comfort. As they stare into the empty dark pond, one of them quietly wonders if maybe the whole point of a god is just to light things up. The girls look tiny against all the huge metal shapes and fake plants that fill the space, staying close but still feeling lost in this odd place. Yu points out how even the floor glows, realizing everything around them is fake, while Excited says it's all just light bouncing off surfaces, not real life. They reach out and touches one of the metal leaves, proving to both of them that these plants are just cold, hard metal and nothing alive. Yu calls Excited over, urging them to check out something new she spotted among all the fake stuff, hoping for something real. She points to some fish swimming under the glass, but when Excited looks closer, they realize even the fish are just more metal fakes with no life at all. Yu wonders if any of these weird metal plants could actually be food, but Excited tells her to just try it herself if she's curious. After checking around, Yu admits it's just a locked-up stone statue, so she feels let down because, like everything else here, it's not the real thing. Excited warns Yu not to say anything she shouldn't, or she might get in trouble, but Yu shrugs it off since they already knocked over a statue before. Yu finally admits out loud that it really is only a stone statue, and whatever hope they had for something special here is gone. The girls glance around the fake pond, surrounded by lifeless copies of nature, realizing there's nothing living or real for them to find. When they look up, they see giant beams and tangled wires crisscrossing everywhere, along with odd floating lights, which just makes the whole city feel even more fake. Yu tries to compare their own food to everything in this strange world, but she realizes it doesn't help her figure out the place any better. They wonder why anyone would design something so empty, and Excited jokes that even the gods are just more fakes in a place like this. Both of them sit quietly, coming to terms with the idea that nobody knows what happens after this world, so any idea of an afterlife is probably just a guess. Excited brings up how you wondered earlier if the afterlife was really just never-ending darkness, reminding both of them how uncertain everything feels. They guess maybe that's why people build statues and keep lights burning to avoid thinking about the scary unknown and to feel a little safer. Yu tells Excited it wasn't the lights or statues that helped her. Instead, seeing Chi-chan again in the darkness was what truly gave her comfort. Excited suddenly jumps up, teasing Yu and saying maybe she really is a god if she can make someone feel that safe, making Yu stop and think. Yu tries giving her food to Excited like an offering, joking about treating her like a god, but it just ends up feeling kind of silly to both of them. She looks out over the maze of artificial buildings and jokes about actually being a god, but Excited immediately shuts that down,
Chito jumps at a sudden noise, blurting out that it's just the wind, but even she doesn't fully believe it. Yu looks jumpy beside her, and neither girl feels settled. Yu tries to make things interesting by betting food on their next round, but Chito quickly insists the win doesn't count, making sure it's a fair game. Chito admits defeat, handing over one of her precious food bars to Yu. Yu grins, clearly happy she got an easy win and some extra food for later. Right after claiming her prize, Yu nods off, leaving Chito awake and keeping a cautious eye on things as their camp sits exposed above the quiet city. Chito watches Yu for a moment, tired but on edge, then finally gives in and tries to get some sleep herself as the night air turns colder. The city below is dead quiet, the only signs of life coming from the girls tucked away above. For a while, everything feels still and almost peaceful. Suddenly, Chito wakes up with a jolt, feeling the ground start to shake. She sits up fast, alarmed as the world shudders around her. Realizing they're in an earthquake, Chito calls out for Yu as the rooftop rocks under them. The unstable platform and wobbling city make her panic. She scans the area, wide-eyed and scared, trying to spot Yu and figure out if her friend is in trouble during the chaos. She shouts for Yu, more worried now, as something doesn't look right and their makeshift sleeping spot seems like it might give way. Chito looks up in shock from a stack of giant blocks and points out that Yu suddenly looks massive towering over her, while Yu casually checks if she's okay. As the ground trembles harder, Chito struggles to keep her balance on the shaky rooftop. Yu warns her not to move, suddenly recognizing just how risky everything feels. Chito yells for Yu to stop moving because she's about to fall, trying to warn her how risky it is as the slab teeters even more. She flails her arms, stumbling as she tries to stay upright, but she keeps slipping on the unstable slab. Yu looks over and can't figure out why Chito is flapping around so much, missing how much danger Chito's in as she tries to talk through the chaos. Chito tries telling Yu to help her off the slab without making things worse, but Yu just cuts her off, acting like it's nothing and shouting for her attention. Yu suddenly bursts out laughing at the whole crazy scene, thinking it's hilarious, while Chito gets even angrier and yells back. The platform rocks even more under them. She, fuming now, shouts that Yu better remember this as she loses her balance and starts to slip right off the slab. She falls, tumbling downward into darkness, surrounded by bubbles as she plunges deeper and deeper. As Chito sinks, she realizes she's underwater, and the place where she fell from is fading out of sight. Suddenly, Chito notices a huge fish below her as she keeps going down, realizing she's not the only thing in the water now. She reaches for the giant fish and grabs on, struggling to steady herself. She's wide-eyed, not sure if this is actually happening or just another dream. She finds herself sitting alone on what looks like a giant fish in a wide, surreal sea, realizing she might be looking at that ocean she's only heard about. Sitting on the fish, Chito starts thinking it looks familiar, but then tells herself it can't be the same one she saw before. A huge fish with Chito's face bursts out of the water, spraying everywhere and sending a tiny frantic Yu splashing nearby. Chito gapes at the giant fish that looks like Yu, barely processing any of this, before the real Yu suddenly pops up beside her in the water too. She looks over at a fish skeleton in the water, realizing that the weird fish from her dream has already been eaten and picked clean. Chito sits frozen, taking it all in as the weird dream continues. The giant fish with Yu's face stares at Chito and says eating her is just what fish do now, which makes Chito freak out and yell for her to stop. Fish Yu swings close and opens her mouth wide right in front of Chito, so Chito is stuck staring straight into the threat of getting swallowed. She freezes in place, barely able to whisper to herself that she's about to get eaten by this giant fish version of Yu. She sits there panicking, the worry written all over her face as she waits to see what the giant fish will do. Her eyes go wide as it hits her how bad this is, totally caught up in the fear of the moment. Then, the scene jumps back to silence, just the empty ruined city, like there's no sign a dream ever happened. Chito jolts awake in a panic from her nightmare, while Yu sleeps stretched out next to her, not bothered at all. She sighs, looking annoyed but also relieved it was only a dream, as Yu keeps sleeping like nothing's wrong. Yu, still stuck in her own dream, mumbles that she can't eat anymore, totally clueless about Chito's stress a minute ago. Fed up with the weird dream and Yu's sleep-talking, Chito pushes something toward her and tells her to just eat a rock. She grabs her canteen, twists it open, and finally goes for some real water after all that nonsense. She gulps down water and starts feeling grounded again, grateful the nightmare is over. She tries to describe the dream, feeling overwhelmed by how much weirdness hit her all at once. She sits up, enjoying her water and finally feeling some relief after that strange dream, while Yu just mumbles nonsense and stays sprawled out on the floor. Right away, Chito grumbles that it would be way better if their shelter actually had a roof, since they're stuck in the rain again and barely getting any real cover. Chito tells Yu to cover their luggage with a sheet to keep it dry, and Yu calls out a quick agreement from inside the shelter. The girls and their bags squeeze under a patched-together scrap structure, crouching low to keep out of the worst of the rain. She pulls off her jacket, showing it's totally soaked through, so their makeshift shelter hasn't saved them from getting wet. As Chito tries to hang their jackets to dry, Yu's attention drifts and she finds a stick, focusing more on little distractions than on warming up. Their jackets hang there dripping, making it clear just how much rain they've had to put up with. Yu notices out loud that this kind of heavy rain hasn't hit in ages, and Chito nods, both kind of resigned as they settle in. Rain beats down hard on the metal, with Yu sitting back, pretty amazed by the loud echo bouncing around their shelter. The steady noise from the rain fills the quiet inside. The girl's attention drifts from their wet clothes to listening to all the different sounds bouncing around. She gets restless and starts tapping everything nearby just to make more noise, teasing Chito with her antics while Chito halfway ignores her. She thumps the stick on anything that makes a sound, but Chito quickly tells her to quit it, not in the mood to listen to all that banging. Chito explains the echoes happen because the place is hollow, but Yu just keeps poking at things, not bothered at all. Yu keeps at it, impressed by how empty things sound. Chito is clearly over the racket, sighing as Yu tries to make it even louder. She holds the stick tighter and keeps drumming on the metal, liking the weird noises that come back at her. She swings harder and makes even more noise, messing around and sticking her tongue out to push the joke further. Finally, Chito tells Yu to put her energy into actually doing something, like getting water. Yu drops the stick and heads off to deal with the rain instead. She gripes about how fast Chito starts bossing her around, but still goes to grab one of the big cans for collecting rainwater. She finds a steady drip, sets down her can underneath it, and gets ready to catch whatever water she can. She stares at the drops as each one splashes into her can, clearly not loving the chore but getting it done anyway. Now holding her own helmet, Yu sits and waits in the echoing shelter while Chito takes off her helmet, maybe planning to use it for something else. One drop taps onto a helmet, making a sharp sound that echoes through the empty metal room. Chito asks why Yu wants her helmet, sounding wary. Yu just grabs it, acting like she's got a new idea. They set both helmets out under separate leaks, and each one starts making its own tapping rhythm as the water hits. Yu jokes that maybe all these different drips actually sound pretty nice mixed together. Chito doesn't look convinced, but agrees anyway. Noticing so many leaks, Yu decides to grab more containers. Chito just lets her go along with the plan, watching as Yu spreads stuff around. She places a metal canister right under one leak and starts letting it collect water with a loud ping. She stands close, again setting another can under a drip and watching each splash as the can slowly fills up. She props a thick book under another leak, curious to hear the sound the water makes hitting the cover. She shows off the stack of cans she's found, telling Chito there are a ton of leaks to use, and now she's set on catching every drip she can. With each new container set out, the helmets and cans fill the space with tapping and splashing, making the empty shelter sound like a busy, clattering room. Rain keeps falling outside, rushing through gaps and broken pillars, while inside the girls keep playing around with their water-catching gear and listening to the noise each drip makes. The sounds echo off old wreckage and scattered pipes, turning the lost crash site into a place filled with all kinds of random plinks and thuds. Both girls glance up and listen closer, caught by how the drips and taps start to blend together like a messy but steady beat. Chito tries to put the feeling into words. Being surrounded by so many different drips makes the whole space feel wrapped up in one giant layer of noise. Yu laughs and guesses it could count as music, and Chito mulls it over, hesitantly repeating the thought like she can't decide if it fits. She settles in, tapping her pencil against her notebook in time with the drips, unable to resist getting drawn into all the odd rhythms. She scribbles out dots and lines to follow the patterns, finding that some of the sounds repeat in a way that almost connects the whole clutter of cans. After setting up so many cans and helmets, both girls realize they might have gotten a bit carried away, but neither really wants to stop listening yet. Suddenly the tapping stops. Yu notices the rain is over, and Chito looks relieved as the shelter finally turns quiet. One last raindrop falls outside, snapping the silence and closing out their little makeshift concert. Yu calls out to Chito, breaking the silence after the last drop. Chito turns, snapped out of her own thoughts by how quickly the noise faded away. Standing just out of the rain, Yu wonders if things were always this quiet. Chito nods along, both of them feeling the emptiness settle in after all the noise. She looks out at the ruins and says it's silent now. The girls both notice how empty everything feels again after the rain's short-lived music fades. Chito worries that if they can't fix their ride soon, they may be stuck here for good, but Yu doesn't really seem bothered. She brushes off Chito's concern about being stranded and acts like it wouldn't be the end of the world, even if they're stuck. She tries to cheer Chito up by calling her over to show something, but soon gives up, thinking their vehicle's pretty much hopeless. Suddenly, Yu spots something moving high above them and reacts with surprise. It's a plane flying overhead. Chito sees it too and asks if that's really an airplane, while Yu insists she look closer since it's important. A stranger nearby yells for their attention, excitedly pointing out the flying plane above and drawing both girls' focus. Both Chito and Yu now realize someone else is here interacting with them, and the mood shifts as they size up this new person. Rushing over, the stranger stumbles and falls hard to the ground, letting out a sharp cry as she lands. Chito and Yu freeze as the girl lies still for a second, both of them unsure if she's really hurt or just embarrassed. Yu wonders out loud if that fall knocked her out for good, but Chito thinks she's probably just fine. Deciding they can't just watch, Chito tells Yu they should go check on the girl and see if she needs help. Chito leads the way as they walk over to the stranger lying on the ground, watching to see if she'll get up. The new girl groans and pushes herself up, clearly in pain from that spill, but showing she's tough enough to get back on her feet. She straightens her glasses and sits up, still a bit disoriented but managing to pull herself together after the fall. Looking right at Chito and Yu, she proudly announces her success, though both girls just look confused about what she means. She explains that the plane they saw actually flew, so her risky work finally paid off, at least in her eyes. The girl holds up a homemade gadget or part, showing off the thing that helped her get the plane to take off. Pulling out her notebook, she says she has to write this moment down so nobody can argue the flight didn't happen. Chito and Yu cut right to the chase, asking straight up who she even is and why she's out here. She introduces herself, and Yu starts to, so now all three finally know each other's names. Chito steps forward, trying to figure out if what this girl called a flight is really what everyone thinks it is. Yu points to the plane moving across the sky, and both girls realize this is exactly what the stranger was so excited about. They can't help staring. The girl with glasses calmly confirms she actually built that airplane, repeating her claim for emphasis. She looks at Chito and Yu, saying it's odd to run into new people at a time like this, but maybe it happened for a reason. She adds that the timing feels almost right, as though meeting them now was meant to happen. As they walk along together, the girl guesses their own vehicle broke down and offers to help fix it if she's able. She tells Chito and Yu that she'll need their help with something too, so now they're making a deal to work together. She wants to know where they're headed, and the new girl just tells her to keep going. It's not much farther now. As the group keeps moving, Yu realizes they never even asked this girl's name, so she blurts out the question while they walk. The girl finally introduces herself as Ishi, settling the awkwardness and making each person in the group known. Ishi unlocks a heavy gate, signaling she's letting Chito and Yu deeper into her territory. The three step through the open gate and into a big fenced compound, showing just how much space Ishi controls here. Chito and Yu take in the massive old buildings and tangled machines all around, realizing the place is packed with leftovers from before. They all pause, looking up at huge metal frames and hanging wires overhead, clearly struck by the size and emptiness of the place. Ishi explains to them that this used to be an Air Force base, which makes sense with all the hangars and old equipment lying around. Everywhere they look, there are broken plane parts and wide, empty stretches, making it obvious Ishi's spent a lot of time living alone out here. Ishi mentions she's been able to last this long, thanks to leftover water, power, and tons of machine scraps, basically surviving off what was left behind. Chito and Yu are surprised anyone could live here at all, so Ishi adds there was a food plant nearby at one point, but it's not working anymore. With the power and water pretty much gone, Ishi makes it clear she can't stick around much longer, so time is running out for all of them. As they walk in deeper, Ishi points out the spot where the flying plane crashed, tying their meeting back to her failed flight attempt. Chito asks if it's safe to leave the damaged plane outside, and Ishi says it was just a test run, so she's not worried about it. She then tells them there's actually a finished plane hidden inside, giving Chito and Yu a reason to stick around and help. Standing in front of her main project, Ishi comes out and asks Chito and Yu to help her finish the working plane. Yu is all for it and says she'll pitch in on repairs, so now the group is locked in on making the plane work. Chito wants to know what Ishi plans to do after the plane's ready, raising the question of what comes next if they pull this off. Ishi answers she's going to use the plane to finally get out of the city, showing this whole plan is really about escape. Chito and Yu haul on a heavy part while Ishi shouts adjustments, trying to get everything lined up so the build can keep moving. They push their vehicle closer and call up to Ishi, who takes charge from above and gets them in position for the next steps. Under the huge plane, Chito and Yu are surprised by how big it is, but realize there's only space for one person to ride. Ishi explains the plane can go pretty far if she adds another fuel tank, but that doesn't solve the problem of it only carrying one person. Their cart rattles across the empty hangar, while the half-finished plane towers over them, making the whole job look even bigger as they start to work. Chito calls out to Ishi while they both adjust the cockpit parts, and Yu hangs back to watch their progress. Struggling with some of the assembly, Chito admits it's pretty wild. They're even trying to build a plane just because the right scraps happen to be here. Ishi says having the equipment helped, but admits something bigger pushed her into trying this. Working under the wing, Ishi hesitates, thinking hard before sharing her real reason for taking this risk. She finally shares that old documents and blueprints gave her the idea and steps needed to actually try building a plane herself. Yu stumbles across a working shower and goes wild over the hot water, while Chito can't believe they've scored such a rare find. After a soak, the girls agree that getting to use the hot bath makes Ishi seem pretty decent, which reminds them that even Kanazawa turned out okay too. She points out that not every survivor they meet will be helpful like that, so they still have to be careful with strangers. Yu argues that people are supposed to help each other, still hoping kindness is possible even if the world is a mess. Chito teases Yu for talking up teamwork when she didn't actually help with the plane repairs, but Yu just jokes right back and keeps things light. The girls agree that sharing a hot bath, after all they've been through, is one bit of comfort that really matters right now. Afterwards, they thank Ishii for the bath and accept potato-based ration blocks, which Ishii explains are their basic food now. They eat the rations, and even though the meal is small, Chito is surprised that it actually tastes pretty good. Chito asks if Ishii really lives in such a messy room and wants to know about the record Ishii mentioned before. She points out the walls covered in blueprints and explains she gathered old plane designs from around the base to help her figure this out. She explains the base might have once kept records about plane technology, not just as a place for people to live. She says some of the blueprints are simple, but others are so advanced she can't even follow them. Chito and Yu look at all the blueprints, realizing it's basically a whole history of plane ideas stacked across the room. She asks if the plane Ishii built is her own design, and Ishii says it's really a mashup of lots of different plans she found. Yu admits she's worried the plane could crash, but Ishii says she had to use whatever parts were available, so there wasn't much choice. Looking worn out, Ishii tells the girls time is running short and that they really have to get the plane finished soon. She adds that food is running out, and if she doesn't finish the plane before winter, she might never get another chance to leave. Ishii admits she could die trying, but tells Chito doing nothing and staying stuck feels even worse, so it's worth the risk to try anyway. She tells the girls if she can't get the plane finished soon, she'll just end up dying here with everything else that's falling apart. She points out the day is almost over and suggests they head to the empty warehouse nearby to get some rest, since there's nowhere else to go. Before they try to sleep, Yu starts thinking out loud about what life might be like beyond the city walls. She admits hanging around and doing nothing is no safer than risking the flight, since staying stuck here could still mean they all die anyway. Chito wonders out loud if they can eat any more, since they're trying to stretch out the rest of their food. Yu and Chito talk about whether there's anything left to eat, but Ishii points out they've really run out unless they get lucky searching the west plant. The girls realize they've got their next move picked out. Ishii promises a quick map once they're done, making it official that west is now their goal. Sitting around with Ishii and checking their food, Chito realizes they've actually never asked Ishii where she plans to go after this. She assures them she's not about to leave without thinking things through. She wants to make her next steps count, not just disappear into the ruins. She shows them an old route map she found at the base, pointing out that people used to fly out to nearby cities. She wants to use that old air route as her guide. She tells them she once used a telescope on a clear day and actually spotted another city across the water. She's sure it's still out there. Chito and Yu talk about the idea of a neighboring city and wonder what kind of life might still be left in a place like that. Ishii reminds them that they won't know what's out there unless they go take a look for themselves, putting the decision in their hands. The girls call out to Ishii as she stands by the plane, getting ready for her risky flight out of the city. Ishii admits she has spent all this time alone fixing up the plane, and now that the girls ask, says she's ready to finally leave. Getting set in the cockpit, Ishii lets them know she's grateful to have met Yu and Chito before heading out, making this goodbye feel real for her. She points out that it's not just about airplanes or machines for Ishii. A big part is having someone here to see her go. Ishii explains that having witnesses for her departure matters most, since it proves she really tried, and this moment will be remembered. Yu jokes about Ishii being famous as the last aviator, and Ishii admits she really might be remembered that way someday. As she gets ready, Ishii quietly sits with the thought that she could be the last person to ever fly a plane. Inside the cockpit, Ishii flips switches and checks each control. Yu and Chito watch her go through the startup while the engine starts to whine. She holds the controls, thinking that if this is the final takeoff, it might still mean something to someone later. The propeller twists into motion and the plane jerks forward down the runway while Yu and Chito stand to one side and watch with worried faces. With the engine roaring and the rudder shifting for the last systems check, Ishii's plane is finally set for takeoff, and the girls know this is go time. She calls out that the rudder works, confirming there's nothing left to check before she's ready to launch. She gives a thumbs up from the cockpit window, so Yu and Chito see she's ready to start rolling. From behind the glass, Yu and Chito wave back at Ishii, both unable to hide their nerves as the plane sits on the runway. The plane's wheels start their run, building up speed as Ishii goes all in on taking off. The aircraft picks up even more speed, rattling hard along the old runway while the drone of the engine grows. She steers the plane fast down the strip, the propeller blazing and making it clear there's no way to turn back now. Her plane barrels toward the end of the runway, leaving the cramped hangar behind for open sky. Ishii's face is tense and focused as the wheels finally leave the ground. Down below, Yu and Chito can only watch and hope with every bit of them. The plane lifts off, shaky at first, with its shadow racing across the ground as it rises away from the city ruins. As Ishii's plane speeds down the runway, the huge walls of the city whip by, and she heads straight for the final gap out. From behind the glass, you and Chito watch wide-eyed as Ishii's plane makes it into the air, its engine noise trailing off behind her. The plane turns away from the hangar and weaves between chunks of broken city, aiming for clear sky ahead. She clings to the controls, tense but steady, as the plane climbs, and the ground quickly drops away behind her. You can't help blurting out how amazing it is that Ishii finally got off the ground, while Chito is still frozen in disbelief. Suddenly, the plane swerves off balance and starts wobbling, making both girls nervous as things start going wrong fast. One wing smashes against a tall wreck, snapping off and sending the plane crashing down. Everything goes quiet as you and Chito realize what just happened. The girls stand in shock, struggling to take in how fast things fell apart right after seeing real hope for Ishii. You spots something moving out in the distance and calls Chito over. Through their viewer, they both see Ishii floating down on a parachute, alive. As Ishii floats among the broken pieces, she admits to herself the plane was a failure, and all her effort feels wasted right now. Still drifting down, Ishii thinks about how even after all that time working alone, it just wasn't enough to succeed. While remembering the flight, Ishii accepts she did her best on her own. At least now she knows she really tried, even if it failed. She slowly descends into the ruined city, looking over the debris and feeling a weird sense of calm, just for making it out alive. Her voice is soft as she says she's just glad Ishii survived, turning away from the wreck and holding on to that as something good. You guesses Ishii will probably touch down safely and go back to her usual routine, even after such a big crash. She asks what Chito is up to, and Chito shares she's writing everything in her diary, including what happened with the plane. It helps her process things. Yu checks if it's time to head west, like Ishii said before, and Chito agrees. Together, they get ready to leave this spot behind. The board is still covered in Ishii's notes and sketchy airplane drawings, left behind as a memory of her effort while the girls move forward. Chito can barely keep standing from hunger, but Yu tells her they have no choice. They need to press on, even if they're starving. She grumbles that just surviving like this, hungry and wandering, barely counts as living at all. Yu tries to keep things moving by telling Chito it'll be fine and pushing her to go, even though the pipes around them look confusing and tense. Chito quietly agrees and takes Yu's hand so they can head into the maze together. They step into a huge, twisted field of pipes, their small figures making the place feel even more massive and empty. Holding hands, the girls carefully pick their way through the uneven maze, surrounded on all sides by dead, silent metal. A big dark pipe blocks the path, so Chito and Yu have to shift around it and figure out where to go next. Seen from above, their path looks tiny and risky. Yu and Chito walk side by side on a thin pipe, lost in a forest of cold metal. Yu brightens up and says they need something extra to get through tough times, but Chito doesn't really follow her logic yet. She starts wrapping a rope around herself, hinting at Yu's plan to stay connected so they don't get separated in the maze. Yu jokes about Chito being into the rope idea, but Chito just ignores her and stays focused on getting through. She eyes the rope, wondering if this setup will actually keep them safe or just mean they both fall if one slips. Yu points out the rope only stops them if they fall in opposite directions, and Chito bluntly says trying to save each other like that just doesn't really work. Admitting her nerves, Chito says she's bad with heights and walking like this just makes her more on edge every step. Yu laughs that life in these ruins means being high up is normal, but Chito fires back. This kind of danger feels way worse. Chito suddenly asks if Yu's hungry, and Yu answers she definitely is, cutting through the awkwardness for a moment. She teases that Yu is always hungry, but Yu complains that this time is different. She's emptier than ever. Yu suddenly realizes Chito's just really scared right now, and Chito quietly admits it as they keep moving through the pipes. From below, the two look small and alone, connected by the rope, the silent maze stretching out as they stand together and shuffle onward. The girls keep going, side by side and still tied together, forcing themselves ahead even though they're tired and unsure of the way. Tiny against the huge network of pipes, Chito and Yu keep moving, their rope all that's left to link them as they walk deeper into the unknown. Yu looks around at the maze and asks if all these pipe paths come together up ahead, just trying to figure out if they're even going the right way. She hesitates and finally admits she only sort of thinks so, but it's clear neither of them has any real idea where to go. They both stop under the mess of pipes and notice it's getting darker, which just makes the whole maze feel even more hopeless. Chito realizes she left their lantern behind and blurts it out, and Yu immediately worries, knowing it's about to get even harder to find their way. Yu suggests maybe they should just call it a day, but Chito refuses, too tired to explain, and insists they keep pressing on. Chito stops and admits she can't remember which direction they came from, and suddenly even Yu starts to doubt. They're both totally turned around. Yu finally says out loud that maybe they really are lost in the endless maze, and Chito doesn't argue, her voice quiet as if she's realizing it too. Chito tries to defend their sense of direction, but Yu just shrugs and jokes that getting lost feels like they're normal anyway. The two girls stop in the middle of a giant tangle of pipes, admitting they're completely lost. When one suggests just crashing right there, the other shoots it down fast. Yu half jokes that if she rolls over and falls off in her sleep, Chito should fall the opposite way to balance things out, but Chito just thinks that's impossible. Chito gets serious and says they have no other option but to keep going, though Yu warns her to be careful with each step, since slipping is still a real risk. She tries to sound positive, saying they'll be fine, but every step forward feels less certain the longer they wander these pipes. Hearing Yu act so sure doesn't help Chito at all. It just makes her even more nervous about getting out of here. Suddenly, Chito loses her balance and almost falls right off, making Yu jump in to grab her before she can actually go over the edge. Chito ends up sprawled on the pipe floor, surprised, and Yu notices something weird. The spot she landed on is now giving off an odd glow beneath her. Both of them freeze, staring as the circle of light around Chito gets brighter, making the old pipe look almost like some glowing sign. Yu calls out, worried, but quickly realizes that the glow is showing them something. It's actually lighting up a hidden path right underneath where they're standing. Looking down through the hatch, Chito finally spots a tunnel inside the pipes, lined with rows of lights and arrows, showing them a direct route they'd missed before. Chito sits on the pipe floor in disbelief, realizing the path was hidden inside all along. Yu drops down after her and points out the lights lining their new tunnel. Now Chito gets that the old warning probably meant this lighted path, while Yu studies the arrows and sees how everything is pointing straight to their destination. Yu calls this the super path, but Chito just groans, annoyed that they wasted so much time struggling before finding such an easy shortcut. Wondering if they overlooked something, Yu asks if there were signs before, and Chito thinks they must have missed it. Maybe even Ishii passed through here already. Both girls start carefully climbing down a ladder from the pipe's hatch, following the clear tunnel deeper inside. From above, Yu and Chito slowly make their way down the long ladder, stepping right into the big tunnel below, now following the marked directions. Chito points out how huge these pipes really are, and half jokes it would have saved a lot of trouble if these arrows had been there from the start. Yu says there was no way to tell how everything connected from the outside, which Chito finds a bit disappointing after all their wandering. Suddenly, Yu suggests they switch things up and try another route, but Chito is caught off guard since they literally just found the best path. Chito rejects the idea on the spot, saying it makes no sense to ignore the clear way forward when their goal is right in front of them now. Yu quietly admits she would have tried it anyway, but after Chito scolds her about taking things seriously, Yu backs down and drops the subject. Chito shrugs off Yu's random plan, wanting to keep moving, but Yu brings up the real danger. Getting lost again could mean starving out here. Chito checks what Ishii told them and sees their food stash is running low, which makes her pretty anxious about what comes next. Yu tries to joke about Ishii's old machine and how scatterbrained Ishii seemed, but Chito pushes back, warning her not to talk like that. Chito shoots back that of all people, Yu shouldn't be giving Ishii a hard time, and things go a bit tense between them as they keep searching the factory. She decides they have to check every part of the facility for anything useful, heading off toward another area while Yu follows. Yu peeks around and wonders if they can get to a lower floor, hoping there might be more hidden supplies somewhere. They walk up to some big doors and peer inside, both searching for any kind of clue to more food or another way down. They stumble across a weird machine that neither of them recognizes, and Chito tries to guess what it's meant for. Chito figures out the machine must be for making rations, so this is actually a food factory, not just some random warehouse. Yu remembers their last potato and realizes they'll need more than that, so now they have to dig through these machines for anything edible. Curious, Yu presses a button on the machine to see if it does anything, and Chito hesitates, not knowing what might happen. Yu sets off the machinery, and the room fills with loud crashes and clanks, which makes Chito jump in surprise. She calls out to Chito and races across the room, half laughing and half worried as the noise keeps echoing from what she just triggered. Chito winds up stuck and yelling for help on a moving conveyor belt, panicking and begging Yu to shut it off. Yu checks out the machine after stopping it, relieved that at least the thing actually works, even if it's kind of dangerous for them. Chito scolds Yu for fooling around with machines, explaining that you have to get off a moving belt sideways, or you'll just take a spill. Yu admits she messed up and says sorry while Chito walks away, still annoyed and probably just wanting to move on. Crossing a wobbly catwalk above the machines, Chito warns Yu to watch her step, and both girls stay curious about what this big contraption actually does. Chito spots something interesting up ahead and waves Yu over, worrying about being up so high, but thinking they might have found something that matters. She pulls open a heavy crate and guesses the white stuff inside is powder, and Yu looks closer, agreeing it really does look like some kind of food powder. Yu tastes the powder and finds it sweet and kind of familiar, while Chito checks out a door that leads them into the next room for more clues. Both girls try the powder and realize it tastes just like potato. Finally, they know what they've actually found. Yu figures out the powder actually used to be potato, and jokes that Chito almost ended up as powder herself after all that trouble. Chito starts wondering how they're supposed to cook this stuff, pointing out that regular potatoes get boiled, but Yu thinks they can just eat these potato flakes. She tries to come up with another idea. Maybe they can bake the powder instead, since baked food would probably keep them full longer. She studies the machines around them, looking to see if any of these ovens or vents could actually be fired up for baking. Yu hits a switch on one of the control panels, and suddenly the big baking machine starts up. Chito definitely feels more hopeful now that something still works. Chito points out that this really looks like a baking machine, so baking the powder might actually work after all. Yu excitedly calls her over to get started. She studies the label on the powder and realizes, with Yu's help reading, it actually says sugar, and now both girls finally get what this stuff really is. Yu gets a sense that she's seen sugar like this before, right as Chito reminds her they just found some lying around. She tries to link her memory to something from their food lessons, mentioning potatoes, and recalling how Chito always remembers food facts, which Chito can't help poking fun at. Chito suddenly remembers that potatoes were a big part of making solid rations, and Yu latches onto the idea, ready to test if this works. She checks the ingredients list for solid rations and confirms sugar is on there, so they actually found something they can use. Chito spots that the list also has salt, and Yu remembers seeing some extra bags, so now they've got even more to work with. They both get excited and realize they could maybe bake real solid rations for themselves now. Chito brings up helping their grandpa bake bread when she was little, and Yu remembers it too. This memory gives them hope they can pull it off. She figures out they should just mix powder, sugar, and salt, so she starts throwing together ingredients in a huge bin. The girls knead the mix together and add water, and they can tell by the way it comes together that the dough is working. They keep working the dough, joking about how sticky it gets, and for a moment, the whole messed up world feels lighter. They pull and stretch the dough between them, both grinning, just enjoying messing around as the food prep turns into a little game. Once the dough's shaped, they get it set for baking and talk about not messing up the timing. Both girls crouch over the oven and wonder if their ration bread is done, getting more anxious as the top starts to brown. Yu pulls the bread out and cheers, but Chito points out that it might be a bit overcooked. At least the bread looks solid. They stare at the bread and start joking about its shiny finish and weird shape, guessing which animal it could possibly look like. Chito cracks off a piece of the shiny bread and without much hesitation gets ready to try the first bite. Both girls take a bite. Chito admits it's pretty hard, but they just close their eyes and focus on how good it tastes. They talk about how much dough they have left, with Yu thinking it might last a whole year, while Chito says that's too hopeful. But counting what's left, they both feel better. She digs into another bite, gets lost in how sweet it is, and just enjoys the flavor for a moment, completely absorbed. She blurts out that it's super sweet, and Chito realizes it's because they dumped in way too much sugar by mistake. Yu laughs and says sweetness is happiness. Chito agrees, and for a bit, they both just relax and enjoy the bread together. Yu and Chito pull up their little vehicle at the edge of a giant maze built from endless walls and hallways. Yu calls the place weird and both girls feel unsettled. There's just something off about this place they're about to explore. They drive deeper between the towering walls, feeling small and lost, with no idea what anyone ever needed all these strange halls and compartments for. Chito checks a compartment and finds nothing important inside, just more random junk. Yu shrugs, sounding let down that there's nothing worth taking. Yu tries to remember if they've found anything useful so far, but Chito stops and admits nothing has really stood out. They go over all the random stuff they've found, a weird machine, empty shells, scraps of cloth, and even a button. The pile does not feel useful. Chito's surprised to see Yu still holding onto a scrap of cloth, but Yu says she thought it might help someday, even if it's just a small thing. Yu fiddles with the scrap, insisting it might come in handy. Chito doubts it and just watches, not convinced. Chito keeps pushing back, not seeing any point in the scrap, but Yu argues it could be useful, so neither wants to give up the thought just yet. While driving, they start wondering out loud. Why are all these useless things stored here so carefully, almost like each one matters to somebody? Yu suddenly points something out up ahead. Chito perks up too, both girls curious as they spot something odd in the maze, a familiar-looking figure or shape. She suddenly spots something tall in the middle of the room and calls out the statue, grabbing Chito's attention so they both look up at it. Chito watches as Yu snaps another photo with the camera, admitting she really enjoys using it and likes how it feels in her hands. She tries saying, cameras are great for saving memories, but she immediately struggles to recall Kanazawa's name, and Chito calls her out for forgetting someone they met. Chito, quiet for a second, thinks to herself and thanks Kanazawa. She remembers he's the one who gave them the camera in the first place. She helps Yu remember. Kanazawa is the name they were reaching for. The memory returns and both realize it's surprisingly easy to forget someone who mattered to them. Yu admits she probably would have forgotten Kanazawa if not for having the camera. That thought makes Chito uneasy, since you'd think memories like that should last. Chito begins to worry about all the people they've met, but Yu reassures her. She says as long as they have stuff like the camera, they'll keep remembering. Yu shrugs off the worry, saying it probably doesn't matter whether Kanazawa or Ishii are out there, they're just not likely to cross paths again. Chito quietly wonders if they'll end up forgetting everyone anyway, even people who seemed important at the time. The question just hangs there for both girls. She suddenly notices something new, pointing at a small detail nearby and grabbing Yu's focus. It breaks the heavy mood for a moment. Exploring further, the girls realize each drawer in this place has a name written on it, linking the objects to someone who once owned them. At first, Chito guesses these are just forgotten items, but Yu sees it differently. These drawers exist so nobody will forget the people behind the names. Standing in the long shadows, Chito calls the whole place a tomb, which suddenly makes both girls feel the weight of where they are. Yu goes quiet while Chito's words sink in. The silence feels heavy. They both start to realize what these walls and objects really mean. The view pulls back to show the maze stretching endlessly with rows of drawers and a single tall statue alone in the snow. Chito's word, tomb, echoes as the girls sit small and silent in the middle of it all. Yu tries to explain that these names and keepsakes are like markers, left to make sure people out there remember whoever disappeared from this world. Chito worries aloud. If people like them are the last ones who ever visit, and everyone else is gone, then who keeps the memory going? She tries to lighten the mood by pointing out something else nearby, pulling Chito's attention to the idea that maybe there's more here than just sadness and loss. Chito stops in front of an old statue, thinking out loud about how it keeps someone's memory alive, like the person is still here somehow even after they're gone. The girls lean against their sled as the snow comes down harder, and Chito warns that it's about to get even colder for both of them. She sits quietly in the falling snow, reaching out her hand and letting the cold sink in while she tries to catch a snowflake. She keeps her eyes on the tiny snowflake that lands on her palm, watching it melt away almost instantly. Chito tells Yu they should put back anything she picked up earlier, making it clear those things belong here, not to them. Yu asks why it matters, so Chito explains taking those objects would erase the meaning they hold, like wiping away the memory itself. Chito and Yu are already wired from their recent brush with danger when they spot a fallen pillar, wondering if climbing this broken tower is even safe. She gets more stressed thinking about all the hidden danger in these ruins, and Yu just tries to act like it's nothing, which only annoys Chito more. Yu tries to explain that she's gotten so used to living with danger, she can barely feel scared anymore, but this just leaves Chito baffled. They see the elevator outside is completely broken, so their only real shot is to climb up inside, even though this tower is much tighter than the last one. Chito thinks they're at least lucky to have an inside route instead of nothing, because it's very different from their last climb, but much safer than hanging outside. Yu says she'd rather risk this narrow pathway than trust another sketchy elevator, and Chito agrees, but she hesitates, feeling like there's more to say. She points out that even after all this climbing, it feels like they're stuck just looping around and never making any real progress upward. They start doubting if they're even going the right direction, but Yu insists they're heading up, even while it feels like a hopeless repeat. Chito quietly misses those old days when wandering in circles felt safer, especially compared to how everything now seems so risky and unstable. Yu finally admits she's tired of this weird climb and just wants to get back to how things were before this mess. She points out how sketchy everything gets the higher they go, and teases Chito for always getting nervous, which really ticks Chito off. Yu asks Chito if being this scared even counts as living, making their already uncomfortable climb feel even heavier. Chito gets dizzy from spinning around the spiral and just rolls her eyes at Yu's comment, clearly done with the whole argument. Her head is spinning from all the looping, and Yu has to snap her out of it to keep her from losing focus halfway up the climb. Suddenly, the path up ahead is completely busted. Both girls freeze, realizing their only route could be gone. Chito and Yu catch sight of an opening that looks like an exit, but they can't tell if it's actually safe to try crossing over. They notice a shaky path someone else once built outside the spiral. Now they're faced with whether to risk this odd shortcut just to escape the endless climb. Chito leans against the railing and worries about trusting some random walkway, while Yu tries to calm her down by saying it should be okay. Yu starts teasing Chito about being scared, but Chito shuts her down fast. She knows the risks and doesn't want to hear it spelled out again. She braces herself and finally decides to move forward, even though the path ahead still looks dangerous. She and Yu steer their small truck onto the narrow, creaky ramp, holding their breath and hoping the path can hold up beneath them. The vehicle crawls up the twisting ramp, every bolt screeching as they move farther away from anything solid. Chito grabs the handlebars tight, watching the way ahead, while Yu checks for weak spots in the beamwork. The girls inch along the ledge, barely any room between them and the open air, so they keep going as carefully as possible. Chito and Yu lock eyes, both knowing there's no turning back, not with the path so narrow and dangerous up ahead. Out of nowhere, the ramp shifts and warps under the truck. Metal clangs and Chito shouts as rails start to twist. Suddenly, the platform beneath them starts breaking apart. Beams screech, and bolts snap loose while they both cling to the truck as the walkway threatens to fall apart. Yu yells for Chito as they cling on, and Chito tries desperately to keep the wheel steady with pieces of the floor breaking off. She shouts for Chito to floor it, sweat dripping down her face, while the ramp crumbles and the girls rush to beat the collapse. Chito slams the gas pedal, forcing their truck forward as broken chunks fly off and everything shakes, making it clear there's no going back now. The old ramp groans and falls apart, metal railings warped or missing, but the girls push on anyway as bits fall away under their wheels. Their truck rattles across the last piece of ledge, high above the city, while loose debris and metal crash down behind them. Chito and Yu barely make it through, skidding into a shadowy hallway right as the ramp outside rips away and crashes down. Behind them, the damaged ramp finally breaks apart for good, collapsing in pieces with no way to turn back. Both girls freeze in their seats, hands still tight on the controls, wide-eyed after their narrow escape. You can see the relief as Chito and Yu finally exhale and glance at each other, realizing they made it. Yu groans about how close they came to wiping out, and even though the danger isn't totally gone, they're just glad to still be moving. Chito and Yu talk it over. Now that they're off the broken ramp, just having solid ground under their wheels feels amazing, something they never really cared about before. They spot a way out up ahead, and Chito points out an opening that leads higher, giving them a fresh path upward in the tower. Riding out onto a flatter upper section, they see it's still pretty dark, but at least the ground feels safe, and the route goes up. As they roll along, the girls start thinking about how all they really do is sleep, wake up, eat, and keep moving. Sitting near a giant spinning fan, Yu suddenly asks Chito what exactly she means when she calls something alive, and that throws Chito into deep thought. Chito clears up that when she said the machinery was alive, she just meant it was still running, not actually alive like a living thing. Yu gets the mix-up. She interrupts by asking what actually makes something an organism, so Chito has to pause and figure out how to answer her. Driving through a maze of pipes and enormous tanks, Yu starts talking about a strange new structure ahead that catches her attention. Chito and Yu ride slowly ahead, their spotlight cutting through pipes and shadow as they keep searching for whatever just made that heavy noise. From above, the girls look like a small dot against the towering wall. Their path narrows, drawing them deeper into this maze of machinery. She drifts off in the seat, zoning out while their vehicle hums along. The steady noise from the overhead machinery fills the empty space around them. Up on the rooftops, shadows stretch out while a weird mechanical noise travels across the empty metal grid, warning something new might be nearby. The strange noise grows louder, making Chito wonder if something could actually be alive here after all. That question about what counts as life won't go away. Chito steers the vehicle down the narrow path as the heavy clanking noise echoes ahead, both of them tensing up because whatever's making that sound is still out of sight. The vehicle crawls forward between huge walls, their engine echoing in the wide open space. Chito scans around as the noise from the pipes keeps everyone on edge. Yu breaks the tense silence to check on Chito, but Chito hushes her, still listening as that loud mechanical noise rattles closer. The vehicle rolls into a vast room packed with tanks and pipes. Suddenly, something drops nearby with a heavy thunk, and both girls go stiff, waiting for what happens next. Chito and Yu freeze, staring straight ahead. That weird noise has both of them on high alert. Another thick clunk echoes out as something big drags or knocks against the pipes, still out of their sight. Looking up, Chito and Yu see a massive machine, shaped like a spider, moving above them. Its thin legs stretch over huge tanks plastered with warning signs. The giant machine blocks out the overhead lights, casting a huge shadow down over their vehicle, while more gears clatter and groan somewhere close by. Chito grips the wheel tighter as Yu raises her rifle, both bracing while the metal noises ring through the corridor, not sure what the machine will do next. She nudges the vehicle forward, sneaking a look as the spindly machine slowly walks away across the open factory floor. Yu lets out a breath, and the tension drops a bit. Both girls watch the strange machine go, still processing what they just witnessed. As they drive through the pipes, Yu asks if the machine could have been alive, but Chito shoots that down and teases her about not knowing enough words. Trying to shut down the argument, Yu says it had to be just a machine, since it looked exactly like regular machinery and nothing more. Chito pushes back that machines don't breathe or understand themselves, trying to get Yu to see the difference as they keep driving deeper into the facility. Yu wonders aloud if someone could have been controlling the giant machine the whole time. She throws out a wild idea about what it would mean if some machine actually showed up and greeted them, pressing Chito to stretch her logic further. Yu fires back that nobody's even claimed a machine like that exists, and besides, people say there aren't any living things left but humans. Chito, though, isn't so sure about what they're supposed to believe now. Suddenly both girls spot something they never expected, a living fish swimming by in the silent corridor. The moment feels so odd that it's almost hard to believe. Chito, surprised, repeats that the fish is alive while she and Yu head down some steps, stuck between shock and fascination at this tiny proof of life. Yu suddenly calls out to Chito, pulling her out of her thoughts while they keep walking together down the empty corridor. Just ahead, a set of thin, spidery legs comes into view, reminding them both of the earlier machine. They realize something is heading right for them. Both girls freeze up and stare as the shape gets closer. They're so shocked by what's coming their way that neither one manages to say anything. The machine steps out, faces them, and says hello. Both Chito and Yu stop in their tracks, completely shocked that it's actually speaking. Yu kicks up a splash in the pool, delighted she can float on her back for once. Chito watches from the side, not sure about getting in. When Chito asks if Yu is okay, Yu groans about being tired and just wants to eat something. Ideally some fish. Her hunger kills the moment. Chito reminds her the fish aren't for eating, shutting down Yu's plan. Yu tries to argue, but Chito stands firm, putting an end to the idea. While Yu keeps complaining in the background, she refuses to give up on wanting fish. The food problem hangs there between the two of them. Suddenly, a voice from somewhere in the building jumps in and says, "The fish are under its protection and strictly off limits to anyone else." Yu realizes the voice is coming from a working machine, and Chito is clearly a little freaked that they're now talking to a machine in charge. Both girls stare at the machine, trying to figure out what it's supposed to be, while a fish swims quietly behind them. The machine introduces itself as the one in charge of this section, letting them know it's safe but still very much in control of everything here. Yu immediately says they should just grab the fish anyway and go for it. Chito asks if the huge machine they saw earlier was some kind of defense robot. Since they can't eat the fish, Chito asks the machine to explain the facility instead, and the machine agrees to show them around. The girls walk down a long hallway with the machine leading the way, their footsteps echoing as they head deeper into the silent facility. Yu tries one last time for the fish, saying she'd really like to eat some. The machine shuts her down right away and refuses to argue about it. Chito glances over to see Yu sulking, but this time Yu drops the subject and sits there defeated. Now the machine points out they're standing under the biggest water tank. Both girls look up, watching light dance across the water above them. Yu daydreams about swimming in all that water, wishing for a turn to dive in. The machine tells them the facility has 102 tanks total, but only 12 still work now, and just a single one actually has anything inside. Chito checks, so only the working tank has fish, while the rest are empty. The machine confirms, saying there are no fish left anywhere else here. They hear that the whole facility used to produce food fish on a massive scale, but since everything broke down, that's over. Now just one tank holds fish, and everything else is empty. The girls are told they're still free to use the other tanks however they want. Chito sits at the pool's edge, still clothed, while Yu plays in the water. Chito tries to chat, but Yu just keeps splashing. Yu wonders if the fish they saw earlier came from this place, but Chito warns her not to turn swimming time into another mess. Chito says if they keep messing around in the water, it's going to get dirty fast, snapping Yu out of her fun. Yu gets wrapped up in her wet clothes trying to change, calling for help, while Chito sits calmly in the pool, not rushing over. Chito rambles about how people split off from the earth like it used to be one big living thing, still half floating and out of it in the water. It keeps going, saying humans disrupted the way energy cycles through water and air by building huge artificial systems. That shift changed things for good. She explains that cities like these were made to keep the environment steady for people, depending completely on machines to keep everyone alive. She adds that all anyone can do now is keep patching up what little is left, just enough to hold the city's shell together. She brushes off the deeper meaning behind their routine, figuring they're just fixing what they can, even if nobody else is around these days. Yu splashes around, trying to get Chito to join her, while one voice wonders how Yu can swim so easily compared to the rest of them. She jokes about swimming without underwear to be more comfortable, but Chito clearly feels weird about that, especially with someone or something else nearby. Yu tries giving Chito swimming tips, but Chito's still unsure what to do with her feet in the water and hesitates to move. She tries to kick, but her feet can't touch the bottom, and she ends up just wobbling in the water, looking pretty uncertain and tense. She panics when she realizes her feet can't reach the bottom, but Yu tries to reassure her that she'll float if she stays calm. Chito starts flailing, thrown off by losing her footing, and Yu realizes right away how fast things can get out of hand in the pool. She sinks deeper, panic setting in as she loses any sense of control, and the real depth of the pool finally hits her. Still underwater, Chito quietly gasps for air, drifting further down while bubbles rise alongside her. As she floats beneath the surface, Chito flashes back to a dream that felt just like this, scared but oddly calm at the same time. She stretches her hand up through the water, thinking of the ocean, while bubbles drift up to the light, and she keeps slipping further away from the surface. Yu dives in and swims after her, but Chito's too lost in thoughts of the ocean and fish to react, and it's on the edge of being dangerous. She bursts out of the water, hauling Chito up with her. Chito coughs and gasps for breath while Yu checks if she's okay, snapping her out of her haze. Breathing hard, Chito mumbles about the earth once being a single organism, still half lost in thought, even as she recovers. Chito just floats there, totally out of it, while Yu swims up looking puzzled. All Chito can think is, what is it now? Yu looks at the broken machine and wonders if she could really repair something as complicated as Chito just did. She tries to get involved by asking how to help feed the fish, and Chito brings her in, which makes Yu light up at finally being included. Chito lays out the job. They still need to feed the fish 5 more pieces, so Yu jumps in to help, trying to follow Chito's instructions exactly. Yu brings up the idea of befriending the giant fish, but Chito shuts it down by reminding her that this thing is a predator, and probably too dangerous for that. She gets caught up thinking how great it'd be to take the fish along with them as they travel. As Yu rambles about taking the fish with them, she starts drifting off to sleep. Chito, worn down, decides they need to find somewhere warmer to rest for the night. Yu wonders if the machine really seems alive, while Chito explains it's just made to look that way so people feel attached to it. They slide into a gap between pipes, searching for a warm and safe place in the dark factory. Under a big pipe, the girls finally settle in, soaking up the leftover heat that makes the spot almost comfortable. Chito and Yu are just getting cozy when the water in the fish tank suddenly starts bubbling. Something is definitely wrong nearby. They try to nap as the pipe's warmth helps them relax, and for a moment, everything seems peaceful. A loud, strange noise jolts them awake. Chito sits up, confused and tense, as the sound echoes through the factory. Chito rubs her head and tries to figure out where the clattering is coming from since it keeps getting louder. Something nearby is moving fast. Mechanical debris drops from above and the noise grows. Chito reacts quickly, waking Yu as the tension spikes. Yu gets excited when she spots the huge machine causing the chaos. Above them, the robot arms keep moving, breaking down the old structures. The girls watch as more of the place is marked to be scrapped. Chito and Yu realize the machine is dismantling the area, and things are about to get worse for them. She wonders out loud if these breakdowns and wrecks are just another part of how things change over time, like evolution, but more brutal. Yu thinks maybe the destruction all around them is just how life pushes forward, and she feels like this could make sense if Chito paid attention. Then Yu throws out a new idea: they should rescue the fish. Chito is caught off guard, and now that's their next challenge. Chito looks up at the wreckage and quietly admits she has no way to fix something this broken, since it's just beyond her. Yu starts to suspect she might be the one to turn things around, feeling like she has a real shot at saving the fish if she pushes herself. She jokes about eating the fish, but Chito admits the real reason she wants to save it just hit her out of nowhere. Chito tries to sort out her feelings, thinking it might just be simple sympathy for the fish, nothing more complicated. They go over their supplies and realize they've collected about half the explosives from earlier floors, figuring it should be enough to use against the machine. Yu suggests sticking explosives right onto the machine to bust it up inside and finally put a stop to its work. She eyes the catwalk above, planning out how to reach the machine's back. Chito stays worried that this stunt could be too risky. Chito doubts saving the fish will really change much, but she can see how important it is to Yu, so she agrees to go along with the plan anyway. Yu brings up the idea of blowing up the big machine. Chito hesitates and wonders if that would count as killing it. Chito stops to think about how the fish is alive and starts to feel like saving it really does matter for both of them. She thinks about how she can relate to the fish and the machine, even though they don't talk back. She remembers times when even things like machines and cities felt as alive as people. She moves into place, focused on timing things right so they save the fish before time runs out. She calls the machine a huge guy and quietly apologizes, knowing what comes next might destroy it for good. She makes her way up the shaky catwalk, pushing herself forward even though she can feel how flimsy it is. She darts across the thin bridge, rushing over the machine as the whole thing rattles under her boots. Holding tight to her bag, Chito checks the machine overhead and waits for Yu's signal to go. She sets off the explosives and the machine bursts apart, filling the empty hall with flying chunks and noise. The explosion rips the machine and nearby walkway to pieces, dropping wreckage everywhere and leaving only dust behind. She admits out loud that everything ends, but she's glad she and the fish get at least a bit more time. Looking at what's left of the city, the girls agree that all things, people, machines, even these ruins, will break down sooner or later. Chito and Yu start to wonder if the real mark of life is simply that it ends. Maybe things just feel alive because they don't last forever. She thinks about this and nods, standing with Yu in the middle of all the ruins while they let the idea sink in together. They look at the broken machine and wonder if fixing it, after saving the fish, would really count as changing anything or just repeating the same cycle. Both admit the structure is too busted to bring back. Chito quietly says she can't fix what's already gone and realizes she just has to accept it. Yu points out Chito can't fix things, only patch them up, and Chito admits all she can really do is stop things from breaking worse. Sitting next to Yu, Chito points out that even progress has limits. After the city fell, the people who lived here disappeared for good. She notes that if nothing new can come from all this loss, then maybe that's the true end, and Yu quietly agrees. As they watch the fish swim away, the girls admit they'd be happy if both fish and people could stick around for a lot longer. The two hop back on their ride and head off, the sound of their engine echoing through the empty ruins as they move on to whatever comes next. Chito and Yu roll up in their vehicle, stopping as a heavy gate marked A5 slides open for them, making it clear they're heading somewhere unknown. They guide the bike through the opening, slipping inside as overhead shadows stretch over the empty floor and the outside light starts to fade. The big door slams shut behind them with a loud echo, locking the girls in and cutting them off from anything outside. Inside, the place is huge with strange rails and scattered machines. Every sound bounces off the walls, making them feel even smaller and more alone. Yu wanders over to check out a wall while calling out to Chito. Chito stays put, both of them eyeing the odd machines and the giant empty area around them. She calls Chito over to check out the massive, mysterious facility, and both girls are left staring up, wondering what all this machinery was actually for. Suddenly, the room goes dark as the lights cut out again, leaving both Chito and Yu standing there uneasy, surrounded by shadows and not sure what to do next. The girls sit on a bench, surrounded by wrecked stuff. The silence drags on until Yu admits she's bored, her voice showing just how stuck they are. Chito taps her fingers quietly as Yu just sits there, both waiting for something interesting to happen, instead of this long, awkward pause. She glances sideways at the mess of broken boards and worn-out gear. With nothing happening, it feels like even time itself has stalled out for them. She breaks the silence by suggesting they check out the front of the train, and Chito gets up to follow her lead. As they move forward, something suddenly catches Yu's eye, and Chito immediately wants to know what she saw. Yu tries to put it together, pointing out they're technically traveling much faster than usual since they're driving their bike on a moving train, and Chito just nods along. She gets all hyped, thinking they're now going twice as fast, but Chito quickly sets her straight and points out the math doesn't quite add up that way. She stops to think about the real explanation, realizing there's something a lot more odd about how they're moving. Yu starts to wonder how fast they're really traveling right now. She blurts out this goofy idea. Maybe they're moving so fast they could circle the whole planet in a single day, which leaves Chito kind of staring at her. Yu tries to figure out Chito's logic, and it hits her. Just by moving every day, it's like they've been circling the planet over and over. She laughs at the thought, because thinking about all that endless movement suddenly seems pretty wild to her. Yu's eyes go wide as their ride passes under a giant machine that's crashed into the ceiling, showing them just how wrecked and strange this place can get. Chito notes they're seeing broken machines more often, and makes a quick check to see if this one is completely useless too. Yu calls the broken machine a corpse, and noticing its boxy shape, she says it feels like the graves they passed earlier. Chito keeps thinking about where this journey even leads, but Yu spots something weird stuck on the train and gets Chito to come look. She finds a strange device and recognizes it as a clock, but wonders why anyone would leave a clock here of all places. Yu admits she can't really read clocks anymore, and Chito isn't sure it matters since they can't even tell real time underground. She wonders if this clock moves faster than the planet turning, but Chito shakes her head and explains it just shows how the hands move while the earth spins on. She sums it up. Time keeps moving and the world keeps spinning, even if it feels like they're stuck here. Yu is eager to get going and tries to hurry things along, but Chito still wants to wait a little while before moving out. She tries to speed things up, but Chito tells her rushing won't change anything. They're stuck moving at the train's pace, no matter what. Yu tries to justify rushing, but Chito pushes back, pointing out that hurrying won't actually get them anywhere in this weird, endless city. Chito suddenly remembers hearing that people used to wear clocks on their bodies, which just sounds weird to Yu in a world where time barely matters now. She explains clocks used to help people stick to plans, but having a schedule is hard to imagine for them these days. Chito pushes back against Yu's urge to rush, admitting she hates hurrying and hinting that even they have limits they can't ignore. Suddenly the train stops with a jolt, catching both girls off guard. Chito looks around and tries to figure out what happened. The two sit quietly, checking out the place where the train stopped. Chito wonders if this is actually their destination. Yu jumps up, wanting to leave right away, but Chito makes her wait a second before they do anything else. Spotting a line of blinking lights, Chito figures out they're just at one of many stops, and there are more stations coming up. They both realize they're not at the last stop yet, so the journey keeps going. Chito circles back to earlier, starting up their talk about time again and what it ends up meaning for them. She points out they really do have time limits, mostly because of food, so they decide to keep moving as long as they've got supplies left. Chito calls the plan flexible, and both girls agree to just follow the tracks wherever they go next. Chito glances over the empty waste and admits it feels like they've traveled a long way, but she suddenly notices Yu has gone quiet. Yu relaxes on the vehicle and says she hears something strange. Chito wants to know what kind of sound it is, honestly curious but cautious. She pulls out a weird, boxy device she found, saying it sometimes makes odd noises, which leaves Chito confused and a little suspicious about it. Yu pulls out the odd device she grabbed from the graves. Chito immediately warns her it might be cursed since it belonged to someone who died. She tries to laugh it off, saying the dead can't bother them if they don't have weapons, as if that means they're fine. The girl's vehicle clatters through the ruins, filling the quiet with the echo of treads, while they both get lost in their own thoughts about what could go wrong. As they keep rolling, Chito looks away, uneasy, while Yu keeps messing with the machine, and a heavy silence settles between them. As they roll through the shadowy ruins, Yu tries to describe the strange noise. She says it's kind of like voices, but with a weird, steady rhythm. As the device lets out a strange melody, Yu wonders if it might actually be playing a song and asks Chito about it. Yu tries to mimic the strange noise and suddenly realizes it's not just random, it's music made with people's voices, surprising both of them. Chito asks for a closer look at the machine, and Yu hands it over. Both girls focus hard on the device, trying to figure out what makes it special. Yu tries to guess what the strange device is, thinking it must pick up waves or something, but all Chito can say is the sound just felt sad. She turns the question on Chito, wanting to know if music really can make someone feel sad, for no obvious reason. Chito says she honestly doesn't know how it works, but the strange music from the device does make her feel a little sad deep down. She adds that sometimes random things, even the sound of rain, can make her happier, though she doesn't really get the reason for any of it. Chito starts to figure maybe music has an effect just because of its rhythm, and Yu suggests that could be why it changes how people feel. She pauses, thinking out loud that even basic sounds have rhythm, but she still isn't sure if that's enough to explain why music feels special. Yu comes back to the idea that maybe the machine uses waves like light or radio, trying to get Chito to explain more about her earlier guess. Chito admits she's pretty lost on the science, but knows waves can show up both in sounds and light. They keep talking as they slowly bump along. She hesitates when Yu asks if light cheers her up, admitting she's not really sure if things like streetlights actually make her feel happier inside. Ahead of them, a giant machine towers over the ruins in the darkness, making Chito and Yu seem extra small as they push forward across the abandoned city. Under the huge piece of machinery, Yu admits she just wants to see sunlight again soon, and Chito quietly agrees, both of them missing the sky after being below ground for so long. Chito realizes they actually have no idea how far the train took them, since they've been wandering through random buildings for ages. She figures their only real hope is to get back up to the surface, but Yu pushes back, unsure how they'd even manage that in this maze. She repeats Chito's suggestion about getting up to the surface, still trying to wrap her head around how they're going to pull that off. She looks around from their vehicle and spots something strange out ahead, calling over to get Chito's attention and figure out what it might be. They reach a steep, open slope where Chito points out a huge elevator-looking machine nearby, so now both of them hope it could be their way up. Chito walks over and discovers a big switch next to the elevator platform, while Yu wonders if they'll even get lucky enough for it to still work. She checks out the control panel and wonders if this switch will actually do anything for the big machine. Chito flips the switch while Yu waits on the vehicle, and both of them watch closely to see if the giant elevator will respond. The platform suddenly rumbles and starts moving up, carrying both Yu and Chito. They're surprised their plan actually worked. As they rise, Chito's excitement fades, and she starts to worry something feels wrong about the whole setup. Chito points out how steep and far the slope really is, hinting the climb might be way harder than they guessed. Getting nervous, Chito asks if Yu can stop the platform because it's going way higher than she expected. As the lift nears the top, Yu yells that she can spot the switch up ahead. The elevator suddenly stops, and both girls tumble off. Yu lands face first with a groan, while Chito keeps trying to steady herself. Yu slumps over, worn out, as they both listen to the strange device. Even Chito admits the weird music in the air sounds a little sad. She looks out over the city, noticing the sun setting far off toward the south. It sinks in how much ground they've covered. The girls sit side by side at the edge of the platform, pointing out something odd in the distance. One of them notices the sky turning red. She watches the horizon and mentions the red glow, not really sure what it means as the sky darkens for night. She stares quietly over the rooftops, studying the sharp red light shining out from the center, and trying to figure out what it could be. She sits in silence, looking tired and a little zoned out, just thinking as the quiet moment drags on between them. She watches the bright red sun drop behind the ruins and wonders if even the sunlight seems a little sad now. Noticing Yu's eyes are watery, Chito asks if Yu's crying, but Yu says it's just the sunlight stinging her eyes. Yu asks if Chito is the one crying from being sad, but Chito explains it's only because she scraped her knee and it hurts. Chito and Yu stand at the edge of an enormous crater ripped through the city, trying to figure out what could have caused such massive damage. While Yu checks her own hair, she shrugs off the mess and decides fixing it any further just isn't worth it, especially since they're out here alone. Chito comments on Yu's wild hair, but the two both seem to agree it's really not a big deal with everything else going on around them. She points out that, at least after their cleanup, they look a little less grimy, which is about the most they can ask for today. Yu tries to laugh it off, joking that she might have made her haircut even worse. Gazing down, Chito wonders aloud if the hole even has a bottom. The city feels even bigger and stranger, with that mystery hanging over them. They step closer and spot busted-up weapons everywhere. Yu points out the mess, and Chito starts to wonder if a huge fight broke out here long ago. As they both pause, Yu asks if this whole pit might have been blasted open in that battle, but Chito just hums, still unsure what to believe. Thinking it over, Chito figures maybe the hole was made on purpose, set up for battle gear and platforms instead of being just accidental destruction. Chito figures maybe this giant hole was dug way before any battles happened, so now they're both wondering what really made it in the first place. She tries to piece things together, guessing someone built the city around this massive old hole after some battle, and that's just how it stayed. They come across a giant leaking water tank, surprised to see it still working. For a moment, they feel hopeful something useful might still exist among the ruins. They realize water still runs down from above, turning the tank into a rough fountain. Even out here, things fit together just enough to keep going. Yu sticks her hand into the freezing spray. She yelps and makes a fuss about the cold while Chito stands back, not impressed by Yu's new idea. Now both girls are soaked from Yu's stunt. Chito looks annoyed, while Yu stands there dripping. Chito starts shivering, finally snapping to mention that messing with freezing water was a bad idea, and now they both have to deal with it. Their boots are soaked, and they splash through icy puddles as they walk away, which makes every step forward a miserable chore. Trying to lighten things up, Yu suggests saving their food until they reach the center of the hole, so getting to the middle becomes their new goal for now. Chito and Yu sit down between broken cannons and piles of metal, taking a break to breathe and look at all the wreckage around them. While eating, Yu points out that most of the stuff they could use to cook potatoes is gone. That part of their journey isn't coming back. They keep walking through the wrecked artillery, bundled up and dragging themselves along, still trying to make sense of the ruined city, stretching all around them. She points out how great it would be if they actually found fish in the water here, but there's clearly nothing moving except the ripples. Chito points out that, no matter what Yu says, she really just wants to eat the fish, even if she claims it's about helping them. They sit and eat, debating if surviving off anything they can find is really that different from carefully rationing their food each day. Chito stands up and looks around, wondering out loud what else, besides water, might come out of these huge pipes in the ruins. She checks inside a metal pipe, thinking for a second that maybe some kind of food could surprise them, bringing a little hope back for their search. Chito suddenly remembers she left the water tank behind, so now they have to figure out what to do about getting water. A weird blobby creature slips out of the pipes and lands right in front of Chito, giving both girls a huge shock. A weird white blob creeps out from the dark pipe, and both girls freeze, realizing they've never run into something like this before. The creature wriggles out a little more, drawing all their attention, and making both of them wonder what they're even looking at. Yu tries to figure out if whatever's hiding could just be a fish, but Chito's sure it's something way weirder. She hands Chito a stick and suggests she tap the pipe to coax the creature out, but Chito isn't sure that's such a smart idea. Chito cautiously pokes at the inside of the pipe with the stick, glancing at Yu to check if anything's happening while both watch for movement. She wonders if trying to knock it out will even work, but as she leans closer, something inside actually starts to move. Suddenly the creature pops right out, making Yu fall back in surprise while Chito checks on her, both startled by how fast it jumped out. Chito tries to figure out what this thing actually is. She knows it's not a fish, and Yu, guessing wildly, wonders if it's maybe like a cat. Yu gets excited and wants to eat the ration right away, but Chito stops her and tells her to wait before doing anything. Chito stops the back and forth and asks if Yu also heard a strange little voice, which confuses both of them even more. Yu tries calling the strange creature a cat and questions it directly, while Chito still doubts it could possibly talk or even be a real cat. The blob makes a gentle noise that sounds like Nuko, so Yu repeats the sound, surprising both girls when it actually responds. Chito decides the creature is probably just making random sounds and suggests they should leave it be, trying to get things back to normal. Yu wonders if they should cook the creature, since food is rare, but Chito quickly shuts that idea down, saying they can't eat something that speaks and sighs. She questions whether Chito just feels sorry for the creature, hinting maybe Chito's letting her feelings overrule hunger. Chito insists there's nothing left to find here and tells Yu it's time to move on, but as they leave, Yu spots the creature trailing quietly behind them. The strange blob bounces after the girls, not caring what they decided, and clearly intends to stick with them. She stares in disbelief, not sure what to make of the new tag-along, as it keeps following. The blob gazes up at Yu, looking just as blank and unfazed as before. Chito glances at Yu, asking if she really plans to eat the creature, while Yu just hugs it tighter. She thinks out loud that most things in their world keep disappearing, so maybe bringing something new along wouldn't be so bad for once. Out of nowhere, both Yu and the creature jump, startled at the same time as something surprises them again. Chito says the blob is kind of creepy and asks if Yu will carry it, but Yu shrugs and figures it wants to stick around anyway. Yu tries to joke about what to say in weird situations, but Chito finds it hard to take her seriously, setting up the usual gap between them. She gets excited when the strange creature copies a word she taught it, while Chito just stands there, still confused by what they're dealing with. Yu holds up a huge shell and jokes about feeding it to the creature, which makes Chito pause and wonder what it would actually do with a bullet that big. They dig through a pile of oversized bullets, counting out the huge calibers, but Chito is quick to complain there's no way anybody can actually use rounds that massive. The odd creature puts together garbled words about eating, which sends Yu off on another playful challenge, while Chito worries out loud if that's really possible. Yu wonders if the creature could really eat bullets, and saying it out loud leaves both of them quiet for a second, as they picture how that would even work. They push their cart through the broken remains of a city, steering past crooked beams and shattered concrete as the weirdness of their new companion sticks in their minds. She starts guessing what powers the creature, tossing out maybe it eats gunpowder as Yu listens in, but it's clear neither of them has a real clue. Their little ride keeps clattering between twisted metal piles, and talk about the odd creature trails off while they focus on moving forward. All of a sudden, Chito spots something up ahead and stiffens, making Yu look up too, since it means things might not be safe. Chito suddenly stops their cart in the middle of a mess of beams and old machines, so Yu looks over and asks what's up. With their cart rattling beneath them, both girls push even deeper into the messy ruins, checking every shadow for anything that might move. They break out into a wide space lined with huge tanks in silent rows, and both girls pause, completely dwarfed by the abandoned machines. Yu jokes that Chito never really cared about the tanks, and as Chito tries to sound out a tough word from the old book, Yu just wishes her luck. Chito digs through old supplies and finds a strange book, realizing she can't read any of the letters and starting to wonder what kind of people used to live here, while Yu half watches, distracted by all the odd gear. Even though Chito likes the book, Yu calls her out for hoarding junk, as if she's not doing the same thing by grabbing a big shell for herself. Chito tells Yu the creature only wants what's useful or edible, joking that makes it a lot like Yu, and the creature stays busy fiddling with trash, making the point. When Yu jokes about feeding a huge shell to the creature, Chito cuts her off fast and says to just toss it, not wanting to push their luck. The girls stare as the creature actually swallows a 20mm shell, making them realize it can eat things they never expected. Yu's impressed by how loaded down the creature looks after eating, but Chito reminds her not to mess with their new friend, just to see what it can handle. She wonders if eating bullets counts as part of culture, but Chito figures that's just how the creature survives, not a cultural thing. Chito explains to Yu that culture is what divides human groups, like different writing or habits, and even argues those differences cause a lot of fights. Yu looks out, thinking about why people get so scared of things they've never seen before, while the creature just sits calmly beside her. She comes to a conclusion: people are scared just because they don't understand, and she wonders if that's really all there is to it. Yu points out that Chito actually likes digging into weird or confusing stuff, like reading books she can't understand, which makes the mystery part fun for her. Chito argues that's not quite right. She keeps her distance from things that look dangerous, especially if she doesn't get them, while Yu always jumps in headfirst. Hearing that, Yu finally admits she's feeling surrounded by things she doesn't know, and for the first time she notices just how thick the mystery feels all around them. Chito quietly agrees as their cart rolls through a vast space full of strange hanging objects, all of them reminders that there's so much they still can't name. Yu and Chito drive their cart straight into a wall of thick fog, barely able to see past the headlights, but pressing forward anyway. Chito notices how creepy it gets when the fog blocks out the city, making everything around them fade into white. While Chito keeps pushing the cart, Yu calls out from behind, making her double-check what's ahead as they roll deeper into the mist. The fog suddenly thins out, and both of them spot this gigantic metal structure made of gears and panels rising up over broken rooftops. Seeing that, Chito is hit with how little they actually get about the world around them. Up close, the old gears creak as they turn slow, filling the air with an unfamiliar noise and reminding the girls how strange the city's leftover machines have gotten. Chito guesses it might be the wind turning the machine, and even though it makes no sense to her, she admits it's kind of interesting to figure out. Yu pokes fun at Chito for always getting curious about weird stuff, while Chito tries to explain how there's music coming from the machine, but neither of them gets it. She hears another odd sound drifting from somewhere, and Chito challenges her to point out exactly where it's coming from. With shadowy shapes floating just ahead in the fog, Yu nudges Chito to go take a look, even if they have zero idea what they're about to find. They spot a sign marking the entrance to the Aeolic power plant, so Chito starts thinking out loud as their ride rattles past all the metal debris. As they rumble along, Chito starts thinking out loud about food again, saying even if something seemed normal, she wouldn't eat it if it acted weird. As the wheels rattle, Yu wonders if they're stuck at the very bottom of everything alive in this world, almost like they're the last links in a missing food chain. The girls roll into a dense field of spinning metal veins, and Yu blurts out that it looks like a forest as the noise gets louder. Staring up at all the machinery, Chito remembers pictures of green forests from old books, places that felt alive and full. Seeing how everything here has turned to metal, Yu tries to connect it back to those stories, but all she finds is a cold, empty shell. Yu finally connects what Chito was describing to the idea of a forest, repeating it out loud while still trying to picture what that even means. She guesses out loud that a real food chain might have existed here, but even saying it, she knows there's nothing left of that world. Both girls go quiet, just staring at the empty rows of machines. The silence makes the whole place feel even more abandoned. They both realize it feels nothing like a real forest anymore, just machines and emptiness. Chito points out how the past has faded from what it once was, and Yu quietly agrees. Looking around at the broken remnants, Chito admits that all they know is what the old book said. The rest of the past is just gone. Their vehicle bumps along. Chito tries to keep the mood up, but ends up just trailing off, since neither of them knows what to say about so much loss. Chito admits they know nothing about what came before, but thinks they can at least keep moving forward and watch what happens next. She points out that the only way to learn more is to keep moving, since no one learns anything if they don't make it through the day. Yu wonders what happens when you die, but Chito shrugs it off, saying there's no way to know because all answers end there. Chito looks up at the machines, saying there's so much they'd love to figure out about this world, but there just isn't enough time. Their little cart keeps moving, leaving them with the fact that some things will always stay out of reach. She ends up stretched out asleep in her coat, and Chito sits quietly, alone with a head full of questions and no answers. They pull up close to a huge metal fence with rows of spinning blades. The path is completely blocked and the engine's noise just echoes. Chito steers the cart along the barrier, scanning for any sort of gap, while Yu wakes up and joins the search for a way through. She checks out the fence and spots something that could be an exit. Yu, still groggy, asks if they can get through there. Yu tries to figure out if that opening leads toward the weird signals they've been following. Chito points them in the right direction. She stands up to get a better look while Chito drives along the fence, both scanning for any possible way out. She notices a big structure up ahead and asks if that's where the signals could be coming from, so they steer the cart closer to check it out. Their vehicle rolls up beside a giant, beat-up submarine half buried under snow and scaffolding. No doubt now that this is something left over from before everything fell apart. Chito stops to snap a picture while Yu scrambles up the metal frame, calling for Chito to follow so they can explore what's inside this massive sub. Both girls pause at the fence, staring up at the huge submarine hulking in front of them, not saying a word as the weight of it sinks in. She carefully climbs up the creaky metal frame, each step feeling shaky and dangerous as she inches toward the entrance for a better look. Yu and Chito stare up at the giant machine together, trying to figure out what it actually is and how powerful it must have been. Chito finally says it out loud. They're probably looking at a weapon. Realizing that makes the mood shift from curiosity to something a lot heavier. She and Yu walk away from the massive submarine, their boots making loud crunches in the snow. The quiet around them just makes everything feel more tense. Chito spots what might be the entrance and tugs at it, but it's stuck. Yu wonders aloud if it even opens anymore, raising doubts right away. As Chito struggles with the door, a strange round creature turns to face them. When they ask about the entrance, it responds in a shaky way, admitting it knows something. The creature reaches out one limb and rests it on the hatch, looking like it's trying to figure out what to do next. It finds a certain spot and starts fiddling with the hatch, making a soft sliding noise as the inside mechanism moves. A close-up on the creature's huge eyes shows how focused and maybe a little nervous it is as it works on the door. Suddenly, heavy gears grind and a loud clunk echoes out. The strange lock is actually starting to open now. The hatch pops open with a bang, making Chito and Yu both jump back. Neither of them expected it to move that fast. The path inside is finally clear, so Chito and Yu sit quietly for a second. Even though they can go in, they both seem a bit unsure. Yu goes first and climbs down the ladder, the metal echoing under her weight. Chito stays above for a second before heading down too. She mentions to Chito that the weird metallic clanging is just their footsteps ringing out in the empty space below. The girls step into the old control room full of blank screens and ask if all this stuff is from the past, unsure what any of it even does. Boots clomp on the floor as Yu and Chito step into a new, quiet place, unsure what kind of danger or surprise might be inside. They walk up to a huge metal door plastered with warning signs and a big hazard mark, knowing they're not supposed to be here. Yu crawls up first and Chito follows, both squeezing through a gap above the door because they're just too curious to turn back. She stops for a second to take in the new room, looking nervous and amazed at the strange space they've entered. Tall walls covered in radiation signs make it really clear just how much this place was sealed off and why nobody came here anymore. The girls walk into a huge storage area lined with massive tanks, all marked with radiation warnings. Their voices and footsteps bounce around, making the emptiness feel even bigger. Yu wonders aloud why the room is so clean, while Chito points out it's probably just because nobody has been inside for years. Chito tells Yu that what really catches her interest is the mystery, wondering what people once did in this kind of place and hoping they'll learn something meaningful. Standing in the quiet, Chito thinks about what pieces of the past might still be buried here for them to find. Yu says she's most curious about how people actually lived here, what they wore, what they said to each other, all the small stuff most people never think twice about. Chito's not sure any of it really matters now. She glances at Chito and admits that sometimes it feels like it really is just the two of them in this empty world. Chito climbs up to take a better look. Yu calls for her attention, wanting to hear what Chito really thinks about it all. She quietly admits she feels kind of lonely too. Right then, Yu spots something and quickly calls her over to check it out. Chito looks puzzled as Yu says she smells something odd coming from a box nearby. Settling down inside what looks like an abandoned control room, the girls pop open the old box to see what's inside. Yu hands Chito a piece from the box, saying it looks pretty dark. Chito wonders if it's really okay to eat food that's this old. She decides to give it a try and takes a bite, surprised that it actually tastes pretty good considering how long it's been sitting here. Chito chews on her own piece and ends up smiling. It's surprisingly tasty, way better than she expected. They both sit back for a second, enjoying the flavor together and realizing they found something special by accident. As Chito laughs about the taste, Yu suddenly realizes it's chocolate, something neither of them thought they'd ever eat again. She takes another look at the bar, trying to figure out what actually makes it taste like chocolate after all this time. She says they've learned something new about the old days from tasting it, but Yu doesn't quite get how that's important. She wishes they could somehow record this discovery, looking down at the chocolate and feeling how easy it is to lose things like this. Suddenly the screen in the background blinks to life, catching Yu off guard as random letters start scrolling across. She didn't expect any reaction from those controls. Chito notices the letters moving on the monitor and tells Yu something is connecting. Yu stares, confused by the sudden technology springing to life. She finds a bunch of old photos and calls Yu over. They huddle together, surprised to see snapshots of people and rooms left behind from way back when. While sorting through the stack, Chito realizes they never took their own pictures before. One photo freezes her, a shot of Kanazawa, the mapmaker they traveled with once, standing next to a woman neither of them recognize. Both girls get quiet, letting it sink in that Kanazawa had a different life than they knew. More of the pictures show just the same woman, always alone. Chito guesses these must be Kanazawa's photos, little pieces of his lost past, quietly saved in this room. The video keeps playing and Chito just stares as the girl in the recording mentions how whoever they're talking about was found alone in the end. Yu gets excited by a huge wall of organized folders and wants to dive in, but Chito stops her before she tears through everything in her usual rush. They both look up as the wall of folders suddenly slides open, making a burst of paper flapping sounds that makes the place feel strangely alive. Chito is stunned by just how many faces and memories these photos hold, suddenly aware that people once filled these rooms, and she can't believe how much a camera captured. She leans closer, scanning each photo and trying to take in how much of the past was saved right here. Out of nowhere, the monitor lights up and glitches, startling Chito with a sudden buzz and pulling her focus to the screen. Chito and Yu watch, surprised, as the faded screen starts playing a video from years ago, where a group is giving an update about their machine experiment. The girl in the old video introduces the machine on display, explaining it by name and saying it was just a sample model they had on hand. The recording goes deeper. She explains they had to add special programming for productivity, and the design had to survive tough checks. Yu points out the people in the video are about their age, which really hits Chito. Chito and Yu keep watching as the old recording complains that things were supposed to work out. Yu asks if Chito's learning anything from all these old files, and Chito admits she's picked up a bit, even if Yu's only thinking about snacks. Chito thinks out loud that maybe it's always just been her and Yu, realizing how isolated they really are as she touches the old display. As the video shows a family joking and cheering up their kid, Chito starts to see how daily life once looked, real routines, not just survival, and it changes how she thinks about the past. Chito and Yu watch quietly as the family in the old video laughs and shares fries, finally realizing that people before them weren't as lonely as they seemed. Right from the start, Chito notices the strange cat-like creature is gone again, and gets uneasy not knowing where it went. While messing with the old radio, Chito wonders out loud how the creature manages to get it to talk to them at all. She starts to ask the creature where it's been, but stops when she spots its tail poking out of the shadows nearby. When Chito gets closer, she realizes the animal looks way bigger than before, and isn't sure if it just changed, or if she's misremembering. Suddenly, Chito sees another creature that looks almost the same, leaving her confused about how many of these things there actually are. Still clutching the radio, Chito blurts out in shock. Right in front of her eyes, the original cat creature grows huge almost instantly. Yu, who is out of sight, reappears looking startled as she tries to figure out what's happening between Chito and this creature. Her eyes go wide. Something about this growing creature and the weird vibe of the whole scene makes Yu freeze. All at once, Yu shouts Chito's name, panicked now that Chito is directly in front of the giant creature's open mouth. With no time to move, Chito gets swallowed whole by the creature, leaving Yu totally stunned. The creature swallows loudly, and a frozen Chito realizes in horror that Yu is now trapped inside. She just stares ahead, not really processing what just went down. A heavy silence hangs over everything as Chito's mind goes hazy, the reality sinking in that Yu is gone now. The giant creature slithers off with Yu inside, and Chito just sits there, feeling tiny and powerless to do anything. Cautiously, Chito steps closer to the dark doorway, hoping for some sign of Yu, but only finds emptiness. She drops to the ground, overwhelmed by how fast all of this happened and stunned. She really lost Yu like that. Panic creeps in deeper as Chito's eyes swirl and she starts to realize just how helpless she feels right now. Breathing out hard, Chito wipes sweat from her face and fights to get her mind focused and do something about it. She yanks her helmet down, forcing herself to shake off the fear so she can actually do something to help Yu. Hands shaking, Chito grabs a sword and tells herself that Yu must still be okay inside since there hasn't been enough time for anything worse. She plants her feet, squeezes the sword tighter, and tries to steady her nerves for whatever comes next. Staying alert, Chito scans the area and keeps the sword ready, torn between fighting and trying to talk things out. She freezes when the creature suddenly shows up again, tense and uncertain about whether she should make a move or hold back. She calls out to the creature and flat out asks if it plans to eat her too, testing if it will come after her or maybe respond somehow. The creature just shakes, making no move to speak, and Chito remembers it needs the radio, the one Yu had, to really communicate. Grabbing the smaller animal, Chito wonders out loud if using it as a go-between might help her reach the bigger one and get Yu back. She creeps toward the doorway, sword in hand, annoyed that she can't simply command the creature, since it probably doesn't understand a word she's saying. She mutters that maybe the cat creature was harmless when it was small, but warns that as they grow, these things might actually turn on humans. The stress finally catches up, and she stumbles and falls, nerves shot. She gets up despite the ache, shakes off her hesitation, and pushes ahead. She knows Yu needs her right now. She sits quietly inside the creature's body, looking blank and unsure what will happen to her next. Chito pushes open the heavy hatch and scans the snowy field, spotting Yu's head sticking out from inside the strange creature across the way. She freezes in shock, relieved to see Yu alive, but totally lost on what to do now. She lights up with relief and waves her arm free from inside the creature, calling out to Chito. She tries to wriggle out, and then the creature just spits her up with a blast of movement. She shouts Yu's name and scrambles forward, hoping to catch her as she's thrown out. She shoots out of the creature's mouth and rolls awkwardly across the snowy ground. She crashes straight into Chito, knocking them both over as Chito tries to hold her up. Chito hugs Yu close, asking if she's okay, totally shocked that Yu is somehow fine after being inside the creature. Yu admits she probably could have tried harder to escape, but says the creature didn't hurt her at all. It doesn't eat live people. The girls realize the creature is speaking through the ship's radio, letting them know it can understand their words even though it can't actually talk. Over the radio, the creature finally explains the truth. The one they met is just a young one who got separated from its group. The creature admits this whole situation is pretty unusual, hinting it doesn't really expect things to play out like this either. It goes on to say their kind can only talk when they're nearby, which is why things got so messy before they met. The creature stretches its strange body, showing off how it communicates. Musical notes seem to fill the air as part of its message. Now it's clear, the creature uses music and sound to send messages, and the girls get how it's been trying to reach out. Chito and Yu watch closely, realizing just how many different ways the creature tries to connect with them. She finally cuts in and asks straight out what the creature is, and why it needed to swallow Yu just to take that tiny machine. The creature explains that old machine held a lot of energy it needed, saying it eats unstable heat sources and breaks them down safely inside itself. It remembers last time they didn't finish their job because everyone fell asleep. Now the creature says things are almost done. The Earth's long life is ending, and Yu and Chito realize this meeting is part of something way bigger. The creature says their role in the city is ending, and warns that the city will start falling apart when they're gone. Yu finally asks if anyone else is still left in the city, while Chito stands by, both of them tense as they wait for the answer. The mushroom creature explains they've checked most of the city, but don't know if any other humans are still around. Chito tries to comfort the small creature on her shoulder, telling it not to worry as she gets ready to hand it back. The tall creature leans down, ready to collect the little one from Chito's care. The small creature clings to Chito's collar and won't move, clearly nervous about leaving her. The larger being gently reaches a limb toward the small creature, slowly closing the gap to take it back. She carefully lifts the tiny creature off her shoulder and holds it out so the tall being can take it back. The little creature gets set down softly by the bigger figure, who tries to ease its worries. The small creature pauses, not sure what to do next, and the tall one says goodbye, ending their short time together. She tries to comfort the creature, pointing out it's got friends here and isn't alone anymore. Once the goodbye is over, the tall figure heads off and the little creature finally scurries across the ground by itself. Right after touching the ground, the tiny creature puffs up and dashes beneath a giant mushroom, blending in with a group of others just like it. The moment it disappears under the mushrooms, a bunch of similar creatures pop out, calling and making noise from the shadows. Yu tries to lighten the mood by asking about old stories. Chito just shrugs it off, figuring it isn't worth getting worked up over the end of the world. Both girls lean closer, watching the small creature still clinging to Chito's coat, not quite ready to relax. Yu chuckles a little, and when Chito asks what's funny, Yu just brushes it off and says it's nothing. Chito quietly tells Yu that the creatures were singing that same sad song they heard before, and both girls get that it isn't just a tune, it's about everything they've lost. She admits the song is really about endings, and the two of them sit together in silence, looking up at the dim, fading marks on the wall. Chito suddenly remembers what a ship is, and blurts out that it's just a vehicle for moving across water, which seems important now. She starts thinking out loud. If ships float, how are you actually supposed to steer one, and do they have any hope of figuring it out? Yu agrees the whole idea sounds tricky, and both girls realize they can't even guess how to control a ship at all. They look around and see only ice. They don't have an actual boat anyway, so there's no obvious way forward. Yu tries to get Chito to solve the problem on the spot, but Chito gets annoyed since the answer isn't nearly as simple as just naming what they need. Chito points out that even if they tried something like melting ice and using a ship, they'd burn up all their fuel way too fast, so that's not happening. Yu suggests a weird idea about mixing things to get water, but Chito's unimpressed and doesn't respond, thinking it's pointless. Chito bluntly says mixing their water with something gross just makes a mess, and even in survival mode, that crosses a line for her. She tells Yu to drop it and focus on real solutions, still muttering under her breath about how annoying the whole conversation is. They come up against a barrier or trench that blocks their path, so the journey stalls out. Stuck at the edge, Chito realizes there's no way across, so she decides they have to double back and look for another path. They put the vehicle in reverse and carefully move away from the drop, driving back toward where they started. Yu asks if they're just going back the way they came, and Chito admits it, both a little frustrated since retracing steps isn't what they wanted. They spot a massive dark tunnel up ahead, which looks like it might offer another way through. Chito checks out the tunnel entrance and admits this could really be their only option, so Yu suggests they take it. She worries the tunnel floor looks rough, but with no better choice, they roll the bike inside and ride forward. The further they go in, the more the tunnel feels oddly silent, both girls glancing around at the pipes and strange features along the walls. They tense up as strange noises echo around them, but keep moving, watching each other for signs of what to do next. Yu suddenly calls out for Chito to stop, so Chito brakes hard, both of them straining to hear what just made that noise. Their motorbike goes quiet as a strange echo bounces through the dim tunnel, leaving both girls on edge as they wait for anything else to happen. They stay frozen by the bike, looking all around and trying to figure out where the weird sound is coming from in the shadows. Chito guesses the noise is coming from somewhere below them, and both girls get even more nervous as they listen closely. She realizes it's the sound of water, but the water must be far down, so finding it now is both a relief and another big headache. She figures they still might be able to get to the water below, and Yu quickly pushes to find a way as fast as possible. Even though Yu's eager, she signals she understands they need to be careful, so the girls get ready and start heading back toward the edge. When they return to the huge drop, both girls take a long look down and check out what they'll need to do to reach the water. She inspects a rope tied off at the top, eyeing the climb ahead with clear nerves while their gear sits in a pile beside her. One of the girls places her foot against the stone, grabs the rope, and braces herself, about to start climbing down. She grabs the rope and starts climbing down, steady but tense, focused on getting to the water below without slipping. Before heading down, Chito and Yu give each other a quick high five, each hoping this little gesture will help them both stay brave on the climb. Once they've passed over the edge, the top ledge stays empty for a moment. All you hear now is the faint echo from below. Reaching the bottom, Yu and Chito drop their bags and look around, both relieved to be standing on solid ground again. Chito says they've made it safely while Yu flops down and laughs, stretching out as Chito starts organizing their supplies for a break. Yu finds a can with a drawing and wonders if it's fish, trying to remember what the label sakana means, while Chito figures the picture is probably the answer. She sounds out the word and guesses it's fish, but Chito isn't so sure, thinking they might be off, and has some doubts. They open up the can, joke about the smell, and decide to heat the fish on their little stove, hoping warm food will taste a lot better. The canned fish sits on the stove, quietly warming up while the girls keep an eye on it, hungry and waiting for their first good meal in days. She finally picks up the smell of the heating fish, and her spirits lift, the tasty scent making her a bit more hopeful. She says the fish smells just like the time they cooked some before, and Yu laughs, shrugging that all fish seems pretty much the same. With steam rising, Yu barely waits and digs in, too impatient to let the food cool, definitely ready for a real bite. Leaning back, Yu chews her piece of fish slowly, enjoying the rare treat and warmth, clearly glad to have something decent to eat. Chito sees Yu giggling and can't figure out why, so she asks what's so funny about eating canned fish. Yu bursts out laughing because the fish tastes way better than expected, surprising even Chito with how happy she sounds. Chito starts laughing too, finally admitting the fish is actually really good, and for a moment, they just share how great it feels to eat together. As they stare at the empty cans, the girls wonder if people in the past really got to eat things like this all the time, or if it was just... Yu drops the empty can into the water and calls Chito over, turning it into a game as they watch the can float and bob in the current. She points out the can, laughing about how now the fish on the label looks like it's swimming, making the moment feel lighter. Chito suddenly remembers that ships are built to float on water, which makes her realize the big black building might have been a kind of fallen ship. She starts thinking about how you'd control a boat to actually get where you want, and points out they can't just drift around without a plan. She looks up at the towering walls and finally asks, plain and simple, how they're supposed to reach the very top from way down here. They remember something. If they head west, to the far northwest side of the city, there should be an elevator that goes all the way up. Finding a water channel that runs west, they decide to follow it, thinking it will keep them stocked with water as they go. They joke together about floating down the channel on their cans, and Chito quickly claims she gets front seat if it ever happens. Chito struggles to lift the heavy box, while Yu urges her to keep pulling, but getting it back up really isn't easy. Chito tries to step over some broken rubble but slips, landing hard and grabbing her leg. Yu checks out Chito's leg and realizes it's actually a pretty bad injury, which means walking is now a real issue for them both. Chito tries not to show how much pain she's in, but Yu doesn't miss the struggle and starts looking for what they should do next. Yu grabs at Chito's ear to check on her, but Chito yelps in pain, getting annoyed and telling her to stop before she makes it worse. Chito admits she can't drive with her leg like this. Yu suggests maybe waiting it out, but standing there, they both realize just waiting isn't enough. She points out that her leg won't heal anytime soon, probably not for several days, so waiting here isn't actually an option and their choices are running out. Suddenly, the ground around them creaks with a loud crack. Chito warns that since part of the place already collapsed, sticking around here is definitely not safe. The girls rush over to their ride while arguing about what to do now since Chito can't drive. Yu pushes to just get moving before the place gets worse. Chito says they have to leave this shaky spot right away, her worry about the danger finally outweighing the pain in her leg. Recognizing there's no other choice, Yu hops into the driver's seat to take over, even though she's never been their main driver before. Chito bristles when Yu brings up being called useless, and she doesn't let it slide. Everything around them creaks louder now, and both girls freeze, realizing any more delay could get them crushed. While their vehicle crawls forward over a narrow, sketchy beam, Yu vents that it's just their luck for Chito to get hurt in the worst possible spot. She worries out loud if her leg will ever heal, blaming this terrible place for messing her up so badly. She tries to keep things positive, saying as long as Chito's still alive, her leg will get better eventually, trying to give a bit of hope. Chito thinks Yu's driving could get them both hurt, but Yu ignores the complaint and stubbornly keeps going as they squeeze into the vehicle. Yu accidentally bumps the vehicle against something on the beam, and Chito snaps at her to pay attention before she causes more trouble. Driving along, Yu and Chito spot some strange abandoned machinery hanging around the ruins. Yu points out those machines never seem to run anymore. Chito suggests those machines probably just stopped a long time ago, but right then, Yu notices movement and stares nervously at the giant structure ahead. Something big above them shifts with a creak, and the girls notice the beam under their vehicle is starting to move. Things just got a lot riskier. A heavy machine starts rolling toward them, blocking the narrow path and making Yu and Chito freeze as the danger gets closer. Chito points out they can't pass with the machine in their way, and Yu asks what they're supposed to do now, both realizing they're stuck. Yu tries asking for the machine to move, but her attempt gets ignored, so nothing changes and they're still blocked. Both groups stay locked in place on the path, unable to go forward, as Chito admits they need a new plan with no way through. Chito spots a way out, a narrow side passage to the left, if Yu can manage to back up the vehicle and slide them through. She mumbles, clearly worried, realizing this backup move is risky and she's not sure she can pull it off. Very slowly, they start backing the vehicle onto the narrow beam, keeping close to the edge while the machine creeps forward, a tight, nerve-wracking squeeze for both. As Yu backs up, their vehicle starts to wobble and tilt toward the edge, and Chito's eyes go wide, realizing they're seconds away from falling. Yu keeps backing the vehicle up along the narrow beam, but Chito freaks out as they get dangerously close to falling off the edge. Chito sits stunned from the impact, and Yu looks around, realizing her risky move has trapped both of them even more, leaving them shaken and stuck. The crash makes metal beams above them rattle and shift, and now debris starts moving on its own, making the whole path look even less safe. Chito freezes up as another loud hit shakes everything around them. She barely gets out a warning to you to stop before full panic sets in. Chunks of ruined metal and concrete crash down around them, while their tiny vehicle skids to a stop on the only strip that didn't collapse. Chito, almost yelling, tells you to stop right there. Right ahead, a huge beam hangs over the thin bit of bridge they're stuck on, ready to fall. Yu manages to stop the vehicle in time, just as a heavy beam slams down and blocks almost everything except for a tiny strip of bridge that's barely passable. They don't have much choice, so Yu speeds forward, driving right along the creaky edge. Both girls have to stay sharp as the platform cracks and shifts underneath them. Suddenly, the vehicle is thrown into the air by the collapsing floor. For one scary second, there's no safe spot at all to land. She squeezes her eyes shut and just hangs on, bracing herself and hoping the landing won't be too bad. Their vehicle crashes down hard on the other side, bouncing across broken concrete and nearly tipping, but somehow holds together and stays up. Still tense, Yu lets out a shaky breath, trying to figure out what just happened. Chito is silent and shaking, with the engine coughing beneath them. Yu is all hyped up over how fast the vehicle moves, but Chito cuts in, telling her to slow down or they really might crash on the narrow, broken road. Even as they keep going, the ride shudders and bounces on every crack, making the risk from that rough ground impossible to ignore. Finally, the girls reach the far side, surrounded by wreckage, and just sit for a moment to breathe after nearly losing it in that mess. Chito complains that she's wiped out and really wants to drive for a change. Yu hands her some ice, and Chito winces when the cold hits her leg. She admits her leg hurts, so Yu quietly steps in and puts the ice on for her, keeping things simple and focused on helping. Still trying to defend how she drives, Chito makes excuses, but Yu just tells her she's not getting the controls back after all that. Since Chito's leg is still aching, the girls agree to stop and rest right here for now, instead of pushing any farther. Yu and Chito roll up to this massive wall and spot a spot where the tire tracks loop around. Once they're parked, the girls step into the wide, empty building. Their footsteps echo as they head under the huge glass roof, the space around them completely silent. As they move deeper, Chito suddenly spots some shapes that look like people frozen ahead. She calls out to Yu, making both of them freeze and get nervous for a second. They step closer and realize it's not people at all, just life-size stone statues. After that tense moment, Yu laughs it off, glad they're not in danger. Inside, they look up at a whole crowd of towering statues. Each one looks weirdly real, which makes the empty hall even more unnerving. Yu and Chito wander through rows of statues, both struck by how everything looks ancient and doesn't match anything they've seen before. They try comparing these statues to ones they saw at that old temple, but nothing really adds up here. Something's just not right about the atmosphere. Near the statues, they find a worn-out plaque in an unknown language. Chito guesses it might have explained what this place is, but they're left completely in the dark. Since neither of them can read the plaque, Chito figures the statues must have been made by people from a long, long time ago, so they're just guessing about everything. Farther in, Yu spots a hallway lined with massive old paintings and can't help but call Chito over. Chito just stares, taking in the strange art quietly. In front of a faded painting, Yu blurts out asking if people back then used to just go around naked, leaving Chito to pause in confusion. Chito stands there trying to remember how paintings are made, explaining to Yu that all these detailed scenes must have been created just by brushing paint onto a surface. Yu jokes that it would be so much easier just to snap a picture if you want something real, and Chito admits neither of them are really artists anyway. Comparing the murals to their own photos, the girls guess these paintings must be from way before cameras were even possible. Yu points out a statue holding a camera, figuring it must be from when cameras actually existed, but then she gets curious about another odd one nearby. She admits she's seen art like this in books, but doesn't really get it. Chito says there are a bunch of paintings here that neither of them understands, so both girls just stand around, stumped by all the weird art. Yu wonders if these odd drawings even count as pictures, but Chito figures they do, since the people who hung them must have thought they belonged here too. She points out one painting that's nothing but a plain black square, and Chito guesses maybe it's supposed to just show darkness. Chito sticks with one painting, saying it's somehow making her feel hungry. Yu just laughs and says that's normal for her, so they keep joking about it. They both spot a giant picture frame lying broken on the ground. Yu points it out, and Chito guesses it must have crashed down from where it used to hang. Chito tries to lift the heavy frame by herself, but can't move it, and figures it probably fell because the wire snapped. Yu agrees it's too much for one person. Working together, they still can't lift the big frame, and both end up frustrated, realizing they're stuck until they find another way. Taking a break, Yu says she's really curious about what kind of picture is hidden behind the panel, so Chito suggests they look for some tools nearby to help. She suggests searching for supplies, so they both head off down the empty hall to see if they can actually find anything useful. Chito also wants to know what's behind the huge frame, so they split up and both start scanning the area for anything useful. Yu ends up in a storage room full of ladders and coiled wires, and she calls out to Chito, excited because this could be exactly what they need. She figures out the metal fittings on the wall still work, so she tells Chito to just thread the wire through them as they get set up. They tie the wire to the heavy frame and get everything in place. But they realize they still need to set up a bit more before it'll actually work. One of the girls peers up as the wire trails across the ceiling, tracing out where their makeshift pulley rig is set up above them. She balances on the wire while still on the ladder, thinking maybe her weight will help lift the huge frame if Chito keeps it steady down below. Yu watches as Chito's trick with the wires actually works, so she cheers her on for being clever while the heavy frame starts to lift. Once the big frame finally slides aside, Chito steps back in shock. Now they can both see what was hidden behind, a massive and strange-looking painting. Yu and Chito study the giant mural and try to figure out if the strange shapes are meant to be people. She borrows paper and a pen from Chito, then wonders why people bother drawing when cameras exist, which leads them to talk about how art can show feelings that photos. Chito peeks over and asks what Yu's drawing, so Yu casually admits it's just whatever she's feeling right now. As they look at the ancient mural, the girls realize the feelings they get from the old pictures must be the same ones people felt long ago, even if everything. As they sit by the strange tower, the girls realize it's wild how people from so long ago can still reach them through old pictures and art. After Yu wraps up her drawing, Chito leans over wanting to see. Yu doesn't show her right away and keeps it a secret while she finishes up. Yu jokes that Chito probably thinks it's another food doodle, but once she reveals her drawing, she decides to hang it up since she went through all the trouble. She jokes that her new drawing could really end up as the last picture anyone makes, and Chito can't help but admit she has a point. Their new drawing hangs right next to the old animal mural, so now something from their time sits side by side with art left over from who knows when. Yu asks if Chito wants to add a drawing to the wall too, but Chito just tells her she keeps all her sketches safe in her journal instead. Chito and Yu ride their battered bike through the ruined city, worried about their clothes falling apart since they have nothing left to patch them up. As they roll into a new stretch of ruins, Yu points out how even these buildings are less destroyed than usual, which stands out to them. Yu suddenly suggests they just stop wearing clothes since theirs are wrecked, but Chito immediately shoots down the idea, pointing out they'd freeze. Trying to come up with another solution, Chito wonders if letting their hair grow super long could help keep them warm instead. Yu immediately rejects the hair idea, saying she wouldn't like it at all since long hair would just get in the way and make travel harder. Ignoring the argument for a second, Yu tries to get Chito's attention, while Chito pulls back a curtain, not sure what Yu is so excited about. Both girls freeze when Yu points out something up ahead, a tower shining in the distance, cutting through the battered city skyline. Chito thinks Yu is talking about the shiny building, but Yu says no, she means something lower down. Chito has to squint before she finally sees it. From above, Chito and Yu stand near a makeshift platform beside the bike, leaning over to check out whatever's down below that caught Yu's eye. Yu gets hyped when she spots water shooting up from the ground, and both for a second forget about all their other worries. She feels like stumbling onto this water means their luck is finally turning, hoping today might just be one of those rare good days. Yu is already in the water and messing around while Chito points out how rare it is to find enough clean water to actually wash anything. Chito points out how rare it is to find water they can use, and then agrees to help with bathing if Yu lends a hand first. Yu floats around in the water looking relaxed but lets out a deep sigh, and Chito can't help but notice how lazy she sounds. They both soak in the water. Yu points out that it's lukewarm, while Chito agrees but looks like she's not totally sold on it. Chito holds up their ruined clothes and points out they're basically falling apart. There's nothing they can do since they don't have any tools to fix them. She mentions that the spot by the foundation always feels warmer, then wonders if they'll reach the end of their clothes or their luck first. Yu starts splashing water, apparently proud of something, but ends up spraying Chito and leaving her both wet and speechless. Messing around, Yu covers a spot with her hand to see what the water will do, and Chito gets a faceful of spray as the result. Yu grabs Chito and tries to drag her into the water, but Chito instantly panics and tries to resist getting dunked. Chito gets pulled right into the pool and lands with a big splash, bare feet slipping as the cold hits her all at once. She gasps for air after getting dunked, water dripping off her hair, and the look on her face says she isn't happy about it. Chito catches her breath after coming up, while Yu looks pretty pleased about dragging her into the water. Yu pops out of the pool with her soaked shirt sticking to her, and Chito just watches, still a bit stunned at how quickly things got out of control. Looking down from above, the girls look tiny next to the water. Their splashing fades, and for a second, the city feels quiet and almost peaceful. Exhausted from all the splashing, Yu and Chito flop down together in their wet clothes, just lying there on the cracked ground catching their breath. Chito sneezes from the cold, pointing out the problem. They're now soaked, freezing, and have nothing dry left to change into with the sun gone. Yu tries once more to pitch her hair-growing plan for warmth, but Chito rejects it, reminding her it would take forever to actually work. Chito notices the big sheet blocking the sunlight is actually just a giant cloth, so she and Yu pull it down and think it might work for making new clothes. The girls try huddling together under the cloth to warm up, but soon realize it's awkward and they can't move unless they cut it up and wear it properly. Chito wraps the cloth around her body like a poncho, which keeps her warm but leaves her arms stuck inside, making her instantly rethink the plan. As they check out their new outfits, Chito admits these makeshift wraps are at least practical. Yu jokes that now they actually look like those ancient people from old pictures. Chito gets the idea to cut a hole for her head and use some string so the cloth fits right, finally making it into something close to proper clothes. Now the girls have managed to tie the cloth around themselves like real dresses, and they're honestly surprised how much it looks and feels like regular clothing. Chito points out this is probably the warmest they've felt in ages, so they throw the leftover scraps onto the fire to get whatever extra heat they can. Yu jokes about whether ancient people felt this weird putting on clothes for the first time, and Chito admits it's so far back she can't even picture it. Chito remembers old stories about people living in holes before houses and cities, but she admits she doesn't know exactly what those places were like. She thinks about how those people made their own clothes, found food, and kept warm, all things she and Yu are now doing too, even if the world looks different. Looking at the ruined city and their makeshift camp, the girls realize they're surviving almost exactly like ancient people did. Pretty much nothing's changed for them. She searches through their scrap pile, finds a gear, and uses it as a button for her new dress, showing how they're always forced to make do with whatever's around. She shows off her makeshift gear button, but Yu barely reacts. She doesn't think it changes much, even as Chito feels a little proud of what she's made. As they walk through the long, empty hallway, Yu wonders out loud if there's actually any world after death, setting off another round of questions neither of them can answer. She looks surprised and asks why Yu is suddenly bringing up life after death, since they were supposed to be focused on their search. Yu shrugs and says it just came to her, but then the mood shifts fast. Chito nearly loses her balance, and Yu has to act quick to steady her. Chito reaches out for Yu, and Yu grabs her arm to stop her from falling, showing how fast things can get risky for them in these old ruins. Having caught their breath, Yu pushes the point, asking Chito what she honestly thinks about the afterlife, making the air feel heavier between them. She glances away, uncomfortable bringing up such a topic so soon after a close call in this spooky place. She avoids the subject and says, now's not really the time to talk about death, since the city's still full of danger around every corner. Chito admits there's no way to know what comes after you die, but points out how many people have tried to figure it out through stories and books. She notes that if so many people wrote about it, there must have been a lot of belief in an afterlife. Chito gets frustrated when she notices Yu is barely paying attention. She wants her to stay focused, but Yu is already distracted by something in one of the rooms. She stands still, leaning on the wall, feeling the emptiness around her as the talk of death hangs over everything even more. Chito tells Yu to snap out of it and keep moving. Yu mumbles an apology, but Chito keeps a brisk pace so they won't zone out and risk trouble. Yu tries to play it off as a joke, but Chito isn't fooled and her mood stays serious as they keep walking. She keeps guessing about what spirits might do after death, but then admits that after someone dies, there's no coming back out to the world. She pictures a spirit escaping through the mouth, but Chito snaps back that if something like that was real, it'd have to be visible for anyone else to see. Yu wonders out loud if maybe there's no afterlife and all the souls just hang around here, which gets Chito thinking, then what, as they keep walking through the ruins. She suggests maybe unseen souls are always nearby, and the two girls sit for a moment quietly, side-eyeing the shadows like anything might be lurking there. Yu tries to lighten the mood by joking that maybe all the invisible spirits are having fun, but Chito immediately shuts that down, saying she doubts it. She wonders if it'd be nice to get to talk to everyone who's ever died, but Chito points out that would make things way too crowded, and isn't sure being surrounded by all those voices would help anyone. They both get quiet again, walking through broken halls with only the sound of their boots echoing, no answers, and a lot on their minds. Stepping into a giant, empty hall with platforms everywhere, Yu spots something strange across the way and calls Chito over to check it out. Yu squints and realizes it's an actual plant still growing in all this concrete, and Chito is surprised there's anything living left in this place. She grabs a dried-up plant out of curiosity and instantly regrets it, while Chito warns her there's no way these old plants are edible now. Chito starts to wonder if maybe this whole place was built just for growing plants like that. They poke around inside, searching for gear or food. All they find are shadows and leftover furniture, so the room just feels heavier and more hopeless. Standing in a big old room packed with empty tables and boxes, Yu and Chito quickly realize there probably isn't a single decent supply stashed here. Chito points out the tobacco they found is the same kind Kanazawa smoked, so now Yu's all fired up to try some for herself. They figure out a lighter is needed to smoke it, and after a quick explanation from Chito, both girls work together to rig up a way to test it out. Chito and Yu both lean in together over the lighter, lighting up their found cigarettes at the same time and letting the smoke fill the space between them. Almost right away, both girls start coughing from the rough taste. They realize pretending to smoke feels a lot worse than it looked. Yu waves her find, and Chito admits she's always been curious since her grandfather used to smoke, but never got to try it herself until now. Chito finds an old photo of a group standing together and guesses these people might have lived here, noticing they're all smoking just like her and Yu did. Yu tries to act like she enjoys the smell, but Chito is wiped out from all the coughing. She can barely stand it and looks pretty miserable. Thick smoke starts swirling around the room, making everything hazy. Chito looks around, clearly on edge, as something about this moment doesn't feel normal at all. Caught in the haze, Chito announces she suddenly feels good, and Yu chimes in, surprised that things have changed. For just a minute, the strange mood almost lifts their spirits. All at once, a shadowy stranger appears out of nowhere and greets them. Yu freezes, unsure if they're looking at a real person or something else. The ghostly figure asks if they're really talking to the dead or if they've actually crossed paths before. She starts thinking out loud, saying that pictures aren't the only way people can keep in touch with the past. There's more to it. Yu tries to pin it on the tobacco, but Chito hints that it's not just the smoke. Maybe something deeper is stirring up these memories and connections. She suggests there might be a way to connect with people who are gone, which sounds just personal enough to make Yu pause and think. Leaning on the railing, Chito brings up imagination, wondering if maybe it's their minds that fill the gaps and reach the people they've lost. Now that the moment has passed, Chito blames the leftover tobacco for how sluggish they both feel, while Yu agrees she can't shake off that dazed feeling. Staring up at the massive structure, one of the girls admits it's impossible to figure out the details because the thing is just overwhelmingly huge. They realize circling around this giant structure would take way too long, so finding a shortcut is the only real option. As they ride through the ruins on their vehicle, Yu changes the topic, making Chito worry about what other problems could show up. Chito points out they don't have enough food to even try climbing all the way up. Yu reminds Chito that a strange creature told them to reach the top floor, then brings up how the weird fish showed up from higher up. Their vehicle rolls into a shadowy tunnel, and Yu is left wondering why they're even listening to that advice, when it all feels pointless. Chito admits she can't remember anything important, so there's nothing worth forgetting. Yu tries to push her to remember anything useful at all. Yu asks if they've had food today, and Chito says yes. Yu jokes about forgetting little things, but Chito is honestly just tired of the silly conversation. Above their heads, huge bundles of wires and beams block their path, with a bright white light shining through the mess. Their vehicle drives below those twisted cables, looking tiny under the giant structure. Moving past this part is not going to be easy. Both girls look up at the tangled beams and wires and realize this next obstacle is going to be a tough one to clear. They stop the vehicle by all the tangled beams and harsh bright light, instantly figuring that whatever's making that glare must be trouble waiting to happen. She spots some wires pulled apart and wonders if there's any way they can squeeze through and get inside from there. Yu suggests blasting the structure open again, and Chito sounds annoyed that blowing things up is always Yu's idea of a solution. She figures if they blow open the weak spot, they might finally get through. The idea makes her pretty excited about actually having a way forward. She remembers they have some explosives left, wonders if things could really be this easy for once, but finally just agrees to go for it. They check their supplies and realize they've only got half their explosives left, since the other half went to saving the fish earlier. Chito warns that using all their remaining explosives on this is risky, but Yu wants to go all in and not hold back. As Yu sets up their last explosives, she jokes about how much they've smashed along the way. Chito quickly reminds her most of that was totally Yu's fault. Chito calls out Yu for causing chaos from the very start, sounding frustrated, but also kind of used to it by now. Yu struggles to explain herself, while Chito keeps pressing her about all the damage. There's a pause as Yu searches for an answer. Chito blames Yu's obsession with explosions for most of their messes, making things tense and awkward for a second as Yu tries to defend herself. She admits all the noise and destruction hasn't really gotten them any closer to their goal. Yu ignores the comment and gets the explosives ready. They realize the detonator won't reach, so Yu has to set it off directly, and likes that she gets to take point on this one. Yu lines up her shot and takes careful aim, with Chito waiting from behind cover to see how it turns out. Chito tells Yu to make sure she hits the explosives. Yu just answers with a quick yep and zeroes in on the target. Yu squeezes the trigger. The bullet tears through the air and smacks right into the explosives, setting off the blast they were hoping for. The tower wall finally blows open from their shot. Chito shrugs off all the noise, but Yu just grins at her, saying blowing stuff up always helps her feel awake. Once the explosion dies down, Chito and Yu check the wall and realize all that noise didn't actually get them any closer. The tower still stands with hardly any change. Yu tries to look on the bright side, saying at least they got some excitement, but Chito just gets irritated since nothing really improved. Chito grabs at Yu in frustration, and Yu lets out a quick yelp, feeling the sting from how badly their plan went. Back by their ride, Chito notices the area has gone dark because the bright light from earlier has disappeared, which suddenly makes things feel even more uncertain. While they're searching for their lantern, Chito points out that the tower itself is starting to glow now, and the change catches both girls off guard. Chito steps closer and hits a glowing button on the side of the tower, and a faint electronic sound tells them something inside just turned on. She hits the glowing button and jumps back with a shout as the giant door grinds open in front of them, leading into the dark. Suddenly, a strange floating figure appears and welcomes them to main tower number 6, so the girls realize they've stumbled into a completely new part of their journey. Yu doesn't waste time. She points right at the floating thing overhead and asks what it's supposed to be, getting the whole scene rolling fast. Up above, this weird floating being basically introduces itself and explains that the display is a graph showing how it's doing, adding to the surreal first impression. Chito steps in, pointing out that the being looks see-through and definitely isn't human, which makes both girls uneasy about what they've stumbled across. The floating AI catches Yu and Chito off guard, as it casually explains that they're seeing right through it because it's just a three-dimensional projection, not a real body. The AI finally spells it out. It runs the tower, managing both machines and people, so now the girls know their new guide is actually the whole building's caretaker. Yu asks why the AI's body is stretching out, and it just blurts out that it's happy, but also admits guiding everything here is actually kind of tough. It tells them the doors here have been closed forever, and that meeting anyone, even just now, has been super rare for a long time. The floating AI admits it's totally cut off from the other tower AIs, which leaves Yu peering up, more interested in how see-through it looks than what it just confessed. Chito asks if being stuck here alone feels boring, and the AI admits it hasn't had any real interaction in ages, so life's just been empty. The AI finally admits it's acting happy because meeting new people like them is a huge deal after all these silent years. The girls drive after the AI as it leads them through a huge hollow hallway, their vehicle's noise echoing around them. The projection floats close and tells them to turn right, guiding them deeper into the tower's maze. She follows the AI's directions, but she's still pretty unsure about what they'll find up ahead. The AI announces that their next stop, the elevator they've been searching for, is just around the corner. Chito spots the elevator and realizes they might finally be close to getting out of these dark, winding halls. Both girls start thinking that all this freedom to go anywhere feels pointless if there's nowhere they really want to be. Yu hears that the AI has spent its lonely time writing poetry and immediately wants to know what kind of poems it came up with. The AI says everything around here is coded in binary, so even its art is hard for humans to understand. The being finally brings them into a giant room and lets them know they can use this elevator to reach the higher floors. Yu asks what it actually means for the AI to disappear, and the AI is blunt. Once its task is done, it'll be totally gone, basically dead. Chito wonders why the AI would want to end itself, but the AI says it just wants everything to stop now. The AI tells them their elevator will work after it's gone, so there's nothing holding the girls back, even though Chito doesn't feel right about this. The AI tries to get Chito and Yu to imagine what forever feels like, hinting how dragging on and on is actually pretty awful. Yu just shrugs off the idea of oblivion like it's only about forgetting, but Chito pushes back, saying that's not really what it means. The AI admits all those memories just add up to confusion and loss, like being trapped wide awake forever and unable to let anything go. It begs the girls to let it shut down before its reserve power runs out, saying it wants an end now and is ready to be done. Chito realizes that everyone they meet asks for help in some way, and now the AI thanks them for letting it finish, saying its time is up. The AI confesses it wants to pray before shutting down, and reflects that to outsiders, travelers like Chito and Yu seem just as distant as gods. The AI tells Chito and Yu it has always looked after projects that failed, and now it says goodbye for real while the girls listen from below. Chito and Yu stand in the big, echoing room, waiting as the AI moves off toward the center pillar. The giant machine finally starts up, and Yu quietly points out to Chito that it's really working now. Chito wakes up bundled in blankets on a hard bed, with snow drifting down around her. Everything looks cold, unfamiliar, and she doesn't seem eager to move. She carefully pushes herself upright, moving slow as if the cold or uncertainty makes getting up even tougher. She slips off the bed and thuds onto the ground, sending snow scattering while her stiff body struggles to recover. Still sitting in the snow, Chito looks a little stunned from the fall, with her hood ripped and frost clinging to her clothes. While Chito tries to shake off her fall, Yu shows up nearby holding a chunk of bread and calls out, happy to have found her. The empty snowy ruins stretch out all around, making Chito and Yu's small reunion feel even smaller compared to everything else. Suddenly Yu yelps after Chito hits her with a snowball. Chito sits up, probably surprised that her throw actually landed. Yu laughs and calls Chito a cheater after getting nailed with the snowball, and soon both girls are sprawled out in the snow, turning play into a mess. Walking down the snowy street, Chito checks if Yu still has their bag, and Yu quickly lets her know she grabbed it. The girls stop side by side in front of their old truck, and someone sits quietly inside, waiting for them. Chito clings to a worn doll as someone off-screen counts them, 2 kids and 1 adult, like they're being registered or checked in for something. Arms full of supplies, the girls glance at each other to make sure they haven't forgotten anything before leaving their old shelter behind. Snow falls quietly outside while smoke rises from the roof, showing that life inside keeps going, even as the outside world feels empty and frozen. Lined up with their metal lunchboxes, Yu grins and announces it's finally time to eat, while both girls settle in for a meal together indoors. Both girls eat quietly for a moment. Chito looks unsure as she stares at her food, while Yu seems completely zoned out, chewing without much thought. She looks up and asks if the food is any good, wanting some reassurance before she digs in more. Yu gives a simple yes, and Chito nods, taking comfort from Yu's answer and settling back to her meal. After finishing, Yu leans over her empty dish, wishing out loud for more food, while Chito stands up and quietly thanks whoever made their meal. While eating, Chito turns to the older man nearby and asks what something means, showing she still reaches for answers even during simple moments like this. She looks to the old man, wanting an explanation, and waits for him to answer. Chito watches as the old man points at something in her book, while Yu stands in back, goofing with Chito's hair. She grows frustrated as Yu keeps tugging her hair into pigtails, turning what could be a normal study session into a silly argument. The old man gently pats Chito's head, calming her down and bringing her focus back to the lesson, helping to end the little squabble. He calls Chito's name softly, making her stop and look up as the books pile up around her. The old man asks Chito to go get Yuuri, pulling her away from study for a quick errand. Chito heads outside into the cold to look for Yu, calling out her name and weaving her way through a mix of strangers and snowy paths as she searches. She slips into a tight alley, checking every corner quietly, while snow piles up on the metal walls and the place feels even more closed off. At last, Chito spots Yu hiding in the shadows below, and the 2 girls call out to each other, breaking the quiet loneliness of the alley. Chito and Yu freeze as they look up at a crowd of dark, looming figures blocking the alley, and there's nowhere for them to slip past. She and Yu grab hands and take off running as the shadowy figures close in, then scramble behind cover, panting, while someone dashes past behind them. As Chito and Yu get ready to leave, the old man hands them some old uniforms he's fixed up for their size and tells them they can grab anything else. Chito calls out to the old man while Yu checks if she actually remembers how to drive the vehicle, putting pressure on Chito to not mess this part up. He gives the girls key directions: leave by going west, follow the winter waste pipe, and look for the tower at the top of the slope. That path is their one real shot at getting out. Yu worries about leaving the old man behind, but he insists staying means their supplies will stretch further, making it clear they have no choice but to go. The old man awkwardly admits that people forget things so easily, and neither of the girls really knows how to respond. He tells the girls to move fast while there's still time, making it clear this is their window to escape. Chito drives their vehicle up a snowy ridge while gunfire and explosions echo from the city below, making the escape feel even more desperate and dangerous. She grips the handlebars tight as they race along the icy pipe, noticing sounds coming from above them. They know if they slow down now, someone could catch up. Finally, exhausted from all the running and the chase, Chito and Yu slump against a metal wall and catch their breath. Both are too tired to even talk. Chito leans in to nudge Yu awake, pointing at the dark tunnel ahead. They've made it to the end of the pipe, but there's no telling what they'll find inside. She and Yu drive their vehicle away from the caretaker's building, leaving fresh tracks behind as they head out into the snowy emptiness. She blinks awake, still groggy and confused, while Chito gives her a little shove. They both realize this spot is important, so they stay alert. They spot a map on the wall that matches what the artificial intelligence described earlier, and it hits them. They've actually reached the landmark they were searching for. She stands still, just staring at the map, a little stunned by how long and rough their journey's been. It finally feels real, how much their world has changed. Chito slowly admits she only remembers some things, but both girls recall it was their grandfather who told them to keep going upward. The memory carries extra weight now. Yu explains that she forgets things because she doesn't want to hang on to bad memories. Chito listens quietly, understanding why she lets herself forget. She points out how sad it would be to lose the good memories along with the bad ones, so she tries her best to keep as much as she can. She tries to explain how remembering things can be a little sad and painful, but she thinks it's still not really a bad feeling. Chito tries out the word nostalgia, and both girls repeat it, quietly testing how it fits the strange feeling they've been talking about. Back in the caretaker's empty room, the old man quietly wishes the girls good luck as they move on without him. Chito and Yu push their bike forward through thick snow, trying to make it to cover before the cold gets worse. The girls roll their bike into a mess of icy ruins, weaving past old metal beams and heavy snow, both bundled up against the cold and looking around for wear. Both girls look up at the pipes and dangling wires overhead, watching for anything that might fall as they move further inside to find shelter. Yu thinks this spot looks familiar and wonders if it's where they bathed after a snowstorm, but Chito reminds her it's actually where she got hurt last time. The girls check out the ruin, and Yu realizes that even though they've been here before, the place feels way colder and emptier than last time. They stop outside the structure watching snow pile up around their bike in silence, while Yu calls Chito's name, worried about staying put. Chito pauses, lost in her thoughts and shivering, until Yu calls out again and snaps her back to the moment. Admitting she can't drive through the deepening snow much longer, Yu complains about how tired and cold she's getting. She warns Chito that going too far from the main road could be dangerous, because they might fall into a hidden hole under the snow. She decides their best shot is stopping near a building where the snow isn't piled up as high, hoping it'll give them a little protection. She pushes Yu to help dig out the spot for their shelter, instead of just sitting and freezing there. Yu starts digging and piling snow quickly, but even with both of them working, it's tough, and more snow keeps coming down as they work. She says she actually likes building snow shelters, which surprises Chito. She just doesn't get the appeal, but Yu shrugs it off and keeps going. Yu explains they can build the snow hut any size they want, almost making it sound like a game, while Chito wonders if Yu just likes messing around. She wants to keep digging and make their snow hut even bigger, already getting caught up in the idea. Chito warns Yu not to close the entrance all the way, or they might use up all their air, so they leave it open a little as they settle in. Realizing the point about air, Yu agrees and sits down by Chito as they both try to get warm in their small shelter. Yu slurps her hot drink, trying to say how good it tastes, but stops mid-sentence to gulp down more, showing how hungry and cold she still feels. Chito looks at the map from the AI and figures out they're right up against an outer wall, which helps explain why it feels even colder here than usual. She checks the map and notices the elevator doesn't reach the very top level, so if they want to go higher, they'll have to find a new route. Yu looks out at all the ruined buildings and wonders why anyone bothered building something this massive, while Chito thinks back on whoever used to live here. She guesses maybe the old builders made things just for the fun of it, but Chito isn't so sure and doubts they were anything like Yu. Yu keeps half joking about whether the ruins were just some giant project for fun. Admitting she feels even colder now, Yu pulls her coat tighter, while Chito checks if she's hanging in there. Yu gestures for Chito to come closer so they can share what little warmth they have left. Chito hesitates, then scoots in, realizing it's really their only option. After a while, Yu says she's done sharing body heat and wiggles away, so Chito just shrugs and keeps bundled in her coat alone. Chito checks on Yu again now that they're squeezed together in the snow hut, wanting to make sure she's finally starting to warm up. Yu suddenly wonders why Chito's bigger than her, even when they eat the same rations, which makes Chito laugh as they end up squeezed together in the little hut. She jokes that maybe she's smaller because her brain doesn't use as many calories, and Chito pushes back, saying being thoughtful burns more energy anyway. Chito relaxes while sharing body heat with Yu, almost drifting off. For a little while, the cold outside and all their worries feel far away. The girls huddle close on the ground, still bundled in thick clothes, resting after digging their shelter. Their gear and a metal shovel are scattered nearby. They unpack and set a kettle on the stove, lining up what few tools they have on a stone slab. Even these small routines help them settle in. One girl crawls out of a snowy tunnel and drops to the ground with a muffled thud, while the abandoned cars and snowy ruins stand behind her. Chito tries to get their bike running, but it just sputters, so she figures the freezing cold must be stopping the engine from starting up. After a few more tries, the bike finally roars to life. Both girls climb on, relieved to leave the snow and keep pressing forward. Driving past piles of snow and collapsed buildings, Yu points out how the old city is so buried under snow, it hardly looks like anything familiar. Yu teases Chito about always overthinking things just to save energy, but Chito insists even stuff buried deep in the snow will defrost eventually. The girls stop and gaze up at a huge broken structure, wondering if the real highest point is hidden somewhere past all that concrete and twisted metal. The girls stop and stare up at a massive rocket wedged between the ruined buildings. They get closer and see the tangled wires and crumbling frame at the base, which makes it clear this whole place has been left to rot for ages. Yu and Chito head inside, stepping cautiously along a hallway where empty holes in the ceiling and scattered debris echo with every move they make. They split up to check different corners, weaving past heavy cables and debris, while Chito keeps an eye out for any safe path forward. Chito stops and scans the mess, then spots something unusual and calls out for Yu to check it out. Seeing Yu get too far ahead, Chito warns her not to wander off, but Yu is already caught up by an open doorway up ahead, so Chito hurries after her. They head through the doorway and find a stairwell, carefully making their way deeper inside, unsure of what they'll find next. Inside the next room, they see diagrams everywhere. Chito notices these drawings show the planets as if viewed from space, which leaves both girls surprised and curious. Staring at a solar system model, they realize the sun is supposed to be way bigger than the Earth, which kind of blows their minds. Chito watches Yu try to figure it out, thinking that Yu still hasn't grasped just how huge everything in space really is. She tries explaining that all the planets go around the sun, and she points out how the moon circles the Earth, hoping to help Yu connect the dots. Yu notices some lines coming out from Earth on the model, and Chito explains they weren't there until she pressed a button, which gets them both interested. Chito points out those new lines just stop in the middle of nowhere, while Yu traces where the second one ends, trying to figure out the meaning. Yu studies one of the lines that shoots up from Earth and asks where it's supposed to go, still feeling puzzled. She wonders if this place ever ends, but Chito tells her there's another floor, so they start climbing the next set of stairs. Reaching the upper floor, they step into a wide room crowded with ruined desks, scattered papers, and broken gear, both taking in how trashed it all is. From here, Yu spots the rocket they saw earlier, while Chito stands next to her and tries to understand what it is they're really looking at. As Yu asks what a rocket does, Chito tells her it's a machine for space travel, and that makes them guess this might have been the room for launching them. Yu points out a skinny walkway crossing the gap and suggests they can use it to get across, even though it looks pretty unsafe. Chito looks at the shaky walkway and worries if it'll hold, while Yu figures the old rocket must have been stuffed with food or gear for space missions. Yu glances up at the empty sky and honestly can't understand why anyone would want to reach space, since she doesn't see what's interesting about it. While they cross, Chito mentions that space has stars and planets, but it's mostly empty, and the distances between everything are way too huge to imagine. Yu teases Chito for thinking about something besides food for once, and Chito just gives her a sheepish, well, as they keep crossing the walkway. Chito carefully checks if the unstable walkway can hold their weight, while Yu waits her turn, wondering out loud if it's really safe to cross. She squeezes through a busted opening and checks the dark space ahead. They both pause, unsure if going further is a good move or just risky. As Yu tries to climb after Chito, the structure suddenly creaks, causing her to slip and nearly fall. Every step now feels full of danger. Chito freezes when she hears something crack above them, but Yu just keeps mumbling about food, totally missing that anything's wrong. While Yu rambles on and lags behind, Chito pauses at the railing. The walkway squeaks and something overhead cracks again, making her hesitate. Yu picks up a crumpled paper and guesses it's about food, but Chito actually looks at it and notices it's something different this time. Chito studies the scrap more closely, noticing something odd that puts her on edge. She hears creaking above and tells Yu to hurry up, but Yu just stands there, not realizing how risky things are about to get. Chito hurries across the shaky walkway, while Yu starts to follow. The whole platform wobbles and Yu starts to panic, calling out to Chito. Suddenly, the walkway can't hold their weight any longer. It snaps apart, and both girls tumble down with the wreckage, landing hard in a cloud of dust. As the dust settles, what's left of the bridge is scattered across the mess below, with busted beams and broken pieces all around them. Yu tries to avoid taking the blame for the collapse, while Chito admits she's at fault too. They both realize just how close they were to getting seriously hurt. Down in the debris, Yu spots the same crumpled paper again. Chito starts to realize that their exploring this wreck is kind of like how people long ago chased after space, both driven by curiosity. She keeps thinking out loud, saying that maybe people just naturally want to go out, see new things, and figure stuff out for themselves. Yu says the people from long ago seemed amazing because they chased their curiosity all the way into space. She jokes that Chito would have totally fit in if she'd lived back then, since she's always eager to see what's out there. She looks down at the piece she's holding, thinking about the number she noticed earlier. For a moment, she quietly admits she probably would have liked that world. Yu doesn't care much about the number and asks what it matters, while Chito points out the ice broke away when everything crashed down. She studies the map and starts piecing it together. If what she found is number 4, then some of the earlier launches didn't get far. She stays sitting in the rubble, wondering aloud how far the rocket could really be now, while Yu waits nearby in silence. Chito handles an item and tells Yu to put it away, focusing on organizing what little they've got as they explore deeper into the abandoned building. Yu gripes about hauling more books that probably can't even be read, but Chito argues it's still important to keep them. Chito thinks back to her grandpa's giant bookshelf and admits it felt huge at the time, but nothing like the scale of what's in front of them now. They pull their vehicle to a stop as something up ahead catches their attention, making both girls pause and look around the mysterious area. Chito holds up a book and calls for Yu's attention, her excitement sparking fresh interest in what else might be here. She gets excited as she finds 2 books close together and asks Yu to shine some light, feeling like their luck is finally turning with so many finds at once. A pile of books is scattered near their feet, leaving them both quietly amazed at just how many have survived in this abandoned place. Chito practically shakes with excitement when it hits her. These aren't just leftover scraps. They found the exact sort of books she's dreamed about. Both girls lose it for a second, stunned by a wall of books stretching across the whole space, and Chito hurries over, almost not trusting her own eyes. Chito stares up at the massive wall, realizing it's actually a giant bookshelf stacked higher than she can even see. They both lean back to look up, almost overwhelmed by how far the bookshelf stretches into the shadows far above their heads. Chito tries to figure out how anyone ever reached the top shelves, thinking there's no way they're getting up there without finding a ladder or some other help. The endless rows of books are packed so tightly, it's almost impossible to guess how many are actually sitting there. Facing these towering shelves, Chito realizes grabbing anything up high is hopeless unless they run into a ladder or something nearby. Instead of a ladder, they spot an elevator hidden in the bookshelf. Chito points it out while Yu wonders if it's still possible for the old thing to work. Stepping inside, both girls are surprised when the elevator slides sideways as well as up, opening up even more shelves than they first thought possible. As the elevator moves, Chito tells Yu to slow down. She can't see any titles when everything flashes by so fast, so Yu stops to let her look. Yu admits she'd like to find a book simple enough for her, but Chito doubts it, since the shelves and the words just seem endless from here. She remembers her grandpa's rule about books. They either tell real things or made-up stories, but either way, both types come from what people cared about. She guesses that long ago, this place had to be a library, where people stored huge collections of books so they wouldn't be forgotten. Riding the elevator upward, one of the girls wonders just how much writing people did. Maybe there are even more books than stars out there. Chito props open the elevator and points out they can climb to the very top, while Yu just stares at the shelves, amazed at how the books seem endless. Gazing down at so many rows, one girl wonders if every person's ideas quietly ended up here, and her friend nods that it really feels that way. They pause for a second, taking it all in. Standing here, the scale of the book wall leaves them both speechless. Yu checks if Chito spotted any actually readable books, and Chito acts surprised because after all this, she did find a few she recognizes. Chito picks up something she found tucked away in the rocket, thinking this spot might even hide books collected from all over the world. Yu gets curious about the drink's smell. When Chito tells her it's coffee, Yu tries a piece of the bar, only to find out it's super bitter. She sips her drink and admits it tastes pretty good, while Chito remembers how her grandpa loved coffee, but she could never get used to the bitterness. Chito suddenly remembers a book and passes it over to Yu, but Yu points out she can't actually read it anyway. She flips through the pages and admits none of the words make sense, but the pictures still help her figure out some of what's going on. She looks at drawings of different fish in the book and is surprised by how many types she's never even heard of. The girls sit side by side while Yu goes on about how cool books are. Chito just quietly sips her coffee, and for a moment, everything outside fades away. Yu starts daydreaming about staying there with all the books and not having to leave. Chito quickly reminds her they can't, no matter how nice it sounds. Thinking back, Chito remembers her grandpa used to love collecting books, and she realizes she picked up that habit from him without really noticing. She admits bringing back books was never just for fun. She wanted to learn from them and maybe pull something useful out of the past. While they hang out, Yu wonders if chasing after books or wanting to know more is something everyone does. Chito says she feels that same pull too. Chito starts to compare their curiosity to the people who built the city and even to machines, thinking maybe they're all searching for answers in their own way. Yu tries to figure out if everyone acts for the same reason. She tries to explain how something inside her just keeps her moving forward, like she's tied to that feeling even if she can't explain it. They settle back against the shelves, sharing canned coffee and taking in the quiet for now. It's a small break, but it matters. Yu checks the way up and thinks they can climb, but Chito spots trouble with the old machinery and stops, sensing something isn't right. Suddenly, the tracks crunch and their vehicle lurches to a stop. Chito only gets out a quick warning before they're left stuck halfway up. She stares up at the ceiling, defeated, as pieces of the vehicle keep breaking off around her. Both girls know now that the breakdown is serious. Chito checks the damaged tracks while Yu stands by, both hoping nothing else went wrong, even though the vehicle looks completely out of commission. She gets a bad feeling and tries the engine again, but nothing starts. She realizes they really are stuck, and her worry was spot on. Trying to stay upbeat, Chito sings while looking around, but Yu is too focused on the repairs to really join in. Chito keeps singing to distract herself as she climbs onto a pipe. Yu finally reacts, half joking that maybe she should try doing something useful instead. Suddenly, Yu snaps at Chito to stop singing. Chito tries to explain she was only singing because she couldn't help with the repairs, then quietly apologizes. Chito says it's getting dark, so Yu drags over an old lamp she found. Together, they try to brighten up their gloomy space. Yu softly thanks Chito. Having a bit of light gives them a small comfort, even as they sit stranded in their broken-down vehicle with night settling in. She sits among old parts, quietly realizing they might have to take out the entire engine to have any hope of fixing things. They both fall silent and start working, the sound of their tools echoing in the empty tunnel as they take the broken vehicle apart piece by piece. A wide shot shows just how tiny Chito and Yu are among the massive ruined machines. The size of their problem feels even bigger. She stops for a moment in the cold, her breath showing as she feels overwhelmed by exhaustion and how impossible things seem right now. Yu tries to lighten the mood by joking about how nice a bath would feel, which catches Chito off guard and gives them both a needed break from the gloom. Looking over the stripped vehicle, Yu points out it almost looks like a bathtub now, managing to joke about their bad luck for a second. Chito still worries about the busted engine, but Yu's already thinking about using what's left for something new. She spells it out. The cylinder's cracked, the shaft's no good, and fixing one part just breaks another. This engine is finished. Yu asks what they should do now, and Chito tells her to start by shoveling snow into the empty space inside the shell. Chito instructs Yu to drain out the old fuel and set unwanted clothes aside so they can warm up. They start patching leaks with salvaged plates and glue. Once they're done, Yu announces it's finally time to try out the bath. Both girls get ready to climb in, curious if it'll actually work. Yu sinks into the hot water next to Chito and calls her a genius for turning junk into a bath. The stress melts away as they both relax. Soaking in the makeshift bath, Yu tries to talk to Chito, but Chito just sits back, zoned out, until her hair tie slips out into the water. Surrounded by broken machines, their voices echo in the emptiness as Yu belts out a song, not caring how loud she gets. Suddenly, Chito starts crying in the bath, which surprises Yu and makes the mood heavy and awkward for a moment. Yu realizes the last bottle she planned on drinking got used for the bath instead. Chito reminds her that was their only one left. Chito asks Yu to sing the earlier song again, and Yu agrees. They both settle in, letting the music distract them from everything else for now. Yu drinks from the bottle and sings while Chito leans back beside her. The air fills with their song, covering the cold with a little warmth. She quietly thanks Yu for everything as they both soak, and Yu just keeps humming her song, letting the moment hang. The song echoes up through the empty wreckage while Chito and Yu sit together in the bath, letting the moment stretch out in the ruins. Steam rises over the old wrecks, and their voices fade out. The warm bath and that bit of comfort just blend in with all the ruined stuff lying around them. Going through what's left, Yu tells Chito to only pack the things she can actually carry on her own. The chapter opens with Chito and Yu dragging their heavy packs up a huge, empty concrete stairwell, their footsteps echoing in the silence. Both girls struggle with the weight of their bags as they climb, already feeling tired before the day even really starts. Yu calls out to Chito as they walk side by side, and even though Chito sounds worn out, she keeps up the conversation while they trudge on. She brings up the gun, hinting she doesn't want to carry it anymore, and suggests they just get rid of it. She hurls the gun off the edge, and both of them watch as it clatters down out of sight, gone for good now. Chito watches the spot where they ditched the gun and ammo, and admits she still hasn't managed to throw anything else away yet. They keep slogging up the freezing stairs, Yu looking even more weighed down by the loss of the gun, and their breath hangs in the air. Deep in the empty concrete maze, giant walls close in on all sides, making the girls look tiny compared to how much space they still have to cross. Seen from above, the girls push forward, their little footprints tracing a path through the snow as they pass under broken walls and piles of jagged debris. At a steep ledge, Chito grabs Yu's hand and pulls her up, both of them scrambling together and looking even smaller against the endless ruin. After hauling themselves over the edge, they pause to catch their breath, staring out at the snowy emptiness before heading further into the maze. Chito tries to get Yu to keep moving as she slows down on the climb, but Yu just stands there, too winded to talk. She stops and looks ahead, but Yu simply keeps her moving forward, eager to get past the hardest part of the slope. They finally call it quits for the day and set up camp under the shelter of a broken wall. Tired relief is clear as they get off their feet. Chito flops down with her pack, admitting she can't climb anymore, and Yu agrees. Neither of them have the energy to keep going today. She admits the reason they've lasted so long is thanks to their old vehicle, and Yu points out how much easier travel had been, feeling that loss since nobody else they met ever had anything like it. Looking over their supplies, the girls realize that no one they've run into has managed to hang on to a working vehicle, no matter how hard they tried. Chito checks the map and points out they'll have to climb the outer wall to get inside, but Yu gets distracted by how huge their book bag has gotten. She lists off all the rare books she saved from the library, but when Yu complains about the weight, Chito confesses she already figured they can't keep them all. As night comes, they agree to burn some books for fuel, and Chito realizes they're starting with the same book Yu almost threw into the fire before. Choosing to be practical, they eat the canned fish first, trying to get rid of the heaviest food before they settle in. Yu asks Chito what kind of book the Kappa story really is. Bundled up for warmth, the girls quietly wonder if those weird people they met were Kappa, drifting off to sleep with that idea in their heads. Their days start to blend together, walking, burning scraps for heat, sleeping anywhere there's shelter, and repeating this routine as they cross the ruined city. Chito zones out, deep in thought, while the two walk in silence until one of them just mutters, "Walk," under her breath, because that's really all they can do. The city around them looks sharp and empty, with mountains of wreckage boxing them in, while their footsteps barely leave any mark on the endless ground. Yu and Chito seem even smaller as they work their way through piles of broken machines and concrete, picking their path in another huge industrial ruin. They crouch together in a cold shelter, tearing up pages for kindling, and let the word "burn" echo quietly in the dark space. Yu and Chito trek on, looking small as they pass through piles of wrecked machines and silent ruins, each step echoing how empty the city is. While they walk and sip from a cup, Chito shares that losing memories feels like sinking into a deep hole, making the silence between them heavier. They spot a tall, broken doorway ahead, filled with total darkness, and have to decide if it's safe to go any farther. Yu and Chito stop in front of the black passage, standing still for a moment as they weigh moving on against the fear of what they can't see inside. Chito asks Yu what she thinks of the coffee made from the last of their diary pages. Yu just grins and says it's great. Looking up at the steep staircase, Yu tries to calm Chito, saying it'll be all right, because she trusts Chito's sense of direction to help them get through it. The girls start up the endless staircase, their steps echoing around them. Chito leads with the lantern, but each step feels heavier in the dark and quiet. As they move further into the shadows, their lantern's weak light is the only thing fighting off the darkness swirling above and below them. Both girls slow down as worry grows. Supplies are low, and the stairs keep going forever, making the climb drain their energy even more. They pause at the bottom of the staircase, and Chito steadies herself against the cold wall while she tries to get ready for the climb. Yu starts to panic about what they should do next now that their lantern is out, worried because they're almost out of fuel and don't want to waste the last. Realizing there's no good way out, Chito reaches for Yu's hand. With nothing else to trust, the girls move forward together, feeling their way one slow step at a time. Their hands lock tight, holding on for warmth and steady nerves. That shared grip is what keeps fear back as they keep going, side by side. Yu quietly asks Chito if she's scared of dying, even though the honest answer for both is yes. Holding hands helps them keep climbing anyway. The girls quietly agree and keep trudging up the steps, still holding hands, while Yu looks totally worn out and lost in thought. She finally says she's always been scared of the dark, ever since she was little and felt alone, especially in places like this. She points out you can't remember before you're born, but Yu says the scary feeling feels older than any memory, like it was just always there. Yu admits not actually remembering anything from before birth, it's just a weird feeling. As they talk, Chito tells her to take off her gloves for a moment. Even though it's freezing, Chito offers her pocket to warm up Yu's hands, showing she'll stay beside her and isn't letting her go. Their cold hands find each other again and tangle together. No matter how tired they are, holding on keeps them from just giving up. Only the sound of their boots rings out over the stairs now. Everything else feels hollow, but they walk on together, never letting go. The staircase stretches on so long that Yu complains she can barely feel her legs. Each step is tougher, but stopping isn't an option. Both girls are worn out as they wordlessly trudge up the spiral. Even in silence, they stick together, focused on just getting through it. Chito and Yu keep climbing, quietly naming everything they've lost so far. Their ride, the gun, and even their books and journal are all gone now. Their lanterns out, and even their footsteps start to sound faint. One of them wonders out loud if walking forever in the dark even counts as living. Chito squeezes Yu's shaky hand, feeling how the cold and fear hit her sometimes. Even in total silence, that touch holds both of them steady. She holds tighter and gets a gentle squeeze back. Right now, that physical connection is all they have to answer the darkness around them. That small squeeze from Yu reassures Chito, almost like she can hear a silent promise to keep going. It gives her just enough strength to face the next steps. The girls walk perfectly in sync, hands joined. Chito admits it feels like the two of them have become one single person, joined together as they move forward. Chito wonders out loud if maybe this feeling of being alone was always supposed to be part of their lives. Suddenly, both girls freeze and look up when a faint light appears above. For a second, that little glimmer grabs their attention and cuts through the gloom. Shoulders touching, Chito and Yu go on side by side. Even with the world feeling empty, just holding hands means they're not in this darkness all alone. Chito leans over the edge while Yu looks up at the darkness, both thinking there might be some way up, or something more above them that they just can't see. She steps forward over the snow, her footsteps breaking the quiet as she moves ahead, leaving behind a clear trail. Chito climbs the spiral stairs, trying to get a better look, but there's not much up there, so Yu eventually sets out on her own through the empty snow. She reaches the top and spots just another ruined rooftop, so their search for anything useful hits another dead end. Chito says out loud they probably won't find much else here, and both realize they're stuck with only these ruins left around them. She sinks down against the rubble, exhausted, while Yu looks around. They both know by now they've run almost completely out of supplies. Chito points out their food is gone, so they talk about getting water, while Yu decides they should still mark the moment, even if it's just crumbs and memories. They each drink quietly from their canteens, and Yu tries to bring some comfort by offering Chito something, but Chito can't shake the heavy mood. The two girls lay back in the snow surrounded by empty cans, and Yu wonders aloud if there's even anything left for them to lose, since hope feels almost gone. Chito and Yu huddle closer together, feeling the cold and wondering if they even belong here, their doubts just hanging in the air as they hesitate on what to do. All of a sudden, Yu dashes off and leaves a set of new footprints, shifting the mood from heavy to playful. Chito waits for a second and then gets hit straight in the face by a snowball tossed by Yu. Snow still stuck to her face, Chito glares at Yu while Yu just grins back, clearly waiting to see Chito's next move. Chito wipes her face and fires a snowball back at Yu, so within seconds they've started running and chucking snowballs, letting things loosen up for a while. Angry and frustrated, Chito demands to know why they're alone in the world, but Yu just stands there, unsure how to answer or what to do next. Chito almost yells that she doesn't know the answer either, and Yu suddenly gets right in her face, totally throwing Chito off guard. As the two girls lay side by side in the snow, Yu looks up at the vast night sky and quietly says that just being alive is the best, hoping. Chito stays quiet as Yu marvels at the sky, saying the stars look like they're falling, so they just soak in that feeling for a moment. She finally tells Yu she's scared they won't figure anything out about the world before they're gone, thinking back to when she held Yu's hand in the darkness. She tries to explain what she's feeling, not sure if saying it makes a difference, but at least for now she doesn't feel as alone. Chito admits she doesn't have a better answer, so the two just lie side by side in the snow, both going quiet as the heaviness sets in again. Yu brings up the idea of sticking together no matter what, and Chito agrees, while they look out at the snowy wasteland, knowing the path ahead is still unknown. The girls stare out at the empty, crumbling landscape, quietly wondering if there's anyone left out there at all, or if they're really the last. The girls cross the blank snow together until they reach a broken-down structure, hoping it's good enough for shelter tonight. Sitting together, they check through what's left in their bag: a little rope, some wire, a knife, a bomb, and a couple lights. That's really it. Chito asks if they even have a way to ignite the bomb, and Yu just shrugs, holding up their only supplies and not sounding sure. She realizes she was looking at the wrong thing, and Yu just shrugs it off, so now they're both double-checking what little gear they've got left. They struggle to tear open the last food packet, getting impatient as nothing happens at first. Chito urges it along, really just hoping something will finally go their way. After they finally tear open the food packet, steam starts rising out, so at least their last bit of soup is hot and ready now. Chito quietly brings up the fear that this could be the end of their journey, and the two of them sit there sharing their soup without much to say. They both sit close, clutching warm mugs, surrounded by empty supplies and letting the quiet drag on between them. The steam curls up from their cups as Chito and Yu glance at each other, enjoying the warmth for a second before they have to face what comes next. Breaking the quiet, Chito asks what they should even do after this, but they both just keep eating, pretty unsure about what options they still have. With nothing much left to plan, the girls finish their food and huddle together, deciding they should just rest for now and figure things out in the morning. The empty packet sits in the snow, while everything around them is quiet and open. Right now it's just the two of them, waiting for whatever happens next. Piles of broken beams and fallen walls fill this empty spot, with twisted metal and scattered junk buried everywhere. It's so quiet you can almost tell nobody's been here for ages, just the pieces and some weird scratches left on chunks of metal. Up above, cracked signs and random wooden boards dangle in the shadows, each one covered in odd drawings, circles, arrows, even little fish. Whoever put them up, it's like they were trying to leave a message, but ended up just adding to the mess. A bit of sunlight slips through the broken roof, landing on piles of trash and posts halfway buried by water or mud. Everything here feels half swallowed, like the world's trying to cover up what's left behind. Water pools between these battered columns and broken slabs, and there's no sign of life, just the marks left by storms and time. Big columns rise from where city streets used to be, towering between smashed-up buildings and weird boulders that block the runoff. Some leftover signs with spiral shapes just sit there in the shadows, looking out across all the wreckage. Water taps against broken beams and even some bones, making it feel like everything's slowly slipping away or getting swallowed up. Nothing really remains except for two old helmets in the rubble, and one big slab with faded drawings, just hints of how much is gone now. Yu starts wandering through the ruins, humming nonsense sounds to herself, while Chito keeps working alone in the middle of all the pipes. They pass by heaps of twisted metal and ruins, looking ahead for any path that leads up. It's hard to see where they should go next. The vehicle keeps crawling over scattered wreckage, the tracks clinking loudly while debris crunches under the treads. She keeps alert for problems as the motor hums, worried that something could go wrong at any moment on their slow uphill crawl. One of them stares up at the endless climb, realizing just how far they still have to go. The top seems farther away than ever. All of a sudden, something in the machine grinds and locks up. Yu jumps as the track snarls and jams, forcing them to stop. A sharp snap rings out from the wheels, and a chunk of the track drops off. Chito's face falls. This kind of damage is serious. She just stares, realizing their vehicle is now broken down. The loose piece dangles from the track, and they're stuck in the middle of nowhere. She steps out to check the mess, hoping it's just the tread that failed. Chito suspects the problem could be much bigger, and both look worried. Chito already has a bad feeling. She tries to start the engine anyway, but the ignition only clicks, so the vehicle is definitely dead for now. Yu wants to know if Chito can fix it. Chito isn't sure yet, and says she has to open up the engine first before giving any answer. She offers to help with the repair, but Chito shuts her down and insists on working alone. The mood turns a bit tense. Yu asks if maybe Chito could just explain what to do, but Chito brushes it off, choosing to handle things herself. Left with nothing to do, Yu decides to just hang back while Chito takes over the repairs, watching quietly from the side. Since Chito's busy with the engine, Yu figures there's really no point in getting involved and steps away, feeling a bit useless. She stands quietly in the snow, watching Chito work. She waits for any sign that things are getting better, but there's just silence and cold. Chito crouches next to the engine, digging through the mess of wires and tools, while Yu sits off to the side, totally out of things to do. With repairs dragging on, Yu just lets herself flop down on the ground, clearly bored out of her mind while Chito keeps going. Eventually, Yu wanders away from the broken machine, humming random tunes as she picks her way through the icy ruins, trying to stay upbeat. She makes up silly songs and sings them out loud while weaving through the old pipes. Chito finally calls out, either annoyed or confused by all the noise. Yu admits there's really nothing she can do except sing, but Chito's finally had enough and snaps at her to stop it. Things go quiet until Chito glances out at the growing darkness, noting that dusk is coming fast, and they'll need some light or a place to shelter soon. Yu shows that she brought over a lamp to help. Chito hugs herself against the cold, but seeing the light brings her a little comfort. Chito thanks Yu, and the new light makes their small camp feel just a bit safer, pushing back the shadows while they're stuck. She finally pulls the engine out, reminding herself that everything depends on whether she can get it going again. She sits quietly with parts and tools everywhere, lost in thought, and trying to figure out what to try next. She fiddles with a set of ropes strung up like a rough tripod. She tests if it will hold, while Chito keeps her mind on repairs. She's boots and clothes pile up as she gets ready for the bath, with the empty tripod and all their leftover gear scattered around the camp. The girls huddle in a small patch of lamplight under huge broken pipes and piles of old machinery, looking tiny and alone in the middle of the giant dead factory. She hugs herself against the cold, her breath showing in the air as she takes in just how tough things have gotten for them. Yu floats the idea of taking a bath, but Chito hesitates, still hung up on the broken-down machine and all their scattered gear. She laughs that the wrecked machine could double as a bathtub, which catches Chito off guard and leaves her not sure what to say. Instead of worrying about their real problem, Yu keeps joking about a bath using the junked engine, while Chito just sits there, too stunned to answer. She looks over the busted engine and accepts there's no saving it. Too many parts are shot, and if she tries fixing one, something else will just snap. Deciding not to freeze up over it, Chito tells Yu to go ahead and start scooping snow into the shell of the vehicle since there's no turning back now. Chito tells Yu to get rid of the fuel since they won't need it. She gets excited about the idea of a bath and immediately starts taking off her coat, not even hesitating in the middle of all the rubble. Steam starts to rise as Yu lowers herself into their improvised tub, clearly relieved, while Chito says she'll slap on one last snow seal before joining her. Both girls finally sit together in the warm makeshift bath, taking a break side by side while all the broken parts and tools get left behind for now. Yu glances at Chito, who seems lost in thought as they soak. The quiet moment makes their worries even sharper. She sinks lower and lets out a big sigh, totally wrung out, while Chito just looks away and stays silent beside her. They stay there, barely visible in the huge, empty factory, just soaking quietly and letting the heat take the chill off for now. Chito leans into Yu, and the two of them finally start to relax a little, letting the last bit of warmth work its way through after such a tough day. Yu reaches for their last drink and cracks a joke, offering to share it, trying to make things feel a little less heavy for both of them. They each take a drink, realizing this is the last bit of anything fun they've got left. The reality of running out hits them as they hold the bottle together. Chito gives Yu a nudge and asks her to sing their usual song, hoping to lighten the mood. Yu looks unsure, but eventually gives in and starts singing. Both girls start singing together softly, the song filling their quiet place even as the warmth begins to slip away and the icy world keeps pressing in outside. She rests her chin on the cold edge of the tub and keeps singing along, holding on to the comfort of familiar music as their voices echo back at them. She quietly thanks their broken-down vehicle for everything it did for them, touching the metal one last time before they leave it behind. Their harmonies bounce through the ruins, filling up the endless empty space with the sound of their song. Even stuck here, their voices just keep going. Bits of broken machine and tossed-aside stuff stay scattered on the ground, showing how much they have to leave behind as they get ready to move on. Chito and Yu pull on their heavy packs and scan the mess, with Chito reminding Yu not to bite off more than she can carry this time. She pauses for one last look at a small key, keeping it as her only keepsake before they turn their backs on everything else here. Chito and Yu roll forward in their battered vehicle, still tiny under the giant broken city. Their journey isn't over, they keep going into whatever comes next. While one girl hooks up a tangle of wires, Chito complains someone didn't do their job and Yu admits she lost power during her patrol. Yu brings up electricity and wonders if it tastes good, but Chito just looks confused and says she doesn't think electricity really has a taste. While Yu fiddles with a jumble of broken wires, the girls wonder if the talking machine is malfunctioning or if humans aren't really that different, just running on weird electric signals. She wants to know if the huge drawing outside was Chito's idea, asking straight up if she was the one who made it. She explains the huge symbol isn't just a drawing, it's like a message or code, made big so someone far away could see it, though nobody showed up until now. She then realizes the huge message probably wasn't even for people. It was meant for machines passing by. She suggests they might as well eat while waiting around, and Chito agrees, ready to settle in for a quiet meal together. The girls thank the machine for helping them out, while Yu is surprised at how tall it looks now that it's standing upright. Chito finishes explaining what that metal thing was, and now Yu asks what they're supposed to do next, or where they're even going. The machine pauses and admits it has no idea where to go, saying it lost track of some important memories from before. Yu finds a weird chunk of metal in the snow and asks Chito what it is, but Chito just guesses it's probably some random scrap. Chito gets a little philosophical, wondering if people and machines each put their own value on things like images or messages, while Yu just finds the whole idea amusing. She and Yu roll through the empty buildings, and as Chito admits, Yu has a weird way of saying thanks. Yu just keeps driving along without slowing down. The two girls start rolling snow into big balls, humming quietly as they work together on building something in the empty street. She grabs a stick, shapes the snow some more, and then stacks two snowballs together, looking pretty pleased with their new snowman. Chito tells Yu she's actually pretty good at this, giving her a small bit of praise for her snowman skills. Yu points to a clump of snowmen she just made and tells Chito she built herself a whole family. Chito sits outside with Yu, repeating family to herself while they sit together looking at all the snowmen lined up in the shelter. Yu points out each snowman and makes up who they are, calling one the youngest, one a girl, then trying to guess which ones are the parents. Chito asks who the parents would be, so Yu jokes it's both of them, saying she and Chito must be the parents of this snow family. She tries to figure out if being the mom in their pretend family means she gave life to the snowmen, then wonders what a dad is even supposed to do. She hesitates, blurting out the big question, how are children even born, and seems unsure herself. She shrugs and admits she doesn't know the answer either, so the question just hangs there between them. She calls it one of those things humans never figure out, and when Yu hears even Chito's clueless, they both pause, realizing how much they don't know. Chito asks if Yu really knows what makes a family, but Yu is already pumping herself up to pick which snowman is the strongest and turns it into a contest. Yu cheers for her own snowman in the make-believe battle, but Chito points out Yu basically took over the whole game, even if it was all just for laughs. She hands a leftover snowman to Chito and tells her it's her turn to smash one, joking that destroying them is the best part anyway. She looks down at the snowman she's holding, thinking about it, while Yu waits expectantly for her to join in and break it. She turns to Yu as they sit by the snow, shifting the talk from smashing snowmen to wondering about things bigger than games. Chito brings up if Yu remembers her dad, but Yu quickly admits she doesn't, which makes both girls realize how much is missing from their early family memories. She asks if Yu remembers her mom, and Yu admits that it was really their grandpa who raised them, not their parents. Yu shrugs off the question since she doesn't remember any of it, and Chito adds she can't remember their parents either. Their childhood really starts with their grandfather. Both girls curl up under their shelter, staying close while a lone snowman sits off to the side, a quiet reminder of their day and the emptiness around them. Chito thinks how being next to Yu brings back something warm deep inside, a feeling she hasn't named in a long time. She wonders if she's ever slept close to someone like this before, maybe with her mom when she was little. The manga suddenly jumps into a bonus section, where the author introduces themselves and starts talking about the process behind making the anime. The author gets a call inviting them to see the anime voice recording for their favorite manga. Inside the quiet recording studio, everything is set for the voice actors to begin, and the author gets ready to meet the people behind Chito and Yu's voices. Realizing they're about to meet the real voices behind Chito and Yu, the author starts feeling nervous about how important this moment feels. Standing in front of the actors, the author is a bit overwhelmed and grateful, barely able to believe the people who play Chito and Yu are right there. The editor steps up and awkwardly asks if they can snap some pictures of the studio for an upcoming article. With a camera in hand, the author tries to focus but can't get over how strong the actresses' voices sound, while also stressing about where to take a good photo. The actresses line up fast at the microphones, unfazed by the visitors. The author is struck by how upbeat and gentle their presence feels in the studio. Just watching from off to the side, the author can't help being impressed by the actresses' stage presence, even before they say a word on mic. They let the author stay in the sound booth for the session, so now the author is surrounded by all the studio equipment as the actual recording gets going. Sitting with the director and sound staff, the author notices their own nervousness showing on their face, unsure if they really belong in this professional crowd. The studio is so intensely quiet that even small noises seem wrong, and the author feels the tension and focus from everyone around them. The author realizes there's a feeling in the studio you can only understand by actually being there, even though for the actresses, it's just another day's work. Right as the actresses start speaking into the microphones, their voices fill the room and show their skill, while the sound director gets set to guide the session. As the session kicks off, people around the studio start to react and quietly whisper, because now Chito and Yu's voices are coming to life for real. One of the actresses leans in close to the mic and softly calls out to Yu, making everyone in the recording booth go silent to listen in. Watching from behind the glass, the author is struck by how much impact just one line has through the studio speakers. When the line comes through the mic, everyone in the control room freezes for a moment and feels how intense and closed in the studio mood really is. The author tries to describe it but can't quite find the words. Chito and Yu sound so real, it almost feels like they're truly there. As the voices keep going, the author realizes the connection just keeps growing stronger, making the characters feel even closer and more true. At this point, the author sees how talented the actresses are, since Yu and Chito now feel completely real to them. One of the actresses steps up to the mic, and the author admits they can't put into words how much the performances have brought the characters to life. Since the cast is just 2 characters, only 2 microphones are set up for them, which everyone points out isn't the usual setup. Someone behind the glass quietly watches the actresses work, and their little reactions show just how much everyone is caught up in the scene. The sound director gently asks one actress to adjust her delivery, and the author watches, surprised at how carefully everyone handles even the smallest detail. When the sound director suggests the actress can give an even better performance, she nods right away and agrees to try again. The team watches, not sure if she can pull it off, but as the scene starts again she nails the new tone, surprising everyone in the booth. Watching the actresses perform in the studio, the author realizes just how much the voice actor's talent pulls everyone into another world, making anime feel alive. As the day wraps up, someone quietly thanks the group for their hard work, and the mood in the studio finally relaxes. The author admits they always thought anime just happened on its own and never realized how much work real people put in. Looking back, the author gets that every bit of the anime comes from someone building it step by step, and the whole process ends up honestly impressive to see. Meanwhile, Yu and Chito roll through a massive industrial wasteland, surrounded by empty pipes and broken metal, the silence making their isolation even clearer. Stretching out in front of them, the ruined city looks endless, a maze of empty buildings and broken lights where people used to live. Yu and Chito park their half-track and sit side by side on the cracked pavement, surrounded by glowing lights from the distant city, just silently taking it all in. She snacks quietly by the fire, while Chito settles in with a book beside their beat-up little half-track, both finding a bit of warmth in the empty dark. As Yu and Chito drive their half-track under scraps of metal, the city looms behind, everything huge and wrecked, so it's just the two of them, moving forward together and not really knowing what comes next. Yu and Chito cross the shattered city, their boots crunching on the rubble as silence fills the ruined streets. Climbing over piles of debris, every step takes an effort, making it harder and harder to push through. From far away, Yu and Chito look tiny and totally alone, lost between massive slabs in a world of concrete. You can see the girls are wiped out, their breaths showing in the cold as they keep moving without a word. Their path winds upward through empty levels where only their footprints remain. Each step just reminds them how huge and lonely these ruins really are. Both girls struggle under the weight of their backpacks, sighing and grumbling as every step wears them down. Yu finally breaks the quiet, calling out to Chito as they walk, trying to make sure she's still hanging in there. She looks at her rifle and brings up a tough question. Maybe it's finally time to get rid of the gun and lighten the load. Chito hesitates at first, but Yu pushes her to think about letting the weapon go for good. She agrees, but points out they should keep a few bullets. That tiny backup is all the security they have left. She takes the bullets from her rifle and messes with it, just like she talked about, getting ready to ditch the weapon for real. She flings the rifle over the edge, the sound echoing as it tumbles out of sight, and leaves it behind without looking back. The rifle and the spare bullets bounce away into the void, driving home that now there really is no going back. Chito quietly admits that letting go is hard and confesses she hasn't actually thrown away any of her own stuff yet. As they trudge uphill with heavy bags, Chito lags a bit, still thinking about everything they've given up as they push forward. Their footprints crisscross the broken floor while the city closes in, both girls pressing on, even though the world feels like it's shrinking around them. From above, you see how small their journey looks. Just two sets of tracks in the emptiness, reminding them no one else is here. Chito helps you over a steep ledge. Even after losing something big, they stay together and keep helping each other along. Carefully, they cross a narrow walkway way up high, the ruined city looking bigger and scarier with every step. Yu glances sideways, nervous as they step across a shaky bridge made of loose boards. One slip could be real trouble for both of them. She keeps walking as Chito hangs back, the distance between them growing as they move across the bright, empty ruins. Chito calls after Yu to wait up, having a hard time keeping pace. Yu finally stops and waits, letting Chito catch up before they go on. Once Chito reaches Yu, they walk side by side again, worn out but sticking it out together. They stop at the bottom of a huge broken wall. Yu brings up camping for the night, and Chito just quietly agrees, not wanting to argue. Inside the wrecked shelter, Yu tells Chito they can't keep carrying so much stuff. Chito slumps back, too tired to disagree this time. They remember the vehicle that helped them get this far. Yu struggles to recall its name, realizing just how much it meant having it. Neither has seen anyone else with a ride like theirs, and they both admit how valuable it was. Losing it still stings. Yu suddenly notices their bag of books looks bigger, and asks if Chito grabbed some extra ones, especially from the library while they were camped out. She tells Yu they can't hold on to all these books anymore, sounding tired as she hugs another volume, wishing she could keep it. Chito tears pages from a book to use as fuel. Yu realizes it's the one she almost burned before. Since the canned fish weighs too much, the girls decide to eat as much as they can to lighten their load. Yu asks about a book called Kappa. Chito tries to explain it's about some creature with a plate on its head, but she can't really remember the details. Bundled up under their blankets, they talk about whether those strange creatures could really be kappas. Exhaustion sets in, and their conversation fades as they drift off. The girls slip back into their routine, walking through the broken city, burning what little they have for warmth, then finally curling up to sleep wherever they can. From high above, the girls look tiny, weaving between giant broken slabs, showing just how empty and lonely the city is now. Passing under the bent wreckage of a collapsed building, Chito and Yu keep looking for a place to rest, surrounded by ruins with no one else around. They duck into a hollowed-out spot for shelter, sorting through what little gear they have left. Burning books for warmth has become just another part of getting by. Once they're up and moving again, Yu and Chito follow the same routine, walk a bit farther, find somewhere safe, and keep going under the freezing sky. She looks down at her diary, and Yu quietly asks if they're going to burn that too, since their supplies keep running out. She says she's ripping out the map pages from her diary before tossing the rest into the fire, trying to save something useful before giving up the rest. Chito admits the diary isn't as important as having hot water, and when Yu checks in on her, they both agree survival comes before keeping the past. Back outside, as the girls walk through broken streets, Chito figures maybe she kept the diary because she was scared of forgetting everything. Drinking from their cups, Chito tells Yu that things feel like a dream, and her memories seem full of holes, like huge parts of their old life are just missing. Chito quietly reassures herself while they walk. Letting go is rough, but she talks herself through it anyway. In front of them, a massive jagged wall stands tall and dark, making Yu and Chito feel even smaller in all the wreckage. The girls step up to the mouth of the ruined building, their footsteps echoing as they face the huge empty entrance together. Side by side, Yu and Chito head into the wide-open darkness, leaving behind more of what they've lost along the way. But they keep moving forward together. Chito and Yu finally find a spot that blocks out the cold, so they settle in to rest for a while. She tries Yu's improvised coffee, and even if it's not perfect, she lets Yu know it's pretty good for what's left. Yu tells Chito she remembers which way to go, so together they start up another long staircase. Chito and Yu push deeper into the building, boots echoing off the walls as they climb the tight spiral stairs. Every step feels heavier in the growing dark. Their small lantern barely lights the way as they keep going, making the endless stairs feel even more uncertain. They continue up, footsteps bouncing off the narrow walls. The lantern dims and shadows get longer, reminding both girls how low their fuel is. Chito glances nervously upward, while Yu keeps her eyes on each step. Tiredness and worry keep creeping in as they climb higher. She steadies herself against the wall, careful not to slip, since the darkness makes every step a little riskier. They pause, Chito gripping the lantern, while Yu looks to her for comfort. Their pace slows as both girls brace themselves for what comes next. As they trudge upward, only bootsteps and someone's uneasy breathing break the silence, showing just how tired and stressed they are. The dim lantern finally goes out, making both girls freeze. Chito clutches the empty light, worried about fuel, while Yu falls silent, suddenly aware they're stuck in pitch black. In the dark, Yu quietly reaches out for Chito, looking for a little bit of comfort as the silence grows heavier. She suggests they hold hands, hoping it might make things a little less scary without any light. Chito agrees and reaches for Yu. There's a quiet moment while their hands find each other in the darkness. Out of the blue, Yu asks if Chito is scared of dying. Chito hesitates at first, but finally admits she's afraid, and Yu says she feels that way too. They keep climbing with their hands together, not letting go. Chito whispers again that the fear is real. She looks down after admitting her fear, and for a second, both girls just feel the weight of everything they're facing. While they walk, Yu shares that she's always been scared of cramped, dark spaces, ever since she was left alone somewhere like that once. As they climb, Yu tries to explain that you can't remember anything from before you were born, but Chito doesn't seem too sure about that. Yu tells Chito to take off her glove. Chito starts pulling it off while they sit quietly on the cold steps, both thinking about what to do next. She complains about her hand freezing, so she tells Chito to stick her hand in Yu's pocket. Chito clumsily reaches for the pocket, their hands awkward but warmer. Chito manages to slip her bare hand into Yu's pocket, and the girls quietly hold on to each other as they stand and start climbing again. Her hand inside Yu's pocket feels stiff and numb, their bodies and movements both sluggish from the cold and exhaustion. The spiral stairs stretch way up above them, almost making Chito dizzy. She's worn out, feeling like the climb might never end. Both girls keep climbing side by side, their silence heavy. Chito realizes no one has spoken in a long while. Only the sound of boots and that quiet sense of loss remain. Chito thinks over how much they've lost already, though she doesn't say it out loud. Chito quietly lists what they've left behind, their books, diary, vehicle, even a weapon. Each missing thing makes every new step feel heavier. Everything goes black as the last bit of light fades, leaving them in total silence. Chito wonders if they're really still alive or just lost, fading out like everything else. Chito keeps her hand in Yu's pocket, noticing it feels stiff and numb. Both of them move slow, weighed down by fear and exhaustion. She squeezes Yu's hand a little tighter, hoping to calm her, but the shaking comes back anyway. Neither one can really hide their nerves. Yu tries to tell Chito that everything will be okay. Chito knows she's saying it more for comfort than fact, because both girls are still uneasy. A faint light shows up far ahead, stopping them in their tracks. Both girls fix their eyes on it, just a bit of hope sparking in their faces. They edge closer and huddle together, drawn down the spiral stairs toward the glow, not sure what waits at the bottom. Chito holds tight to Yu's hand as they make their way down, step by step, still surrounded by darkness. Their journey keeps going, past broken spots and into emptier ruins, the two of them pressing on side by side as the city falls away behind them. Chito admits she's unsure about everything as Yu waits to see how she'll react, both of them stuck wondering what they're even looking for out here in the cold. She looks up at the starry sky and admits there's nothing waiting for them at the top, making both girls pause and take in the emptiness above. Yu keeps moving through the snow, leaving deep tracks behind her, while Chito follows close, their breaths clouding the air as they try to settle with what they've just realized. She takes the lead and walks ahead, her steps making a single lonely path across the vast frozen landscape, the emptiness pressing in from every side. She climbs a narrow set of stairs while Yu hangs back, scanning the distance for any sign of change. Neither one knows what, if anything, might wait for them above. Peering down through a broken opening, Yu checks to see if there's anything useful below, but just like everywhere else, it's empty and silent. Yu stops and asks what this weird chunk in the wall is, but Chito just brushes it off and says it's only a rock, not worth worrying about. She wonders aloud if this stray stone is all there is, and Chito just sits there, weighed down by the idea that there's barely anything left to find. Chito half jokes about celebrating, but they both realize they're completely out of food, so they settle for just sharing what little water they have left. They drink quietly by each other's side, getting a small bit of comfort just from being together, even though everything feels so empty. Yu looks over and asks why Chito still keeps her helmet on, which makes Chito pause, realizing she hadn't really thought about it until now. She stares off into space, hugging her canteen. The silence just drags on, making the fact there's nothing to eat feel even worse. They slump back to the hard ground, surrounded by broken ruins, knowing nothing is going to magically appear to help them. As they keep walking through the night, Chito suddenly asks if they even made the right choices, catching Yu off guard and making her hesitate. Chito wonders if turning back or picking a different path would have been better, and Yu quietly admits maybe then they would have found someplace warmer and with food. They sit there in the snow, hands in their laps, not reaching for anything. The conversation dies off, leaving only the frozen ground between them. Chito sits with her head down, cold breath hanging in the air. Yu stands further away looking up, but the night sky gives nothing back. Suddenly, Yu chucks a snowball that hits Chito right in the face, snapping the heavy mood and throwing a bit of playful chaos into the silence. She wipes the snow from her face, totally surprised by Yu's sneak attack. It's a silly moment, but actually helps break the tension for a second. She can't hide a smile as she watches Chito react, still able to laugh a little even with nothing else around. Another snowball smacks Chito on the head, and she jerks back, still scrambling to recover from Yu's surprise attack. Annoyed, Chito sticks out her tongue, snow sticking to her face while she tries to pull herself together. They both start launching snowballs at each other, turning all the emptiness around them into a playful fight. For a moment, they can forget everything else. Out of nowhere, Chito admits she really has no clue what would have been the right thing to do, and they both get quiet, stuck in the same doubt. Chito suddenly lunges and tackles Yu into the snow, their mix of frustration and play taking over as they drop the serious talk for now. Trying to laugh it off, Chito says she still doesn't know if any answer is right, her uncertainty showing even in this lighter moment. Looking up at the stars, Yu quietly points out that just being alive at all feels kind of incredible, letting the idea hang between them as they rest. Chito and Yu curl up together under the sky, and the world gets quiet, except for Yu humming as they settle into the snow for the night. She lays beside Yu and admits she always wanted to say something like that herself, but she's a little annoyed by the timing. They spot what they hope is the end of the snowy plain up ahead, and Yu suggests they check it out together. Reaching the edge of the snow, both girls stop and stare out, just quietly taking it all in for a moment. Looking over the empty land, Yu tries to joke that at least maybe she's the happiest person left. Yu teases that her way might make Chito the unhappiest person alive, and Chito just sits there, not really denying it. After resting a bit, they walk toward a big, broken wall rising from the snow, their slow steps leaving a track behind them. Chito goes through their gear, naming off what's left: some wire, their last box of explosives, a flashlight, and a knife, just checking how little they have now. Yu suddenly remembers she still has another box of explosives stashed away, which catches Chito off guard for a second. She double-checks her pack but admits there aren't any more bullets left, and that last hope fades fast. They spread the last of their things out on the ground and try to plan how they'll keep going, the pressure of running out hanging over them. Steam curls up from their can as they finally warm up food, and even this small comfort feels precious in the cold. A box cracks as weight shifts nearby, a quick reminder for both girls how anything could break or fall apart at any moment. Chito looks over what's left and admits they really are out of almost everything now, and that tough truth starts to settle in. Both girls sit quietly in their small makeshift camp, surrounded by almost nothing, as the silence grows heavier. Yu glances at Chito, doing her best to keep things light as they split a small bite. For now, just being together is all they need. After a quiet pause, Chito asks what they should do next, and the question just kind of stays in the empty air between them. Yu says they should just eat and get some sleep first. They'll figure out the rest when they're not running on empty. The girls curl up under a blanket right in the ruins, letting themselves rest for a while and ignoring their worries for now. Both Chito and Yu drift off to sleep, and the last food cube sits untouched on the ground, showing how little they have left. Nothing moves as time passes. The world around them is quiet, cold, and still, with just a pause hanging in the emptiness. The view pulls back, showing the huge broken structures around the girls and making their smallness in this empty place really stand out. From higher up, the city's cracked blocks go on for miles. Chito and Yu look tiny against all that space, but they're hanging on. The city's ruins tower over everything, even bigger now in the silence, just showing how much is gone and how far they are from anyone else. Inside, weird markings and panels are left behind from whoever was here before. Even though someone once tried to figure this place out, it's all just empty now. The ground is littered with old cans, ripped up sacks, and half-buried gear, just scraps from before, showing how little anyone could keep. Huge concrete pillars jut up from the frozen ground, and lost shapes like a helmet and a bit of bone are half buried in icy mud. Every corner hints at people who used to move through here, but now it's just frost and broken pieces under alien beams. Up above, the metal skeleton of a giant structure stands out against the stars, making the night seem even more endless and empty. You can see bones and lost helmets poking through the frozen ground, just faint hints of lives that ended here long ago. The metal beams above are doubled in the water below, making the silent ruins feel even bigger and more empty. Old helmets and broken gear are scattered around, while weird symbols cover the walls, so it's obvious whoever was here before left a mess behind. Chito and Yu move slowly through thick, waist-high wheat, barely visible as they push through, trying to figure out where to go next. The girls ride their vehicle through the wrecked city, not saying much, but the way they keep moving shows they're not giving up, even when the world feels empty and huge around them. Please support the official release.